The perfect marriage was a lie until I discovered the truth. They say love blinds you. I never thought I'd be the kind of man to fall for an illusion, but that's exactly what happened. Looking back, the warning signs were there, subtle, easy to overlook, but undeniable. I ignored them, mistaking them for quirks of love rather than the cracks in my reality. I met Molly on an unremarkable autumn afternoon in the cereal aisle of a grocery store. She stood on tiptoe, stretching for a box of Cheerios just beyond her reach. When I plucked it from the shelf and handed it to her, she gave me a smile so warm it felt like a private sunrise. "Thanks," she said, brushing a stray blonde curl from her cheek. Her voice was light, playful. "You must be taller than you look." I laughed. "Or you're just shorter than you think." It was a simple exchange, one of those fleeting moments you expect to forget as soon as it's over. But then, she lingered. "Scott, right?" I frowned. "Yeah. Have we met before?" She bit her lip, looking almost embarrassed. "Sort of. I've seen you around. I might have asked about you once or twice." I should have been unnerved. Instead, I was flattered. There was something thrilling about the idea of a beautiful woman noticing me before I'd even noticed her. It made me feel chosen, special. The rest was a blur. First date, second date, falling in love so fast it felt less like a choice and more like gravity. We married within 2 years, and for a while, I truly believed I had everything I'd ever wanted. But Molly didn't come alone. She was a triplet, 3 sisters, identical in every way that mattered. Molly, Amy, and Hannah, 3 versions of the same woman, moving through the world with a synchronized grace that unsettled me, though I could never quite explain why. They were inseparable, their lives so entwined it was as if they shared the same heartbeat. At first, I found it endearing. Their closeness was something special, something sacred. I admired it. But admiration slowly turned to unease. I first noticed it in the small moments. The way they spoke in half-finished sentences, trusting each other to fill in the blanks. The way they exchanged glances across a room, entire conversations passing between them in silence. The way, when they laughed together, it sometimes felt like I was the punchline of a joke I'd never understand. And then there was the physical closeness. They draped over one another absent-mindedly, hands brushing, fingers grazing, heads resting on shoulders in ways that felt just a little too intimate. Once, I walked into the kitchen to find Molly and Amy curled up on the couch, their legs tangled together like lovers rather than sisters. When I cleared my throat, they didn't flinch, didn't even acknowledge the oddness of it. I tried to dismiss my unease. This was just how they were, closer than most siblings, more comfortable with touch. It wasn't my place to question it. But there were other things I couldn't ignore. Sometimes, I'd catch Amy looking at me a little too long, her blue eyes gleaming with something unreadable. Other times, Henna would brush against me in passing, the touch lingering half a second too long. And sometimes, late at night, in the darkness of our bedroom, Molly would kiss me in a way that felt different, almost like someone else. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was paranoid, until the night I overheard them. That was the night the illusion shattered. The night air carried the scent of freshly cut grass and something faintly floral, Molly's perfume, perhaps lingering from earlier that evening. I had come home late from work, exhausted but ready to sink into the comfort of dinner with my wife. Instead, I found an empty house. The silence was wrong. Molly always left the light on, even if she stepped out. But tonight, the house was dark, abandoned. I stood in the entryway, frowning, when I heard it, muffled laughter, feminine and conspiratorial, drifting through the open kitchen window. Amy's house. My pulse quickened. It was nothing unusual for Molly to be with her sisters. They were a unit, an inseparable trio. But something about the sound of their laughter made me pause. It wasn't the warm, casual kind of laughter shared between family. No, this was different. It was sharp, knowing, private. I stepped outside, drawn to the voices. My footsteps were soundless against the damp grass as I moved toward the source. The back door to Amy's kitchen was open just a crack, enough for their words to slip through. I wasn't planning to eavesdrop. Not really, but when I heard my name, I froze. Amy's voice, teasing, "Well, if he's not the best, why do you always want to switch with me?" Switch? A chill ran through me. Molly, laughing softly. "I didn't say Ari isn't good. I just said he doesn't touch me the way Scott does." The world tilted beneath me. My breath caught in my throat. What the hell were they talking about? Hannah, smugly, "Oh, please. You already get Ari more nights a week than any of us, plus weekends." More laughter. A scrape of a chair against the tile floor. The clinking of wine glasses. My mind scrambled to make sense of their words. Switch? Nights with each other's husbands? I felt my stomach drop, a slow, sickening descent into realization. Molly's voice again, casual as ever. "It's been almost a year, and I just don't think Scott can do the job." My heartbeat pounded in my ears. The job? Amy, so you have a backup plan? Silence stretched, then. Molly lightly, "Of course. If his sperm count doesn't improve, he got tested last week, so we'll know soon. I'll just spend a few nights with Ted when I'm most fertile." Simple. Either way, it's a little boring being with Scott every night. And when I know I'm safe at the end of my cycle, I'll spend a couple of nights with Ari. Ted, my neighbor, my friend. My vision tunneled. Amy's laughter filled the space again, bright and unbothered. "No way, Molly. That's not foolproof. You're not getting Ari again until you're pregnant." The words rang in my skull like a bell. Pregnant. The edges of my world blurred. The voices became distant, warped. I gripped the doorframe to steady myself. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't a joke. This was planned. My wife, my Molly, was talking about getting pregnant with another man's child. And worse, she wasn't the only one. They were all in on it. My hands trembled. The whispers, the lingering touches, the way I sometimes caught Hannah staring at me too long, or the way Amy would casually mention things about my sex life with Molly, things I had never told her. They weren't just sisters. They were orchestrators, a secret society, a conspiracy. I needed to move. I needed to get out of there before I did something reckless. With slow, measured steps, I backed away from the door. I turned and walked home, my body rigid with barely contained fury. The moment I stepped inside, I locked the door behind me and exhaled shakily. My fists ached from how hard I had been clenching them. Molly's words played on repeat in my head. It's a little boring being with Scott every night. She wasn't just betraying me. She was playing me. A quiet rage settled into my bones. I had two choices: pretend I didn't hear anything and live in blissful ignorance, or find out just how deep this nightmare went. And I already knew what I had to do. It was the small things that haunted me first, the passing touches that lingered a second too long, the way Amy smirked at me when Molly wasn't looking, the way Hannah sometimes said my name, soft, testing, as if she was tasting it. Looking back, it was always there. The signs, the moments that didn't quite fit, but I had forced them into place anyway, convincing myself that what I had with Molly was real. But it wasn't. It was something else entirely. That morning, after hearing their conversation, I woke up next to her and felt like I was in bed with a stranger. She lay there, tangled in the sheets, her face peaceful, her breath slow and steady, as if she hadn't spent the night plotting my humiliation, as if she wasn't scheming to let another man father our child. I had never been an angry person. I had never been jealous or suspicious. But now, the rage curled inside me like a living thing. I wanted to grab her, shake her, demand she tell me the truth. But I didn't. Instead, I kissed her forehead like I always did and whispered, "Sleep in, baby. I'll make you some coffee." I needed time. I needed proof. I needed to understand just how deep this went. So I watched. I started with something simple. That afternoon, I texted Molly, saying I'd be home late. A last-minute meeting at work. Her response was quick, almost too quick. "Molly, no worries, babe. Love you." I knew what that meant. The sisters had a schedule. The way they spoke about it, casually like a business arrangement, it made my skin crawl. I drove home early, parked my car a block away, walked the rest of the way, silent, unseen. Molly's car was in the driveway. So was Ari's. But Ted's? Ted's was missing. My heart pounded. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe Ted had just run an errand. But as I crept through the side yard, approaching Amy's kitchen window, I knew I wasn't that lucky. Through the glass, I saw them. Amy and Molly, sitting at the table, wine glasses in hand, laughing, and across from them, Ari. The words were muffled, but I caught enough. Amy, it's getting complicated. Ari, not if we stick to the rules. Molly, and what if Scott figures it out? A pause. A heavy, weighted pause. Then Amy smirked. Then we deal with it. I stepped back, my hand shaking. What the hell did that mean? That night, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, staring at my own reflection. I looked normal. I looked like me. But I wasn't. Not anymore. I had spent the day tracing the pieces of this puzzle, and the picture they formed was monstrous. This wasn't just a twisted little fling. It wasn't a lapse in judgment. It was orchestrated. A system. I thought about the times Molly had come home late, her cheeks flushed. The way Amy always joked about men being interchangeable. The way Hannah sometimes watched me with an expression I couldn't quite place. Pity, maybe, or amusement. And then I thought about what they had said. Then we deal with it. My pulse roared in my ears. What did that mean? What would they do to me if they realized I was onto them? Would they lie? Try to gaslight me into thinking I was paranoid? Would they play the victims? Or was it worse than that? I needed more. I needed undeniable proof. The next day, I made my move. I went to Ted's house. He opened the door, a beer in his hand, his usual easygoing grin in place. But when he saw my face, the grin faltered. Hey man, you good? I forced a smile. Yeah, just wanted to talk. He hesitated, just for a second, before stepping aside. Sure, come in. The living room was cozy, the scent of coffee and aftershave hanging in the air. Pictures lined the walls. Ted and Amy on their wedding day at the beach in Paris. Smiling. Happy. Lies. I sat on the couch, rubbing my hands together, feigning nervousness. Can I ask you something? Ted took a sip of his beer. Of course. I looked him dead in the eye. You ever feel like the girls are keeping secrets from us? It was subtle. The way his fingers tensed around the bottle. The way his jaw tightened. So briefly I almost missed it. But I didn't miss it. He forced a laugh. Women, man. They have their own world, you know? Best not to overthink it. He knew. Maybe not everything. Maybe not the full scope of it. But he knew something. And that told me all I needed to know. This wasn't just between the sisters. The husbands, they were either in on it, or they were complicit in their silence. I left soon after, my mind spinning. I had seen enough. I knew now. I was trapped in something far darker than I had ever imagined. Something had shifted between us. I could feel it in the way I carried myself around Molly. Tense, cautious, as if I were sleeping beside a venomous snake that could strike at any moment. But I also felt it in her. She had begun watching me more closely, tilting her head when I was quiet for too long, running her fingers along my arm like she was trying to remind me of something, or maybe trying to keep me distracted. For years, I had taken comfort in the small rituals of our marriage. The way she curled up beside me while we watched TV, the way she traced circles on my back when she thought I was asleep. But now, everything felt rehearsed, or worse, performed. That night, she reached for me. We lay in bed, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp outside, shadows stretching long across the ceiling. I was on my side, facing away from her, trying to steady my breath. But then her hand slid over my waist, fingers splaying across my stomach, pulling me toward her. You've been distant lately, she murmured against my shoulder. I shut my eyes. I had to be careful. If I moved too quickly, if I let my rage show, she would know something was wrong. and I wasn't ready for that yet. I forced a chuckle, trying to sound tired. Just work stressed, that's all. She hummed, her lips brushing against my skin. I don't believe you. I stiffened. Her fingers tightened slightly on my stomach. You've been different this whole week. Not looking at me the same way. Not touching me. She pressed herself closer, her voice turning softer. Did I do something? I swallowed hard. The sheer audacity of her asking me that, almost made me laugh. Did you do something? Did you lie to me for years? Did you swap husbands like a twisted game of musical chairs? Did you plan to carry another man's child while letting me believe it was mine? I couldn't say any of it. Not yet. So instead, I turned in her arms, forcing myself to meet her gaze. Her blue eyes searched mine, concerned. She looked so real, so utterly genuine. A perfect liar. Of course not, I said. I just have a lot on my mind. She studied me for a long moment, then gave me a slow, knowing smile. I can help with that. Her hands drifted downward, fingers teasing the hem of my shirt, slipping underneath. The intimacy felt suffocating. How many times had she touched me like this after being in another man's bed? My stomach twisted. I couldn't do this. I caught her wrist gently, stopping her movements. Not tonight, Mal. I'm exhausted. Her smile faltered, just for a second. Then, just as quickly, she recovered, withdrawing her hand with a soft chuckle. Okay. I won't push. She rested her head on my chest, her fingers idly tracing over my ribs. But don't shut me out, okay? I don't like it when you keep things from me. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. She didn't like it when I kept things from her? I lay there, silent, while her breathing slowed. It didn't take long for her to drift off, her body relaxed against mine. But I was wide awake, my pulse thudding in my ears. Her words echoed in my mind, over and over. I don't like it when you keep things from me. Neither do I, Molly. Neither do I. I had proof now, enough to know I wasn't crazy. My wife had been sleeping with another man. Not just any man. Ted, my neighbor, my friend. And worse, this wasn't just an affair. It was planned, orchestrated. A system carefully designed by three sisters who saw their husbands as interchangeable. The betrayal ran deeper than I could process. I spent hours, days, trying to decide what to do. Would I confront Molly? Demand answers? Scream at her until she had no choice but to admit what she'd done? Or would I pretend I didn't know? Let the knowledge rot inside me like an untreated wound? Neither option felt right. No, I needed to see it with my own eyes. Not just whispered conversations in the dark. Not just half-heard giggles and glances exchanged like secrets. I needed undeniable proof. So I set a trap. That Friday, as Molly sat on the couch scrolling through her phone, I kept my voice casual. I might be late tonight. Big project at work. She barely looked up. That's fine. I'll probably just hang out with Amy and Hannah. Of course she would. I nodded, grabbed my keys, and left. But I didn't go to work. I parked my car a block away from our house, turning off the headlights before stepping out. The night air was cool, carrying the distant hum of cicadas. The streets of Oakley Square were quiet, peaceful. It disgusted me. I crept toward our house, keeping to the shadows, my heart pounding like a drumbeat in my ears. I didn't want to be right. God, I wanted to be wrong. I wanted this to be some sick misunderstanding. But deep down I knew. The kitchen window was slightly open. A soft, golden light spilled onto the porch. I pressed myself against the house, moving slowly, carefully, until I could hear them. Molly and Ted. I forced myself to peek through the gap in the curtains. Molly stood by the counter, her body language relaxed, her head tilted back in laughter. Ted was close, too close, his hand resting casually on her hip. She reached up, trailing a finger along his jawline. You shaved, she murmured. Ted smirked. You noticed. I always notice. A slow exhale left my body, my vision tunneling. This was not the first time. This was routine. Then, without hesitation, Molly leaned in and kissed him. Not hesitantly, Not guiltily, not like someone making a mistake. She kissed him like she had a right to, like he belonged to her, like I was nothing. Something inside me cracked. I should have burst in, screamed, demanded answers. But instead, I stood there, frozen, watching my wife press her body against my best friend, listening to her whisper secrets meant only for me. Ted pulled away slightly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "We can't stay here too long," he said. "Scott's supposed to be at work, but you never know." Molly let out a soft laugh. "Oh, please. He never questions anything. We have time." I clenched my jaw. My knuckles turned white. I never question anything. Had I really been that blind? Had they been laughing at me this entire time? Then, Ted reached for her hand and led her toward the stairs. Our stairs. The ones that led to our bedroom. I turned away. I couldn't watch them go up together. That would be the moment that broke me. But I had seen enough. I walked away from the house, my steps slow, controlled. I felt like a ghost moving through my own life, a spectator in a story I had never agreed to be a part of. There was no confrontation that night. No screaming match. No accusations thrown in anger. Instead, I did something far more permanent. I went home, and I started packing. By the time Molly returned later that night, the suitcase was already by the door. I sat at the kitchen table, a letter in front of me. She walked in, her expression casual at first, but then she saw my face. She knew. Her mouth opened, but before she could speak, I pushed the letter toward her. "Read it." Her hands trembled as she picked it up. I watched as her face drained of color. When she finally looked up, there was something almost desperate in her eyes. "Scott, please, I can explain." I let out a breath. Then, with quiet finality, I said, "No, you can't." And then, I walked out the door. I stood outside my own house, watching through the window as Molly led Ted upstairs. My hands trembled, not from anger, but from something worse, cold, hollow realization. It was true. All of it. The whispers, the laughter, the cryptic conversations. The strange feeling that Molly was different some nights, more hesitant or more eager. The lingering glances between the sisters, the unspoken rules they shared. I had spent years living inside a deception so intricate, so perfectly woven, that I had never even seen the threads. Until now. I exhaled slowly, forcing myself to step back from the window, away from the sickening intimacy playing out beyond the glass. A twisted part of me wanted to stay, to watch, to gather more proof, to let the rage consume me. But I knew it wouldn't change anything. The truth was already carved into my bones. I had to leave. Back inside, the house was eerily silent. Our home. Or at least, it had been. I walked through the living room, running my fingers over the framed photos of Molly and me. There we were on our honeymoon, smiling under the golden glow of a Santorini sunset. Another picture, taken last Christmas, showed me with my arm around her, blissfully unaware that she was likely thinking about another man. Or maybe not. Maybe I wasn't even her husband that night. Maybe I had held Amy instead, or Hannah, never knowing the difference. The thought made my stomach churn. I sat at the kitchen table, hands gripping the pen so tightly it almost snapped. I wasn't sure what to say. How do you put betrayal into words? How do you sum up the realization that your entire life has been a lie? I began writing. "Molly, I know everything. I know about Ted, about Ari, about your games. I know that the love I believed in was nothing more than a mask you wore, one of many you and your sisters have perfected. I know I was never a husband to you, only a role to be played in your twisted little world. And most of all, I know this. I'm leaving. I won't scream. I won't beg for answers. I won't give you the satisfaction of seeing me break. I hope, one day, you feel even a fraction of what I feel right now. Goodbye. Scott." I placed the letter on the kitchen counter, right where she would see it. Then I walked to the bedroom, the same bed she had warmed with another man just minutes ago. I took only what I needed, a bag of clothes, my passport, my phone. I wouldn't look back. As I reached the front door, I hesitated. The old Scott, the one who had spent years adoring Molly, believing in her, wanted to turn around, wanted to wait until she came home to see her face when she read the letter. But I wasn't that man anymore. I turned the knob, stepping into the cool night air. As I walked to my car, I glanced once more at Amy's house. The kitchen lights were still on. I imagined them in there, sipping wine, laughing, spinning more lies to trap the next fool who wandered into their web. I gritted my teeth. No more. I slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. The road stretched out before me, dark and endless, but for the first time in a long time, I felt something close to freedom. I had lost my wife, but maybe, just maybe, I had finally found myself. I drove for hours without a destination, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The road stretched before me, empty and endless, swallowed by the night. I turned off my phone somewhere past the city limits, silencing the vibrating reminders of my shattered life. Molly was calling. Of course she was. At some point, I pulled into a roadside motel, the neon sign buzzing in the quiet. The room smelled like bleach and stale air. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall, trying to make sense of it all. What had been real? The way Molly used to hold my face in her hands when she kissed me? The way she whispered my name in the dark? The way she'd roll over in the morning and nuzzle against my chest, sighing contentedly? Had any of it been real, or had I simply been playing a role in a script she had written long before I even met her? I turned my phone back on. 37 missed calls, 3 voicemails, and 1 text. Scott, please, just talk to me. I pressed play on the first voicemail. Her voice was frantic, breathless. Scott, I don't know where you are, but please, please come home. I can explain everything. I swear it's not what you think. Not what I think. I played the next one. Okay, you're scaring me now. Just tell me you're okay. I love you. You know that, right? We can fix this. Fix this. The last voicemail was different. Her voice was softer, quieter, the kind of voice she used when she wanted to manipulate me. Scott, I know you're listening, and I know you're angry. But before you do anything drastic, just remember, secrets go both ways. Let's not make a mess of things. Call me. I froze. Secret go both ways. My breath hitched. What did that mean? Was she bluffing? Or did she actually have something on me? I wasn't perfect. I had my share of mistakes. But nothing like this. Nothing that could justify what she had done. Right? I put the phone down, rubbing my temples. My mind was a hurricane, swirling with questions I didn't want to ask. How long had she been planning this? Was I the only husband in Oakley Square who had found out? And the worst thought of all, the one that made my stomach lurch, was Molly pregnant? Had she already switched me out for Ted? Or Ari? Had she already sealed my fate as the unwitting father to a child that wasn't mine? I stood abruptly, pacing the small room. I had to do something. But what? Going back wasn't an option. I knew that. I could never look at Molly the same way again. But leaving wasn't enough. I couldn't just disappear and let them get away with it. They had been playing a game for God knows how long. But I could play too. I picked up my phone, staring at Molly's last message. Then, for the first time since leaving, I smiled. Let's not make a mess of things, she had said. Oh, Molly, you have no idea what kind of mess I'm about to make. Twisted love when she came back, but I moved on. The house still smelled like her. I didn't know why. It had been almost a year since Jenny packed up her things and walked out the door, choosing another man over the life we'd built together. I'd scrubbed the floors, washed the sheets, even bought a new couch. And yet, some nights, I swore I could still catch the faintest trace of her perfume in the air. Maybe it was all in my head. The thought clung to me as I pulled into my driveway, stepping out of my car with my gym bag slung over my shoulder. My body ached from the 3-hour karate session. Every muscle burned, my knuckles throbbed, and there was a dull pain in my ribs from a poorly blocked kick. I liked the pain, though. It reminded me I was still here, still moving forward. Training was my salvation. Without it, I might have drowned in the silence Jenny left behind. I walked up the steps to my porch, already reaching into my pocket for my keys when I saw her. Angela. She was sitting on the wooden swing, one leg crossed over the other, her foot bouncing lightly in the air. She wore jeans and a snug green sweater that clung to her curves. Her dark brown hair pulled into a loose ponytail. A half smile tugged at her lips as she lifted a hand in greeting. "Hey, stranger." I stopped in my tracks, blinking at her as my mind raced to catch up. Angela, Jenny's best friend. The one person I hadn't expected to see sitting on my porch like she belonged there. I hadn't seen her since the divorce. Not once. "What are you doing here?" I asked, too tired to dance around the obvious. Angela tilted her head, as if considering the question. I asked myself that exact thing about 20 minutes ago." She grinned. "But since I'm already here, what do you say? Want to buy a girl a beer?" I hesitated, my fingers tightening around the strap of my gym bag. Jenny's best friend. My ex-wife's closest confidant. This should have felt wrong, but for some reason it didn't. I exhaled and jerked my head toward the door. "Come on in. I need a shower first, though." Angela followed me inside, her boots clicking softly against the hardwood floors. The house felt different with her in it, less empty, less haunted by memories. She wandered toward the kitchen while I tossed my gym bag onto a chair, peeling off my sweat-drenched hoodie. "Still drinking that cheap beer?" she called over her shoulder. I smirked. "Only the finest." I disappeared into the bathroom, turning on the shower and letting the hot water work its magic on my sore muscles. As I washed, I thought about Angela. She was different from Jenny in every way that mattered. Jenny had been tall, blonde, and effortlessly poised. The kind of woman who turned heads in a crowded room. Angela was shorter, cavia, with dark eyes that always held a spark of mischief. And yet, they'd been inseparable. I shut off the water, dried off, and threw on a fresh t-shirt and jeans before heading to the kitchen. Angela was already seated at the counter, 2 open beers in front of her. She slid one toward me as I walked in. "Thanks," I said, taking a sip. She studied me for a moment, her expression unreadable. "So, how have you been, Nick?" I let out a dry chuckle. "You really want to know?" She gave me a look. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't." I sighed, leaning against the counter. "I've been busy. Work, training, trying to keep my head above water." Angela nodded. "Karate, huh? You always talked about getting serious about it." "Yeah, got a tournament coming up in Columbus." Her eyebrows lifted. "Impressive." She took a sip of her beer, then set it down. "Listen, I know this might be weird, me being here, but I don't know. I missed you." I studied her, searching for the catch. "Angela, if this is about Jenny." "It's not," she interrupted, shaking her head. "I swear, this isn't about her. It's about you." I stared at her, unsure whether to believe her. But Angela held my gaze, steady and unflinching. She wasn't lying. For the first time in months, I felt something shift inside me. A break in the monotony. A crack in the walls I'd built. Maybe this wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was exactly what I needed. The next few weeks fell into an easy rhythm, though I wasn't sure how it happened. Angela and I just started spending time together. At first, it was little things, grabbing a drink after work, watching a baseball game at my place. Then she started dropping by unannounced, like she'd always belonged in my life. I'd come home from the dojo, exhausted, and there she'd be, sitting on my porch steps with 2 beers, greeting me with that easy smile. "I'm starting to think you don't have a life," I joked one night, grabbing the cold bottle from her hand. She smirked, says the guy who punches and kicks things for fun. I chuckled and took a long sip, letting the bitter fizz of the beer settle on my tongue. The summer air was warm, thick with the scent of fresh-cut grass. Angela stretched her legs out, the porch light casting a glow over her bare skin. "You training hard?" she asked. "Every damn day." She glanced at me, brushing a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I don't get it. What's the goal? I mean, I know you're doing the tournament, but why?" It was a simple question, but I felt its weight. I leaned back, rolling the bottle between my fingers. "Because when I fight, I don't think about anything else," I admitted. No past, no regrets. Just movement. Just action. Angela was quiet for a moment, then nodded. I get that. She said it like she really did. Like she knew what it was to escape something. That was how it always was with Angela. Effortless conversations, teasing that never felt forced, silences that weren't awkward. She never pried about Jenny, never asked me if I still missed her. If she was here to play spy for my ex, she was doing a damn good job pretending she wasn't. One Saturday, she showed up wearing an old baseball jersey that swallowed her frame, a Yankees cap pulled low over her dark hair. Want to get out of here? She asked. Where to? She grinned. Ball game. I got us tickets. She drove us to the minor league stadium just outside of town, the air filled with the scent of roasted peanuts and sizzling hot dogs. We sat in the nosebleeds, laughing as she heckled the pitcher. You gonna throw a real pitch, or should I come down there and show you how it's done? She shouted, cupping her hand around her mouth. People turned. I shook my head, laughing. Jesus, Angie. What? I'm helping. She winked at me, then stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't thinking about the past. I wasn't analyzing whether this was right or wrong. I was just there with her, and it felt good. When the game ended, we walked back to her car under the bright glow of the stadium lights. She tossed me the keys. Want to drive? I raised an eyebrow. Since when do you let anyone drive your car? Since I had 3 beers, genius. I smirked, unlocking the doors. As we climbed inside, something shifted between us. Maybe it was the intimacy of the night, the shared laughter, or the way she sat close, her knee brushing against mine. I didn't know what this was, whether it was friendship or something tiptoeing toward the edge of something more. But I knew one thing. Angela wasn't just filling the empty spaces in my life. She was becoming something else entirely. And that terrified me. The moment I stepped inside Angela's apartment, I knew something was different. The kitchen table, usually cluttered with mail and half-empty coffee cups, was neatly set with a white tablecloth. 2 wine glasses sat side by side, filled just enough to catch the light of the flickering candles in the center. The scent of something rich and buttery filled the air, garlic, maybe rosemary. The whole scene was warm, intimate. And then there was Angela. She wasn't in her usual jeans or that oversized sweatshirt she loved. Instead, she wore a short black skirt that hugged her hips and a pale blue sweater that made her eyes look impossibly bright. Her dark hair, usually tied back in a ponytail, tumbled in loose waves around her shoulders. My pulse did something strange. Damn, Angie, I said, trying to sound casual. Are we going somewhere fancy? And I didn't get the memo. She laughed, but there was a nervous edge to it. No, I just felt like dressing up a little tonight. I wanted to ask why, but something in her expression made me hold back. Instead, I let my eyes linger on her for just a second too long before stepping forward. It smells incredible in here, I said, inhaling deeply. What are we having? Chicken piccata, she said, turning to the stove. It's almost done. She moved gracefully, reaching for a wooden spoon, stirring the sauce in slow, deliberate motions. The golden light of the kitchen brushed against her skin, highlighting the curve of her neck, the delicate line of her jaw. I swallowed hard. What the hell was happening to me? For weeks, Angela and I had been friends. Good friends. But tonight, this didn't feel like friendship. This felt like something unspoken, something neither of us was ready to admit out loud. And the way she glanced at me, quickly and then away, like she was afraid of what I might see in her eyes, I wasn't imagining that. Dinner passed in a blur. The food was delicious, but I barely tasted it. I was too aware of how close she was, how the candlelight softened her features, how the scent of her perfume mixed with the citrus and butter from the meal. We talked, we laughed, we drank. And then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she led me to the living room. Soft music played from her speaker, something slow and low, the kind of song that wraps around you and lingers. Angela sank onto the couch, tucking her legs under her, and patted the spot beside her. I hesitated. I could leave right now. say goodnight, drive home, and pretend tonight was just another evening. Or I could stay. I sat down. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the music, the distant murmur of cars passing outside. Angela exhaled, almost like she'd been holding her breath. Then she turned to me, her dark eyes searching mine. "Nick," she said softly. There was something in her voice, uncertainty, maybe fear. I felt it too, that charged space between what we were and what we could be. I swallowed. "Yeah." She bit her lip, hesitated, then reached out, her fingers brushing against my hand. Light, barely a touch, but it was enough. I caught her wrist, stopping her. "Angela, if you start this, be sure." She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in, her lips just a breath away from mine. "I've been sure for a long time," she whispered. Then she kissed me. The moment her lips met mine, something inside me cracked open. Her hand slid up my chest, fingers curling into my shirt. The kiss was slow at first, testing, learning. But then I cupped the back of her neck and deepened it, and she melted against me with a soft sigh. Heat surged through me. God, it had been so long. Too long since I'd felt a woman like this, soft and warm, pressing into me like she belonged there. My hands found her waist, then her hips, pulling her closer. Her body molded against mine, her breath hitching as I traced my fingers over the curve of her back. It was effortless. It was electric. It was everything I hadn't realized I needed. And then, she pulled away. Abruptly, like something had burned her. Her breath was ragged, her eyes wide, almost panicked. She stared at me, lips still slightly parted, fingers trembling where they clutched at my shirt. "Angela," my voice was hoarse. "What's wrong?" She shook her head. I can't." Before I could say anything, she shot up from the couch and bolted to the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. I sat there, heart hammering, every nerve in my body still lit up from the kiss. I had no idea what the hell had just happened. But I knew one thing for sure. Nothing between Angela and me would ever be the same again. The next morning, Angela was gone. Not just from my bed. She was nowhere to be found. No text, no call, nothing. I sat in my car outside her apartment for nearly an hour, debating whether to knock. My fingers hovered over my phone screen, rereading the last messages I'd sent her. "Angela, we need to talk. Please." Nothing but silence. A part of me wanted to believe she needed space, that maybe she was embarrassed about how she bolted after kissing me. But the way she looked at me before running off, the panic, the regret, it gnawed at me like an open wound. By Monday, frustration had settled into my bones. I wasn't the type to chase people, but Angela wasn't just anyone. She had waltzed into my life again, flipped my world upside down, and now, nothing. Davis met me at our usual bar after work. He took one look at my scowl and ordered 2 whiskeys. "All right, spill," he said. I swirled the glass in my hand, watching the amber liquid catch the dim light. Angela kissed me. His brows shot up. "And that's bad, how?" Because right after, she ran out of the room like she'd seen a ghost. Locked herself in the bathroom. I haven't heard from her since. Davis whistled. "Damn, that's dramatic." I downed the whiskey, the burn settling deep in my chest. "I don't get it, man. We were hanging out for weeks. She wanted this. I know she did. Then suddenly, she's gone." Davis leaned back, considering. "Sounds like she's dealing with something." I scoffed. "No kidding. But what? If she regretted it, fine. Just say so. But radio silence? That's bullshit." He nodded, then tilted his glass toward me. "Only one way to find out, brother." I gritted my teeth. He was right. If Angela wasn't going to give me answers, I'd get them myself. I tried once more before showing up at her door. My fingers drummed against the steering wheel as I stared at her apartment building, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the street. One more time. I pulled out my phone, tapped her contact, and hit call. It rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, to my surprise, she picked up. "Angela," I said immediately. Silence. I could hear her breathing, shallow and hesitant. Talk to me, I urged. If you don't want this, just say it. But don't leave me in the dark. More silence. Then, finally, a whisper. Nick, I can't. A sharp pang shot through me. Can't what? I need time. The words were fragile, but something about them felt off, like an excuse, a way to push me away without really saying why. I clenched my jaw. Damn it, Angela. Time for what? A shaky breath on the other end. I have to go. The line went dead. I stared at my phone, my pulse hammering. Something wasn't right, and I was done waiting for answers. That night, I threw myself into training with an aggression I hadn't felt in years. Every punch, every kick, every drop of sweat felt like a way to rid myself of the frustration curling inside me. But it didn't help. Not really. Angela had gotten under my skin. By the end of the week, the irritation had simmered into something else, determination. If she wasn't going to tell me what was going on, I'd find out myself. I was going to see her, and this time, she wouldn't run. Angela had been avoiding me for nearly 2 weeks. I wasn't the type to chase, but something about the way she pulled away that night haunted me. The way her lips trembled against mine, the way her hands clung to me like she wanted me more than anything, only to shove me away like she was terrified of it. I needed answers. That's how I found myself parked outside her apartment on a cool Saturday afternoon, gripping the steering wheel like it held the key to understanding her. For the first time in months, I wasn't thinking about my karate tournament, my broken marriage, or even the scars Jenny had left on me. All I could think about was Angela. I climbed out of the car and marched to her door. My heart pounded as I knocked. Silence. I knocked again, louder this time. A shadow moved behind the peephole. A long pause. Then, finally, her voice, muffled and uncertain. Nick, I can't see you right now. Her words were like a slap. A week ago, we were tangled on her couch, kissing like the world was ending. Now, she couldn't even look at me? I exhaled sharply. Well, that's a problem, Angie, because I'm not leaving until we talk. Please, just go. No. Silence. Then the lock clicked. The door opened an inch, just enough for me to see her. Her dark brown eyes looked exhausted, rimmed with smudges of sleepless nights. She wasn't dressed to impress tonight. No heels, no perfect makeup, just an oversized t-shirt and leggings. But somehow, she looked more real than ever. She hesitated. I don't know if this is a good idea. I leaned against the doorframe. Neither do I, but I think we should find out. She swallowed hard. Then, as if something inside her crumbled, she stepped aside and let me in. Inside, the place felt smaller than I remembered, like the walls had shrunk with the weight of whatever she was keeping inside. The living room was dimly lit, the scent of lavender candles lingering in the air. A half-finished glass of wine sat on the coffee table, next to a book she clearly hadn't been reading. Angela wrapped her arms around herself and leaned against the couch. You shouldn't be here, Nick. Then why did you let me in? She looked away. I sat down, stretching my legs out. All right, let's cut the bullshit. You kissed me, Angela. You wanted that just as much as I did. I know, she whispered. Then why run? She closed her eyes, exhaling through her nose. Because it's not that simple. I studied her, waiting. She didn't offer more. Look, Angie, I've been through enough games to last me a lifetime. So if this is some kind of mind trick, it's not, she interrupted, her voice sharp. She looked at me then, and for the first time, I saw it. The fear behind her walls. I care about you, Nick. I do. But I've been keeping something from you, and I don't know if I can tell you without ruining everything. I sat forward. Try me. Angela hesitated, fingers gripping the hem of her shirt like she needed something to hold on to. Then, finally she spoke. This is about Jenny. The name hit me like a cold wind. I clenched my jaw. What about her? Angela bit her lip, looking torn between wanting to tell me everything and wanting to shove it back down. She's not happy, Nick. I scoffed, leaning back. Yeah, well, That's what happens when you leave your husband for another man. Angela flinched. It's not that simple. I laughed bitterly. You keep saying that. She rubbed her arms, exhaling. Alec wasn't who she thought he was. He was charming at first, but after a while, things changed. He got controlling, then angry, and then she trailed off, but I caught the meaning. Alec had hurt her. For a moment, I didn't say anything. I stared at the flickering candle on the table, watching its flame twist and writhe. Jenny, my wife, the woman who had ripped my heart out and fed it to another man. And now, she was suffering. I should have felt nothing. But I did. Not love, not longing. Just a bitter, aching sadness for what we used to be. Angela watched me closely. She regrets leaving you, Nick. She wants to come back. My jaw tightened. And let me guess, she sent you to test the waters for her. Angela shook her head quickly. No, at first maybe, but she broke off, looking away. I frowned. But what? She swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. But then I fell for you. The words settled between us like a storm cloud. She didn't move, didn't breathe, as if waiting for me to reject her, to call her a liar, to storm out and never look back. But I didn't, because deep down I already knew. I stood up, walking over to her. Angie, I murmured, look at me. She did, slowly. I reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I don't love Jenny anymore, I said, my voice steady. I love what we had, but that's gone. Her breath hitched. Nick. I tilted her chin up. What about us? Tears filled her eyes, but this time she didn't run. She didn't hide. And in that moment I knew. This wasn't the end. This was the beginning. Angela sat across from me, curled into the corner of her couch, hugging a throw pillow to her chest. The apartment was dimly lit, casting soft shadows on the walls, and the only sound was the distant hum of her refrigerator. She wouldn't look at me. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. Angela, talk to me. She sighed heavily. I don't even know where to start. Start with why you kissed me like you meant it, then ran like hell. She flinched. Her fingers tightened around the pillow. Because I did mean it. My chest tightened. Then why did you pull away? Angela chewed on her bottom lip. I could see the conflict in her eyes, the war waging inside her. Finally, she spoke. This started as something else, Nick. Something I didn't plan for. I clenched my jaw. What does that mean? She took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, as if trying to push something heavy from her chest. I need you to know, first, that I didn't come into this with bad intentions. I missed you. That's real. The way I feel about you, that's real too. But the reason I showed up that first day, the reason I came back into your life, it wasn't just me. It was Jenny. At that moment, the room seemed to shrink around me. What? My voice came out cold, distant like it wasn't mine. Angela's gaze finally met mine, guilt written all over her face. She wants you back, Nick. I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. You're joking. I wish I was. I shot up from the couch, pacing the length of her small living room. My skin burned, my pulse pounded in my ears. Unbelievable. She leaves me, cheats on me, then what? Decides she made a mistake and wants to rewind time. Angela swallowed. Pretty much. I turned, pinning her with a stare. And you? What? You were sent here to feel me out. To warm me up to the idea? She shook her head, eyes glistening. At first, maybe, but it wasn't like that, Nick. I swear. I let out a bitter laugh. Enlighten me, then. Angela hesitated, then folded her legs beneath her, pulling herself upright as if bracing for a storm. After Jenny left, we barely talked. She and Alec were living in some fancy downtown apartment, and I assumed she was happy. But then about 6 months ago, she called me. She was crying. Angela's voice wavered, and for the first time, I saw something beyond guilt, pain. She told me Alec had changed, that he wasn't who she thought he was. At first, it was little things, jealousy, control, put her down in front of people. But then one night he snapped. He hit her, Nick. A cold weight settled in my chest. I clenched my fists, every muscle in my body going rigid. I had never wished harm on Jenny, even after what she did, but hearing this, it made my blood boil. She left him after that, Angela continued, voice barely above a whisper. She packed her stuff and went to her sister's place in Cleveland. That's when she started talking about you, regretting everything. She said leaving you was the biggest mistake of her life. That she. Angela broke off, shaking her head. It doesn't matter. I sat back down, staring at the floor. The anger hadn't left, but something else settled in its place. Exhaustion. So she sent you? My voice was flat. No. Angela looked at me fiercely now. I came to you on my own. At first, I thought maybe I'd just check in, see how you were. Maybe I wanted to gauge if there was still something there between you two. But the more time I spent with you, the more I realized. She trailed off. Realized what? Her lips parted, but the words took a moment to come out. That I didn't want you to go back to her. That I wanted you. My breath caught. I didn't expect it, Nick, she continued, voice raw. I never saw you that way before. But then we started spending time together, and it just happened. And that night, when we kissed, I knew it wasn't just some old friendship turning into attraction. It was real, and it scared the hell out of me. Silence stretched between us. I studied her, my mind a tangled mess. The betrayal of Jenny's scheme. The truth of Angela's feelings. The undeniable fact that, despite everything, I wanted her to. So why run? I asked. Tears welled in her eyes. Because I felt like I was stealing something that wasn't mine. Like maybe, deep down, you still belonged to her. I exhaled, running a hand down my face. Angela. She shook her head quickly. I know it sounds stupid, but I care about you, Nick. And I couldn't. No, I wouldn't. Let myself be the reason you made the wrong choice. I let her words settle. Jenny was my past. A wound I had stitched up with blood and sweat and time. I had spent months convincing myself I was over her, that I had moved on. And now here she was, trying to pull me back into a life that wasn't mine anymore. But Angela? She had never been part of the plan. And yet, sitting across from her, hearing the way her voice trembled, seeing the way her hands curled tightly in her lap, I realized something. I wanted her in my life, not as a friend, not as Jenny's messenger, but as something real. I reached across the space between us, taking her hands in mine. She looked up, startled. Angela, I said, my voice steady now, sure. I don't belong to Jenny anymore. I don't even think I ever did. Her breath hitched. What about me? She whispered. I tightened my grip on her hands. Let's find out. Angela's confession hung between us like an exposed wire, sparking with tension. I sat still, my heart hammering as the weight of her words settled over me. Jenny wanted me back. For a moment, my mind flashed back to our early years. Lazy Sundays in bed, road trips with no destination, the way she used to rest her head on my chest and whisper about the future. But then came the fights, the indifference, the way she packed her bags with barely a glance back, chasing after a man she thought was better than me. And now she was drowning, looking for a lifeboat. I wasn't it. I exhaled, steadying my voice. I don't love Jenny anymore, Angela. Her breath hitched. Her fingers curled into the fabric of her oversized t-shirt, as if bracing for impact. Are you sure? I nodded. I love the memory of us, the idea of what we were. But that's gone. It died the moment she walked out. Angela's dark eyes locked onto mine, searching. For doubt? For hesitation? I wasn't sure. You were never part of my past with Jenny, I continued. You were my friend too. And these last few months? They weren't about her. They were about us. A small, nervous laugh escaped her lips. U.S. She repeated the words softly, as if testing how it tasted. I leaned forward. I need to know, Angie, do you want this? Do you want me? Her hands trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away when I reached out, fingers brushing over hers. Nick, her voice cracked. I thought I was helping Jenny, but then I got caught up in it. I started looking forward to our nights out, to our talks, to you. And that night, when I kissed you, I realized something. She swallowed hard, eyes glossy with unshed tears. I wasn't testing the waters for Jenny. I was testing them for me. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until it escaped in a slow exhale. And a hesitant smile curved her lips. And I think I've been an idiot. I chuckled, squeezing her hand. Well, we've both been idiots then. A charged silence fell between us, but this time, it wasn't heavy with doubt. It was something else, something electric. Angela shifted forward, her face inches from mine. Tell me this isn't a mistake. I shook my head. The only mistake would be walking away now. She closed the space between us, pressing her lips against mine. This time, there was no hesitation, no guilt, just warmth and certainty. Her hands slipped up my arms, fingers gripping my shoulders like she was afraid to let go. I pulled her closer, feeling the way she melted against me. This wasn't desperation. This wasn't filling a void. This was real. When we finally parted, she let out a breathy laugh. So what now? I smirked. Well, I've got a tournament trophy collecting dust in my car, and I'm starving. How about we order pizza and watch a terrible movie? She grinned. Nick, that might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. We laughed, and just like that, the past loosened its grip. Jenny was gone, but Angela was here. And for the first time in a long time, I knew I wasn't alone anymore. She cheated and called me a workhorse, but one moment in court changed everything. The courtroom smelled of old paper, polished wood, and the stale breath of too many people crammed into one space. The walls were lined with books that no one read, their spines stiff and untouched, more for show than function. The judge, a woman with short-cropped silver hair and eyes that had seen too much, sat on her high perch, peering down at the rest of us like a queen passing judgment on peasants. I sat at the defendant's table, my hands clasped together so tightly my knuckles were turning white. My lawyer, Claire Mathers, flipped through a folder, her manicured nails clicking against the pages as if she already knew the outcome and was just going through the motions. Across from us, Sophia sat with perfect posture, one leg crossed over the other, her back so straight she could have been carved from marble. She was wearing white. Of course she was. The color of innocence. A delicate gold bracelet dangled from her wrist, catching the light every time she moved. It was new, expensive, not something I had bought her. I knew better than to expect fairness in divorce court. Justice wasn't blind here. It had a favorite, and it sure as hell wasn't me. I was the man, the husband, the workhorse she had ridden until I had nothing left to give. And now, she wanted to discard me like a broken tool. The bailiff called the room to order, his voice a gravelly boom that rattled through my ribs. The opposing lawyer, a man with sharp features and the kind of arrogance that came with overconfidence, stood up first. Your Honor, my client has endured an exhausting and emotionally taxing marriage. She entered this relationship believing she had a partner, only to find herself burdened with a man who lacked ambition, who stagnated instead of striving for more. She gave everything to this marriage, only to be met with disappointment. The words stung, but I didn't flinch. I had been expecting them. I risked a glance at Sophia. She sat there, composed, watching her lawyer spin a story where she was the saint and I was the dead weight. She didn't even have the decency to look ashamed. Then she spoke. Ryan has always been a hard worker. Her voice was smooth, practiced, the same tone she used when she used to talk to guests at dinner parties. But some men work hard and build something. Others, well, they just work. They don't climb. They don't evolve. They just exist, like a workhorse. Strong, dependable, but ultimately useless in the long run. A ripple of amusement passed through the courtroom. Someone even laughed. I clenched my jaw so tight I thought my teeth might crack. Claire shot me a look. Don't react. That's what she wants. But inside, something snapped. I had always known Sophia thought she was better than me. I had felt in the way she sighed when she looked at my work boots by the door, the way she rolled her eyes when I came home late from a double shift, the way she spoke about her real estate investor friends and their lavish vacations while I was the one keeping our mortgage afloat. But to hear her say it so casually, like it was some universal truth, like I was beneath her, I let out a slow breath, steadying myself. I could feel the judge's eyes on me, waiting to see if I would crack, if I would be the angry, bitter husband Sophia wanted me to be. But I wouldn't give her that satisfaction. Instead, I sat back, folded my hands on the table, let the words settle, let them sink in. And then, beneath the burn of humiliation, something unexpected emerged. A clarity, a realization. She had just given me exactly what I needed. Because now, I knew for certain, I wasn't fighting to keep something worth saving. I was fighting to take back what was mine. I met her gaze across the courtroom, and for the first time in our entire marriage, I saw something flicker in her eyes that wasn't amusement. It was doubt. Outside the courthouse, the city moved on, uncaring. People rushed past, faces buried in their phones, shoulders hunched against the autumn wind. The world didn't stop for heartbreak. It never had, never would. I took a deep breath, letting the crisp air fill my lungs, letting the sting of it sharpen my thoughts. The weight of Sophia's words still pressed against my chest, but beneath it, something else stirred. Not anger, not grief, clarity. For the first time in a long while, I let myself truly look back. Sophia and I met on a Wednesday. I remember because I had just come off a 12-hour shift at the site, my boots still caked in mud, my hands raw from a long day. She was sitting at the bar, effortlessly put together, deep red lipstick, legs crossed, sipping something in a delicate glass. I had no business walking up to her. But she looked at me first. "You look like you need a drink," she had said, her voice smooth, teasing. I did, but I needed her more. That first conversation was easy. She laughed at my dry humor, leaned in just enough to let me think I had a chance. And when she scribbled her number on my receipt, it felt like I had stepped into someone else's life. Someone luckier, someone meant for more than hard work and tired nights. I should have known then. I should have realized that love, real love, isn't something you have to earn like a paycheck. The thing about Sophia, she was intoxicating. She had this way of making you feel like the most important person in the room until you weren't. At first, it was small things. She'd pout when I picked up an extra shift, sigh when I came home late. She'd playfully complain about our tiny apartment, about the used furniture, about how we deserved more. And she wasn't wrong. So I work harder. When she wanted the downtown condo with the floor-to-ceiling windows, I put in more hours. When she wanted weekend getaways, I found side gigs. When she quit her job to find her passion, I tightened our budget, took fewer lunches, said no to the things I wanted so she could have everything she needed. And she thanked me, at least at first. But gratitude has an expiration date when someone believes they're entitled to more. I can't pinpoint the exact moment things changed. Maybe it wasn't a moment. Maybe it was a series of moments stacked on top of each other like bricks in a wall I hadn't noticed being built. I do remember the way she started looking at me. Not with admiration, not with love, with disappointment. Like I was something she had once wanted but had now outgrown. Like I was the old car she had driven through college, reliable, familiar, but embarrassing to be seen with now that she had a better parking spot. I tried. God, did I try. I surprised her with dinners. I asked about her dreams, her goals. I told her she was beautiful, that I was proud of her. But love is not a solo act. You can't hold up both ends of a relationship on your own. And Sophia? She had already started checking out. I see it now, clear as day, but back then I was blind. Or maybe I just refused to see. Our third anniversary. I had spent months planning it. She had been talking about this one restaurant, some high-end place where the waiters wore suits and the portions were small, but the prices were big. I booked a table. And after dinner, a surprise weekend away at a cabin up north. Just the two of us, no distractions. I can still see the way she looked at me when I told her. Not excitement, not joy, just a small, unimpressed nod. "That's it," she had said. 2 words. That's all it took to hollow me out. I had smiled through it. I had told myself she was just tired, that she didn't mean it like that. But deep down, I knew. I knew I was giving her everything. And she thought it still wasn't enough. It didn't take long after that for the truth to unravel. She stopped pretending, stopped hiding the late nights, the vague explanations, the sudden weekend trips with her friends. And then, one night, I found the receipt. A necklace. Elegant, expensive. The kind of thing I would have saved up months to buy for her. But I hadn't bought it. And when I asked her about it, she had laughed. Laughed. "Oh, Ryan, it's just a gift for a friend." A friend. I had nodded, swallowed the bile in my throat, and something inside me, something strong, something important, cracked. It took me longer than it should have, but eventually I did what I should have done a long time ago. I stopped trying. I stopped fighting for someone who had stopped fighting for me. And now, here we were, standing on opposite sides of a courtroom, the final wreckage of our marriage laid out like evidence at a crime scene. I exhaled slowly, my breath misting in the cool air. For so long, I had seen myself through her eyes. The workhorse, the beast of burden, useful only until he wasn't. But I wasn't that man anymore. Not today. Not ever again. I straightened my tie, rolled my shoulders, and stepped back into the courthouse. It was time to rewrite the ending. I should have seen the signs. Hindsight is a cruel teacher, always pointing out what you missed long after it's too late. The late nights with no explanation. The weekend trips with her friends that never included me. The way she'd roll her eyes when I asked how her day was, as if the mere sound of my voice was an inconvenience. But those were just cracks. The real break, the moment I knew, without a doubt, that our marriage was already dead, happened on our 3rd anniversary. I had been planning for months. Our first date had been at this tiny Italian restaurant downtown, a family-run place with candlelit tables and mismatched plates that somehow made it feel more intimate. I remembered the way Sophia's eyes had lit up when she took her first bite of gnocchi, how she laughed when she got a smudge of sauce on her cheek. Back then, she had looked at me like I was the only man in the room. So, for our anniversary, I booked the same place. I even arranged for the chef, an old Italian man who barely spoke English but remembered us, to recreate our first meal. That was just the start. After dinner, I was going to surprise her with a weekend getaway. I had saved for months, cutting back on lunches, taking extra shifts, canceling personal expenses just to afford it. A cabin by the lake. Just us. No work, no stress, no distractions. I told myself it would remind her of what we used to have, of what we could still be. I was such a fool. The night arrived. I was waiting at home, dressed in the suit she once said made me look like someone important. I had flowers, a handwritten note, even a small gift, a necklace with a delicate silver pendant, something simple but thoughtful. She walked in an hour late. Not rushing, not apologizing. Just there. Her makeup was fresh, but not for me. Her hair was done, but not for me. There was a scent on her skin, something unfamiliar, something expensive. She barely glanced at the flowers. "What's this?" she asked, like I was presenting her with an inconvenience instead of an anniversary surprise. I swallowed, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. Dinner reservations. At Rialto's, where we had our first date. I smiled, waiting for that flicker of nostalgia, that warmth I had been holding onto for years. Instead, she sighed. "Ryan, seriously?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" She shrugged off her coat, tossing it onto the couch like this was any other night. "I'm exhausted. Work was hell. Can't we just stay in?" Work? She hadn't had a job in over a year. I felt something cold crawl up my spine, but I forced a chuckle, hoping, praying that this was just a bad mood. "It's our anniversary, sophomore. Come on, I made plans." She looked at me then, really looked at me, and whatever she saw must have irritated her, because she scoffed. "That's it. 2 words. 2 words, and I felt the air leave my lungs. I had been expecting a reaction, maybe excitement, maybe gratitude, even mild appreciation. But disappointment? That's it. I stared at her, trying to process what she had just said. I mean, a dinner reservation? She laughed, shaking her head. Come on, Ryan. You couldn't come up with something a little more. I don't know, exciting. Exciting. I had worked overtime to afford this night. I had gone without things I wanted, scrimping and saving just to make this special. But it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. She sighed dramatically, running a hand through her hair. Look, I already ate. Ashley and I grabbed sushi after work, and I have an early morning tomorrow. So, can we just... She waved a hand, dismissing me. Dismissing us. And just like that, the moment was gone. I don't know how long I stood there, watching her kick off her heels, scroll through her phone like it was any other night. Something inside me cracked. Not all at once. Not loud like glass shattering. It was subtle, slow, like a rope that had been fraying for years, finally snapping under the weight. I placed the flowers on the counter, sat down at the kitchen table, and for the first time, I saw my marriage for what it really was. A lie I'd been telling myself. She didn't even notice. Didn't notice how I stopped speaking. Didn't notice how my hands curled into fists under the table. Didn't notice the way my heart broke so quietly it didn't even make a sound. She just went about her night, humming a tune, texting someone with a small smile on her lips. I wanted to ask. I wanted to demand answers. But deep down, I already knew them. So instead, I picked up my jacket. I didn't say a word as I walked out the door. And she didn't ask where I was going. Maybe because she didn't care. Or maybe because she knew I wouldn't go far. Because that's who I was, wasn't it? The workhorse. The man who carried the load, no matter how heavy. The man who always came back. But that night, as I stepped into the cold, hands clenched in my pockets, something inside me whispered a quiet truth. Not this time. I stepped back into the courtroom with a different kind of energy. The kind that comes when a man has been dragged through fire, burned, and yet somehow, some way, he's still standing. Sophia sat in her chair, legs crossed, fingers tapping rhythmically against the polished wood of the table. Her lawyer, an overly confident man named Gregson, whispered something in her ear, making her smirk. I could already hear it. The next round of character assassination, the next attempt to paint me as nothing more than a pathetic, washed-up workhorse. But they didn't know. They didn't know that the foundation they had built their smugness on was already cracked. I sat down beside Claire, my lawyer, who adjusted her glasses and glanced at me. "Are you ready?" she murmured, low enough that only I could hear. "More than ready." Across the aisle, Sophia's eyes locked onto mine. There was something in her gaze, superiority laced with amusement. She thought this was a done deal. She had no idea what was coming. The judge rapped her gavel. "Court is back in session. Proceed." Gregson stood, adjusting his cuffs like he was preparing for a victory speech. "Your Honor, my client has suffered undue financial hardship due to the negligence and lack of ambition displayed by Mr. Ryan Carter. For years, she has shouldered the burden of maintaining their lifestyle, while he..." Gregson turned to me, his lips twisting, "contributed the bare minimum." The bare minimum. I stared at him, then at Sophia. I wondered if she could still hear my voice in her head, back when I used to tell her I'd do anything to make her happy. Gregson wasn't finished. Mr. Carter's earnings were never sufficient for the life he promised. My client was forced to dip into her personal savings. Claire shifted beside me, and I could feel it the moment she decided she'd had enough. She stood, cutting Gregson off mid-sentence. "Objection. Misrepresentation of financial records." The judge lifted an eyebrow. "Explain." Claire walked to the center of the courtroom, opening a sleek black folder. "Your Honor, we have documented evidence that not only did Mr. Carter contribute more than his fair share to the marriage, but Mrs. Carter actively siphoned funds from their joint account for personal use. And..." She lifted a separate document. "We have proof that the personal savings Mr. Gregson mentioned were, in fact, a separate account created by Mrs. Carter during the marriage, without Mr. Carter's knowledge." A murmur rippled through the courtroom. Sophia's posture stiffened. I allowed myself a slow breath, feeling the weight of years of manipulation start to lift piece by piece. The judge gestured toward the documents. Let me see those. Claire handed them over with the efficiency of someone who knew she had just fired the first real shot of the battle. As the judge flipped through the pages, Gregson shifted in his chair. Sophia, for the first time that day, looked uncertain. Claire continued, her voice smooth and measured. We have evidence showing that Mr. Carter worked extensive overtime hours, sometimes pulling 60-hour weeks to ensure that Mrs. Carter could maintain her lifestyle. Meanwhile, Mrs. Carter made multiple large withdrawals, some of which funded vacations and luxury purchases that Mr. Carter was not informed of, nor invited to attend. The words landed like stones in the room, heavy and undeniable. Gregson tried to regain control. Your Honor, my client had every right to manage her own finances. Of course, Claire cut in smoothly. But financial transparency is expected in a marriage, especially when the other party is being accused of not contributing enough. Mrs. Carter claimed financial hardship. The records tell a different story. The judge exhaled through her nose, her fingers steepled. This is concerning. Mr. Gregson, how do you respond? Sophia turned to Gregson, her lips pressed into a thin line. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, scanning the papers as if some loophole might magically appear. The silence stretched. Then Claire delivered the final blow. Furthermore, she said, taking a slow step forward, we have evidence that Mrs. Carter was not only financially dishonest, but also personally unfaithful. Sophia's head snapped up. Gregson sputtered. Objection. Overruled, the judge said without hesitation. Continue. Claire handed over another folder, this one thinner but somehow heavier than the rest. We have hotel receipts, phone records, and messages exchanged between Mrs. Carter and an individual named Benjamin Langley. These interactions were not only ongoing throughout the marriage, but continued after the divorce proceedings had begun. If the courtroom had been murmuring before, now it was roaring. Someone in the back actually gasped. Sophia's composure cracked, her face draining of color. She turned to Gregson, eyes wide, like she had just realized she had been playing a game she was no longer winning. Gregson cleared his throat. Your Honor, I'd like to request a recess. Denied. The judge's voice was steel. I believe we've heard enough for today. And just like that, the script had flipped. Sophia, who had strutted into this courtroom thinking she had already won, now sat frozen, her hands clasped too tightly in her lap. For the first time, she looked small. For the first time, she looked cornered. I sat back, exhaling slowly, letting it all sink in. I had walked in here feeling like a man carrying too much weight on his shoulders. I was walking out lighter. Not because I had one yet, but because for the first time in a long time, I wasn't the one being ridden into the ground anymore. The air in the courtroom was thick, humming with the kind of tension that precedes a storm. Sophia sat poised, legs crossed, arms folded, her expression a masterclass in feigned indifference. But I knew her too well. The slight twitch of her jaw, the way her fingers subtly tapped against her wrist. She wasn't as composed as she wanted everyone to believe. Claire, my lawyer, was the complete opposite. She moved with the unshakable confidence of a woman who had just placed a winning hand on the table. She adjusted the sleeves of her blazer, smoothed the papers in front of her, and then, in a voice as cool as steel, said, Your Honor, I'd like to present evidence that directly contradicts the narrative presented by the opposing counsel. The judge, a stern woman with sharp eyes, gestured for her to proceed. Claire turned, picked up the first folder from our table, and walked toward the bench, her heels clicking against the polished floor. She placed the folder down with deliberate care. These are the financial records for the duration of Mr. and Mrs. Carter's marriage. They include bank statements, mortgage payments, utility bills, credit card transactions, and other relevant expenses. You'll find that the majority of these costs, almost entirely, were covered by Mr. Carter. The judge flipped through the documents, her expression unreadable. The opposing lawyer, a sleek, well-groomed man named Eric Langston, frowned slightly but kept quiet. Claire continued, her voice steady, unwavering. Despite Mrs. Carter's claims that she supported the household, the records show that she contributed very little, if anything at all. In fact, Your Honor, Mrs. Carter withdrew money from their joint account under the guise of household expenses, but the transactions tell a different story. She lifted a second folder and handed it over. This is a detailed report of those transactions. Langston shifted in his seat. Sophia's posture stiffened. The judge peered down at the pages, flipping through them methodically. After a few moments, she raised an eyebrow and looked at Claire. Explain. Claire didn't hesitate. Your Honor, over the course of their marriage, Mrs. Carter transferred nearly $75,000 from their shared account into a private account. These funds were used to finance personal luxuries, spa treatments, designer handbags, private vacations, I should add, that did not include Mr. Carter. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. A few people in the back exchanged glances. The clerk coughed to hide what sounded suspiciously like a laugh. I didn't look at Sophia. I didn't need to. I could feel her seething beside me, her carefully curated facade starting to crack. Langston stood abruptly. Your Honor, I fail to see the relevance of. Claire cut him off with a single raised finger. I'm not finished. The judge allowed it, motioning for her to continue. Claire picked up the final folder, the one that would drive the nail into Sophia's carefully constructed coffin. And finally, she said, her voice quiet but sharp as a knife, we have proof of Mrs. Carter's infidelity. The murmurs turned into full-blown whispers. Someone in the back let out a low whistle. Sophia went completely still. Langston's mouth tightened. He whispered something to her, but she didn't react. Claire handed the last folder to the judge. Inside were photographs, hotel receipts, screenshots of text messages. Every careless, arrogant step Sophia had taken, laid out in black and white. For over a year, Mrs. Carter engaged in an extramarital affair with one Benjamin Hallows, a business associate she met during a so-called work retreat. These receipts show multiple overnight stays at luxury hotels, all paid for using the funds she withdrew from their joint account. I could hear Sophia's breath quicken, could feel the heat of her humiliation rising beside me. Langston was already on his feet, his voice forced and sharp. Objection, Your Honor. This is an attempt to discredit my client's character. The judge held up a hand. Sit down, Mr. Langston. He hesitated, lips pressed into a thin line, then obeyed. She turned her gaze to Sophia. Mrs. Carter, do you have anything to say about these allegations? For the first time since this entire circus began, Sophia looked truly shaken. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. I had spent years hearing her voice, feeling the weight of her words, letting them dictate the way I saw myself. But now, she was silent. And that silence was the sweetest thing I had ever heard. The air in the courtroom was thick with tension. A quiet hum of whispered disbelief buzzed from the gallery, like the last echoes of a thunderclap before the storm truly settled. Sophia sat frozen, her face an unreadable mask of forced composure. But I knew her well enough to see the signs, the slight twitch of her fingers against her lap, the rigid set of her shoulders, the way she refused to meet my eyes. She was unraveling. Claire, my lawyer, turned to me. Ryan, would you like to address the court? I didn't hesitate. I stood, smoothing the wrinkles from my jacket, steadying my breath. My pulse thrummed against my ribs, a deep, deliberate drumbeat that told me, this is your moment. I scanned the room slowly, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make them uncomfortable. The judge watched me with keen, measuring eyes. Sophia's lawyer avoided my gaze, clearly realizing they had bet on the wrong horse. Then I spoke. Sophia called me a workhorse. The words felt heavy in my mouth, yet strangely satisfying. I let them linger in the air, let them settle into the minds of everyone present. And she's not wrong. A flicker of movement from Sophia, her fingers tightening against the armrest of her chair. Good. Let her feel it. I worked harder than she'll ever know. Every extra shift, every sleepless night, every sacrifice, I made them all willingly. For her. For us. I exhaled through my nose, steadying myself. The anger, the resentment. It was all still there, coiled deep inside. But I wouldn't let it control me. I let my voice drop lower, more measured. She enjoyed the vacations, the designer bags, the weekend brunches with friends. But what she never considered was who paid for it all. I turned to the judge, locking eyes. It wasn't just money. It was time, energy, effort, things you can't put a price tag on. And yet, I gave them freely, believing that love was something you invested in, that if I just worked hard enough, she'd see me the way I saw her. I let out a small, breathy laugh, not out of amusement, but out of disbelief at my own naivety. But I was wrong. Sophia shifted in her seat. I saw it now, the first real crack in her armor. Her lawyer leaned in slightly, whispering something, but she barely seemed to hear. I wasn't done. Since she enjoys metaphors, let me give her one of my own. I turned towards Sophia now, and for the first time in the entire trial, she actually met my gaze. Yes, I'm a workhorse, but not because I'm weak, not because I lack ambition. It's because I carried the weight, and I never faltered, no matter how heavy it got. The room was dead silent. Then, I did something that no one expected. I reached up, shrugging out my jacket, unbuttoned my shirt, one careful button at a time, revealing the truth beneath the polished exterior. The room collectively inhaled. Scars, calluses, the marks of a man who had labored, who had sacrificed, who had given everything to build a life with someone who had only ever taken. This, I said, my voice steady but laced with steel, is what being a workhorse looks like. I held their eyes, one by one, the judge, the opposing lawyer, the spectators. Finally, I looked back at Sophia. And I won't let anyone take away what I built. For the first time, Sophia had nothing to say. No witty retort, no condescending smirk, just silence. And in that moment, I knew I had already won. The courtroom was a different place now. The air had shifted, thick with something unspoken, an unsteady silence that felt like the moment before a storm. No one was laughing anymore. No smug smirks. No veiled jabs. The reality of the situation had settled over the room like dust after an earthquake. Sophia sat across from me, her once impeccable posture now slightly slumped. She wasn't looking at me anymore. Not like before, when her eyes had been filled with condescension and amusement. Now she stared straight ahead, her lips pressed together so tightly they had gone pale. Her lawyer was still scrambling, flipping through papers as if some magic clause would appear to undo the damage. But there was no undoing it. No more smoke and mirrors. The truth had been laid bare for everyone to see. The judge exhaled, slow and deliberate. She removed her reading glasses, folded them neatly, and placed them beside the thick stack of documents before her. The court has reviewed the evidence presented today, she began, her voice level authoritative. And it is clear that Mr. Ryan Carter was the primary financial provider throughout this marriage. Furthermore, the accusations made against him of laziness, of financial dependency, are not only unfounded but demonstrably false. A beat of silence. Then she continued. Additionally, we have indisputable proof of Mrs. Carter's financial misconduct and infidelity, both of which factor heavily into this ruling. Sophia's fingers tightened around the armrest of her chair. Her nails, always manicured, always pristine, dug into the polished wood. The judge glanced at her before delivering the final words. Therefore, this court rules in favor of Mr. Carter. The divorce settlement will reflect the accurate financial contributions of both parties, meaning Mrs. Carter is entitled to nothing beyond what she has personally earned. Furthermore, the court denies her request for spousal support. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Then a quiet gasp from someone in the gallery. A whispered murmur. But Sophia? She was frozen. For the first time since this battle had begun, I saw something in her face I had never seen before. Panic. Her lawyer leaned in, whispering furiously in her ear, but she wasn't listening. She was staring straight ahead, blinking rapidly, her breathing uneven. This wasn't the outcome she had planned. She had walked into this courtroom fully expecting to walk away victorious, wealthier, triumphant, untouchable. She had expected to watch me break, to see me defeated, humiliated, crushed beneath the weight of her carefully crafted lies. Instead, she was the one unraveling. I should have felt sorry for her. I didn't. Not after everything. Not after the years of sacrifice, of being used, of being made to feel like I was never enough. So I did what I had never done before. I stood up, slow and deliberate, buttoned my shirt, adjusted my sleeves, and then, with absolute control, I turned to her. "Looks like the workhorse finally outran you," I said quietly. Sophia's lips parted, as if she wanted to respond, but no words came. Just silence. And then, without another glance, I walked out of the courtroom. Out of the past. Out of the weight of everything she had made me carry. And as I stepped into the fresh air, the sun warming my skin, I realized something. I wasn't broken. I wasn't weak. I was finally free. While I buried our son alone, my wife vacationed in Hawaii with her lover. Jacob stood at the front of the church, his hands curled into fists at his sides. The air was thick with the scent of lilies and melting candle wax, a cloying, suffocating fragrance that made his stomach churn. He barely heard the priest's voice, soft, solemn, offering words that meant nothing. He kept his eyes locked on the casket. Small, too small. Noah should have been here, squirming in his seat, fidgeting with the collar of his dress shirt, whispering that he was hungry, that he was bored. Instead, he lay inside that wooden box, buried beneath white roses, trapped in a silence that Jacob could never break. His son, his beautiful, laughing, 5-year-old son, gone. And Claire, his wife, Noah's mother, was nowhere to be found. Jacob had spent the past week convincing himself that she was grieving in her own way, that the silence from her phone, her absence from their bed, the hollow space she left in their home, none of it was what it seemed. But then, just an hour before the service, his phone had buzzed. A photo, a message. The image burned into his brain like a brand. Claire, lounging by a pool, cocktail in hand. A man beside her. Close. Too close. Sunlight gleamed off her sunglasses. She was smiling, laughing. The text beneath it had been short, precise. Thought you should see what your wife is really doing today. A concerned friend. Jacob had felt something inside him crack open. She wasn't grieving. She wasn't drowning in sorrow, in guilt, in the unbearable weight of loss. She was celebrating. His grief hardened into something else, something colder. His fingers twitched around the phone as he forced himself to return to the moment. People were watching him. He could feel their eyes, their pity. Neighbors, old friends, strangers who pretended they understood his pain. Mrs. Holloway, their elderly neighbor, sniffled into a handkerchief. The pastor spoke of Noah's laughter, his kindness, his bright little soul. Someone sobbed in the back. Jacob felt none of it. Instead, his mind replayed the message over and over, the words sinking into his bones like venom. What your wife is really doing today. A slow rage uncurled inside him. Claire had left him to bury their son alone. She had abandoned the one person who had loved her unconditionally, the one soul who had deserved so much more. Jacob clenched his jaw, forcing himself to look at the casket again. The polished wood gleamed under the dim church lights. He had chosen white because it felt pure, innocent, like Noah. But nothing about this moment felt right. The universe had made a mistake. His son should be here. Claire should be here. The priest's voice faded, replaced by a suffocating silence. A long pause. Then, gently, would the father like to say a few words? Jacob's throat tightened. His body locked up. Say something. He stood there, frozen, his mind a storm of grief and betrayal. The casket in front of him, the picture on his phone behind his eyes. The stark contrast between the two realities shattered him. He opened his mouth, then closed it. His hands curled at his sides. He shook his head. No. The priest hesitated, then nodded. The service continued. Jacob sat down, staring straight ahead, unmoving, unblinking. The rest of the funeral passed in a blur. Soft whispers, distant sobs, hands gripping his shoulder. He barely felt them. And when it was finally over, when the last guest had left and the weight of silence pressed down on the empty church, Jacob exhaled. A long, slow breath. He looked down at his phone once more. At the image of Claire, bathed in sunlight, smiling like she hadn't destroyed everything. His grief had no room for forgiveness. His sorrow had no space for mercy. Claire thought she could leave. She thought she could escape the weight of what she'd done. She was wrong. The house was suffocating. People had come and gone, offering condolences that meant nothing, leaving behind dishes of food Jacob would never eat. He didn't want their casseroles, their pity, or their empty words. He wanted Noah. But Noah was gone. Now, the house was silent. The kind of silence that presses against your chest like a weight, that makes your own breath sound too loud. Jacob stood in the doorway of his son's bedroom, staring into the space where his little boy had once lived, laughed, and dreamed. The walls were still painted in soft blues, lined with shelves of books they used to read together at night. A stuffed bear sat at the foot of the bed, its fur slightly worn from Noah clutching it in his sleep. Everything was still here, everything except him. Jacob stepped inside, the floor creaking beneath his weight. He ran his fingers over Noah's dresser, over the little things that no longer had an owner, a tiny pair of socks, a toy car, a crayon drawing of their family that Noah had once proudly taped to the wall. He swallowed hard. Then, his gaze landed on the desk. Claire's desk. It sat in the corner of the room, neat and untouched. Claire had always been meticulous, keeping everything in order, except for their marriage, except for their son. Something about it nagged at him, a feeling deep in his gut, like a whisper urging him forward. Jacob approached the desk and pulled open the top drawer. Papers neatly stacked, bills, medical records, things he already knew. But then he saw it. A folder labeled in Claire's careful handwriting, policy. His fingers trembled as he pulled it out. He flipped it open, and his world cracked open with it. Life insurance policy. Noah's name was printed at the top, Claire's signature at the bottom. Jacob's breath came in sharp, uneven bursts as he scanned the pages, his eyes catching on the details that made his skin crawl. Claire had taken out the policy 6 months after Noah's diagnosis. She had taken out loans against it. She had amended it to remove Jacob as a beneficiary, weeks before Noah's death. Jacob stared at the ink on the paper, his mind refusing to believe what his eyes were seeing. This wasn't grief. This wasn't mourning. This was betrayal. Claire had turned their son's death into a payout. Jacob's grip tightened on the folder, his knuckles white. His whole body felt like it was burning from the inside out. His wife, Noah's mother, hadn't just abandoned them. She had profited from their son's death. A sound rang through the house, a sharp vibration against the wood of the desk. His phone. Jacob barely registered picking it up, barely heard himself answer. Hello. A voice on the other end. A woman's voice, low and urgent. You don't know me, but you need to listen. It's about Claire. Jacob's pulse hammered. His grip tightened on the phone. Who the hell are you? A pause. Then, the voice came again. My name is Mia, and I know exactly what she's done. The coffee shop was a far cry from the places Claire preferred. No marble countertops, no overpriced lattes, no curated aesthetic to project the illusion of a perfect life. Just scuffed wooden floors, the bitter smell of burnt espresso, and a tired-looking barista who didn't bother to fake a smile. Jacob doubted Claire had ever stepped foot in a place like this. That was part of why he agreed to meet here. He spotted Mia instantly. She sat in the corner, half hidden in the shadows, fingers wrapped around a cheap ceramic mug. Her auburn hair was pulled back into a careless ponytail, a few loose strands falling into her face. She wasn't looking at him, just staring into the depths of her coffee, stirring absent-mindedly. Jacob walked over, each step deliberate. He wasn't here to waste time. She didn't acknowledge him until he slid into the chair across from her. Then, finally, she looked up. Her eyes were sharp, watching, calculating. "I didn't think you'd come," she murmured, taking a slow sip of coffee. Jacob dropped a folder onto the table with a dull thud. Inside was everything he had found in Claire's desk: the insurance policy, the bank withdrawals, the cold legal proof that his wife had turned their son's death into a financial transaction. His voice was steady, but his fingers curled into fists beneath the table. "You have 5 minutes. Talk." Mia smirked, but there was no humor in it. Just something bitter, straight to the point. "I like that." She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. "Your wife's been seeing my ex for over a year." Jacob didn't flinch. "I know." Mia arched an eyebrow. "Oh, do you?" She reached into her coat pocket, pulled out her phone, and slid it across the table. "Do you know about the money? About the house they're planning to buy in Maui?" The screen was filled with text messages. Dozens of them. Jacob forced himself to read. "Claire, the payout came through. More than enough. We'll be out of here by the end of the month. Brandon, Maui's waiting babe. Just don't let him suspect anything. Claire, he won't. He's too broken to see." The words blurred. A roaring sound filled Jacob's ears, drowning out the clatter of dishes, the low hum of conversation around them. He gripped the phone so tightly his knuckles turned white. Mia watched him carefully. "I found those messages a week ago. That's when I realized what she really was." She shook her head, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Claire never loved him. She's using him just like she used you." Jacob placed the phone down, exhaling slowly. He wouldn't let anger control him. Not yet. "How do I know you're not lying?" he asked. Mia let out a dry chuckle. "Because I've got nothing left to lose." She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Claire doesn't give a damn about either of us. She's moving the money into offshore accounts. She's leaving next week. Alone." A sharp, suffocating silence settled between them. Mia let the words sink in before adding, she was never planning to take Brandon with her. Jacob's grip tightened on the table's edge. Of course, Claire never left loose ends. "She's been planning this for months," Mia continued. "The insurance payout, the fake documents, the loans. She's setting herself up for a fresh start, a new identity, a new life, and she doesn't care who she destroys in the process." Jacob looked up, meeting Mia's gaze. She wasn't just some scorned ex-girlfriend looking for revenge. She was just like him. Burned, betrayed, ready to make Claire pay. Mia gave him a slow, knowing smile. "So, what are we going to do about it?" And for the first time in weeks, Jacob felt something other than grief. He felt purpose. Mia's apartment was small, cluttered, and smelled faintly of burnt coffee. A stack of unopened bills sat on the counter, a silent testament to the wreckage Brandon had left in his wake. Jacob sat across from her at the tiny kitchen table, his fingers drumming against the wood as she scrolled through her phone. "He's a cocky bastard," she muttered, eyes fixed on the screen. "He won't even question why I'm texting him after all this time." Jacob exhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay calm. Everything in his world had shattered in the past 48 hours, and now he was sitting in a stranger's apartment, conspiring against his own wife. His ex-wife. Mia's phone vibrated. She smirked. "Told you." She turned the screen toward him. "Brandon, didn't expect to hear from you. What's up, babe?" Jacob clenched his jaw. "Babe." The casual arrogance of it made his skin crawl. Claire had probably called him the same thing. Whispered it in his ear while Noah was dying. Mia typed back, Mia, I miss you. Can we talk? Brandon's response was immediate. Brandon, of course. My place? Jacob met Mia's gaze. They didn't need to speak. It was working. She typed again. Midnight. Just us. A pause. Then the three dots blinked. Brandon. See you then. Mia locked the phone and leaned back in her chair. There. Easy. Jacob exhaled, his pulse steadying. I'll be outside. When you get him talking, I'll come in. Mia studied him, tapping a fingernail against her mug. And then what? Jacob didn't answer, because he didn't know yet. Would he beat the truth out of Brandon? Would he put his hands around his throat and squeeze until every last lie fell from his lips? Would he pull the gun from his jacket and press it against his skull just to see the fear in his eyes? He only knew one thing. Brandon wasn't walking away from this untouched. Midnight came like a slow, creeping storm. Jacob waited in the shadows outside Brandon's apartment, the weight of the gun pressing against his ribs. He had tucked it beneath his jacket, just in case. Mia arrived on time, dressed simple, a loose sweater hanging off one shoulder, jeans hugging her frame. Not too revealing, just enough to remind Brandon of what he'd lost. Jacob hated how easily the man would fall for it. From his hiding spot near the side of the building, he watched as Mia knocked. The door opened, revealing Brandon, tall, muscular, and oozing the kind of arrogance that made Jacob's fists itch. Damn, Brandon drawled, leaning against the doorframe. Didn't think I'd ever see you again. Mia gave a small, coy smile. Well, here I am. Brandon grinned, stepping aside. Come in. Jacob moved closer, heart hammering as the door shut behind her. He pressed his ear against the cool metal, listening. Inside, Mia let Brandon pour her drink. She took it, but didn't sip, watching as he settled onto the couch beside her. So, he mused, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. What's this really about? You miss me? Mia tilted her head, letting her fingers graze the rim of her glass. Something like that. Brandon smirked. Too bad. I'm kind of seeing someone. Mia forced a laugh. Oh, I know. She traced a finger down his arm. Claire, right? Brandon tensed, just for a second. Then, he recovered, leaning back with a lazy grin. So you do your homework now? That's cute. Mia's smile didn't waver. She's a real piece of work. Brandon exhaled through his nose. Yeah, she is. He took a sip, his gaze sharpening. But she's smart. Smarter than you. Smarter than Jacob. Mia's nails dug into her palm. She left him, you know. Brandon's grin widened. Yeah, and Mia played the part well, leaning in, dropping her voice to something low and conspiratorial. And she left you too. Brandon's smirk wavered. Mia twisted the knife, took the money, booked the flight. Did you really think she was waiting for you? Brandon scoffed, but the way his grip tightened around the glass betrayed him. Bullshit. Mia leaned closer. Check your bank account. Brandon hesitated. Then, with a frustrated grunt, he pulled out his phone. His expression twisted as he scrolled. His voice was sharp, anger seeping in. That bitch. The glass slammed onto the table, liquid sloshing over the edge. That's when Jacob stepped inside. The door creaked as it swung open, and Brandon's head snapped up. Jacob met his gaze, stepping into the dim light. Brandon's lips curled. You gotta be kidding me. Jacob didn't stop moving. Didn't stop until he was towering over the man who had stolen his wife, his son's memory, his life. Brandon smirked, trying to mask the tension in his shoulders. What? You two best friends now? Jacob's fist flew before he could think. A sharp crack echoed as Brandon's head snapped back, blood spurting from his nose. He barely had time to react before Jacob grabbed his shirt, yanking him forward. You're going to tell me everything, Jacob growled, shoving him against the couch. Or I swear to God. Brandon wiped at the blood dripping from his nose and laughed. Laughed. Oh man. He winced, shaking his head. You really don't get it, do you? Jacob's grip tightened. Get what? Brandon smirked, voice dripping with cruel amusement. Claire played all of us. Silence. Jacob's pulse pounded in his ears. What? Brandon leaned in, eyes dark. She used you for the money. She used me for the exit plan. And guess what? She's already gone. The world tilted. Jacob stumbled back, breath short. Mia stood, face pale. That's not possible. I had eyes on her account. She couldn't have. Brandon laughed again, shaking his head. She was always 2 steps ahead. You really think she'd wait around for either of us? Jacob's vision blurred with fury. Claire was gone, and they were too late. For now, Brandon's apartment smelled like stale beer and cheap cologne. The kind of place where arrogance festered, where lies were whispered between drinks and betrayals were swept under unmade sheets. Jacob had never been here before, but he knew this place. It was where Claire had laughed, had kissed, had planned a life without him. And now, he was here to burn it all down. Brandon sat slumped in the worn leather armchair, a thin trickle of blood snaking down from his temple where Jacob's fist had landed. His cocky smirk was faltering now, but not gone. Not yet. Jacob pressed the barrel of his gun against Brandon's forehead. The metal was cold, unforgiving. Like him. Talk. Brandon licked his split lip, chuckling low. You think I'm scared of you? His voice was hoarse, but the arrogance hadn't left. I know exactly what you are. A sad little man who got played. Jacob's grip tightened on the gun. His finger rested against the trigger, not squeezing, not yet. Brandon exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. You don't get it, do you? His smirk widened, exposing blood-stained teeth. She's already gone. The world tilted. The words were a hammer to Jacob's ribs, knocking the breath from his lungs. Gone? Brandon saw the flicker of hesitation and grinned. He leaned forward just enough that the gun was practically nestled between his brows. She's both of us, man. Me, you, Noah. Jacob saw red. He slammed the butt of the gun into Brandon's cheek. The man yelped, lurching sideways, but Jacob grabbed him by the collar, dragging him upright. Say his name again. His voice was low, dangerous. Brandon groaned, spitting blood onto the floor. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes, they were triumphant. Jacob had been a fool. He had thought Claire was running to Brandon, that they were in this together. But Brandon wasn't her escape plan. He was just another casualty. A bitter laugh rose in Jacob's throat, but he swallowed it down. Claire had never planned on keeping either of them. Brandon sucked in a shaky breath. She played me too. Jacob stepped back. His hand shook, but not with fear, with something deeper, something jagged and raw. Mia. He turned, and there she was, standing near the doorway, watching in eerie silence. She hadn't moved when Jacob threw the first punch, hadn't flinched when the gun was drawn. And now, she wasn't surprised. Jacob's stomach twisted. You knew. Mia didn't deny it. She simply tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Not everything, but enough. His pulse pounded. Mia had let him believe Claire was still with Brandon. Let him believe this was about exposing an affair, about confronting 2 traitors. But the truth was worse. Claire was smarter than that. She had drained the insurance money, wiped their joint accounts, and vanished. Not to be with Brandon, but to be alone. To be free. Brandon laughed again, broken and bitter. Face it, man. She left you in the dirt. Jacob barely heard him. His mind was spinning, memories crashing together. Claire's empty promises, her forced grief, the way she hadn't cried when Noah died, the way she had left. She had wanted out for a long time. And now, she had finally done it. Jacob turned back to Brandon, his grip tightening on the gun. It would be easy, so easy. One pull of the trigger, and at least one liar would pay for what they'd done. But killing Brandon wouldn't fix this. Because Claire was still out there. Mia stepped closer, voice soft. We can find her. Jacob exhaled slowly, lowering the gun. Claire had destroyed everything, had stolen their son's death and turned it into profit. But this wasn't over. No, this was just the beginning. Jacob had always imagined that grief would dull with time, that after a loss as devastating as Noah's, the pain would slowly soften, its edges no longer sharp enough to cut. He was wrong. Grief had not dulled. It had sharpened into something else, something primal, something hungry. And it had a name: revenge. Jacob sat in Mia's dimly lit apartment, the weight of his discovery pressing down on him like an iron vice. The room smelled of stale coffee and cigarette smoke, though Mia wasn't smoking. She just liked to let the cigarette burn out, watching the tendrils of smoke curl toward the ceiling like ghosts. She sat across from him, legs folded beneath her, her laptop balanced on one knee. "She's already on the move," she murmured, scrolling through transaction records with a focused intensity. Jacob's jaw clenched. "Where?" Mia turned the screen toward him. A set of numbers and locations flashed by, each one another nail in Claire's coffin. A wire transfer, $250,000. Destination, a private account in the Cayman Islands. A flight booked under an alias. Departing LAX. Destination, Maui. A cold chill crawled up Jacob's spine. Maui, the place she had dreamt of escaping to. The paradise she had traded their son's life for. Jacob exhaled slowly. "She's hiding there." Mia gave a bitter laugh, shaking her head. "Not hiding, waiting." Jacob frowned. "For what?" Mia locked eyes with him. Her gaze was dark, knowing. "For you." The turbulence rattled the plane, but Jacob barely noticed. He sat by the window, fingers curled into fists, staring down at the endless ocean below. The blue stretched out in all directions, peaceful and unbothered. His mind, however, was anything but peaceful. Noah had loved the ocean. He used to press his small hands against the aquarium glass, watching the fish dart through the water with wide-eyed wonder. "Look, Daddy, they're flying underwater." Now Noah's gone, and Claire was in paradise, spending his blood money like it had no weight. Jacob closed his eyes. His grief no longer felt like an anchor. It felt like a blade, sharp and gleaming. Beside him, Mia flipped through the documents they had compiled. Claire's financial records, bank statements, proof of her betrayal. She had printed it all out, as if the physical evidence made it more real. "What happens when we get there?" she asked, voice even. Jacob turned to her, his expression unreadable. "We end it." Mia held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. They didn't speak for the rest of the flight. Maui was beautiful, golden sunlight spilling over the swaying palm trees, the scent of salt and hibiscus thick in the air. Tourists moved in lazy, relaxed patterns, their biggest concern being which beach to visit next. But Jacob and Mia weren't here to relax. They stood in the airport's rental car lot, the heat pressing against their skin. Mia held up her phone. Her rental is at a villa up the coast. Secluded, expensive, paid in cash. Jacob gave a humorless laugh. "Of course it is." They drove in silence, the highway winding along the cliffs, waves crashing below. Every mile they covered brought them closer to the moment Jacob had been waiting for. The reckoning. The house was exactly what he had expected. Modern, sleek, the kind of place Claire had always fantasized about. The driveway was empty except for a luxury rental car parked beneath the swaying palms. Jacob killed the engine. For a long moment, neither he nor Mia moved. Then, slowly, Mia reached into the glove compartment, pulling out a small revolver. She turned it in her hands, the metal catching the sunlight. Jacob's eyes flicked to it. "Do you even know how to use that?" Mia smirked. "You'd be surprised." Jacob didn't argue. He wasn't sure what this was going to turn into. Confrontation? A confession? Something worse? He stepped out of the car, his pulse steady. The villa door was slightly ajar. Mia noticed it too, her posture tensing. "That's not right." Jacob moved forward, slowly pushing the door open. Inside, the house was bathed in golden light, the scent of expensive perfume thick in the air. Claire's perfume. And then, the sound of a wine glass tipping over. Jacob turned the corner, and there she was, Claire, lounging on the white couch, a half-empty glass of red in her hand. Her eyes locked onto his, and instead of shock, instead of fear, she smiled. "Took you long enough," she said. The trap had been set, and Jacob had just walked into it. The ocean stretched endlessly behind her, waves lapping softly against the shore. The villa was stunning, whitewashed walls, floor-to-ceiling windows, an infinity pool reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. It was the kind of place people escaped to, where sins could be washed away in the tide. But there would be no escape for Claire. Jacob stood at the edge of the terrace, the soft sea breeze barely touching the fire burning inside him. Claire was here, in paradise, drinking wine as if she hadn't left behind a grave. She hadn't seen him yet. She was lounging on a cushioned chair, legs stretched out, the stem of her glass dangling from her fingers. A silk robe draped over her shoulders, the kind of luxury she'd stolen from their son's death. From him. Jacob clenched his fists, stepping forward. The moment she noticed him, everything changed. Her body stiffened, fingers tightening around the glass. Her breath hitched. For a second, just a second, her mask cracked, and Jacob saw the raw fear beneath. Then, just as quickly, she smoothed it over. "Jacob," her voice was soft, cautious. "What are you doing here?" A slow, bitter smile curled at his lips. "Did you really think you'd get away with it?" Claire exhaled sharply, setting her glass down with careful precision. She sat up, back straight, as if bracing herself. "I don't know what you think you know." Jacob let out a low, humorless laugh. "Oh, I know, Claire. I know about the money, the insurance, the loans. I know you planned this from the moment Noah got sick." She flinched. For once, she didn't have a lie ready. Jacob reached into his jacket and tossed a thick folder onto the table between them. Pages spilled out, copies of the policy, bank statements, messages between her and Brandon. Evidence. Her eyes flicked to the papers, but she didn't move to touch them. Instead, she licked her lips, gaze shifting back to him. Calculating. "Listen to me," she said carefully, voice honeyed. "This isn't what you think." Jacob tilted his head. "No. No." She leaned forward, hands out as if reaching for him. "I didn't plan this, Jacob. I was drowning. We both were. The medical bills, the debt. She swallowed, her voice breaking at just the right moment. "I made mistakes." She was good. Once, he might have believed her. But now, all he saw was the woman who left her son to die alone while she drank cocktails by a pool. "You didn't just make mistakes," he said, stepping closer. His voice was low, steady. "You made choices." Claire's jaw clenched. The cracks in her performance deepened. "What do you want?" "Justice." Her eyes darted past him, toward the villa's entrance. She was stalling. Jacob followed her gaze and smiled. "Waiting for someone?" Her expression shuddered. "Jacob." A soft click echoed behind him, the front door swinging shut. "Mia." Claire's breath caught. "Oh my God." Jacob turned just enough to see Mia step onto the terrace, her expression cold, unreadable. Claire shot to her feet. "What the hell is she doing here?" "She wanted to see you too." Jacob's voice was almost casual. "Seems you played both of us." Claire's eyes darted between them. Her mind was spinning, trying to calculate the odds, the angles. How do I get out of this? How do I survive? But there was no way out. Mia stepped forward, tossing her own set of papers onto the table. Brandon's messages, flight receipts, Claire's escape plan in black and white. "You never planned to take him with you," Mia said, her voice laced with venom. "Just like you never planned to tell Jacob about the money." Claire exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "I had to leave. You don't understand. You left your son to die." The words hit like a bullet. Jacob saw it in her eyes, the fleeting moment of real fear. Not for Noah, not for what she'd done. Fear for herself. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. Then, in a single, desperate motion, Claire lunged for her purse. Jacob moved faster. He grabbed her wrist, twisting hard. She yelped, the purse falling to the ground, a small handgun clattering onto the marble floor. Mia kicked it away. Jacob tightened his grip, forcing her to look at him. You were going to shoot me? Claire's chest heaved. Aye. Her eyes darted to Mia, pleading, you don't have to do this. Mia didn't answer. Jacob slowly released Claire's wrist, letting her stumble back. For a long moment, he just looked at her, at the woman he once loved, the mother of his child. And all he felt was emptiness. You deserve worse than prison. His voice was quiet. But that's where you're going. Claire's face twisted in horror. Jacob, please. Sirens wailed in the distance. Her eyes widened. Mia had already called them. Claire turned to run, but there was nowhere to go. Jacob watched as red and blue lights reflected off the villa's pristine walls, as officers stormed onto the terrace, shouting commands. He barely heard them. His gaze stayed locked on Claire as she was forced to the ground, wrists yanked behind her, cuffs snapping into place. She struggled, screamed, but it didn't matter. It was over. Jacob exhaled, a weight lifting from his chest for the first time in months. Noah could rest now. And Claire? Claire would rot. The waves crashed below. The sun sank into the horizon. And Jacob finally walked away. My cheating wife's ultimate betrayal. A tale of revenge and redemption. Simon Massina was a man of quiet strength. A man who built things with his hands, tables, cabinets, houses, but more importantly, a man who built a life. A good life. One made of oak and stone, sturdy and dependable, just like the man himself. His home was proof of it. The two-story house sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, nestled between old maple trees that rustled in the wind. It was the kind of home people admired, the kind of home that spoke of security, of love. The front porch was wide, the swing creaking gently as the summer air whispered through the neighborhood. Inside, it smelled of warm vanilla and fresh cut wood. Janice, his wife of nearly 10 years, hummed softly in the kitchen as she prepared dinner. Their two children, Jacob and Emma, played in the living room, their laughter bubbling through the house like music. Simon watched them from the doorway, his hands dusted with sawdust from a project in the garage. A small smile played at his lips. This was his world. Perfect. Or at least, that's what he had always believed. But perfection, he would soon learn, was only a thin layer of paint over rotting wood. That night, as they sat around the dinner table, Simon listened to Jacob talk about his day at school. The boy was 7 now, sharp, quick-witted, with an enthusiasm that made Simon proud. Mrs. Hendricks says I'm the fastest runner in class, Jacob boasted, shoving a forkful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. Simon chuckled. Fast like your old man, huh? Janice shot him a teasing glance. You mean the same old man who pulled a muscle last summer, trying to race a 10-year-old? Laughter filled the room, but something beneath the surface unsettled him. Jacob didn't look like him. Not in the way that Emma did, with her soft features that mirrored Janice's own. Simon had always chalked it up to genetics, recessive traits, maybe some distant relative whose features had resurfaced. His mother-in-law, Penny, had reassured him of that years ago when the thought first crept into his mind. Some kids just take after someone further down the line, she had said, waving away his concerns. And he had believed her. But now, looking at Jacob, something gnawed at him. The boy's deep-set eyes, his sharp cheekbones, there was no trace of Simon there. It was nothing, he told himself, a silly, meaningless thought. So why did it feel like an itch beneath his skin? That night, as Janice curled up beside him in bed, Simon lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, rattling the window pane. He turned to look at his wife. She was beautiful, still the same woman he had fallen in love with all those years ago. Her chest rose and fell in slow, even breaths. Peaceful, untouched by the doubt that gnawed at him. Simon wanted to close his eyes, to let sleep take him. But he couldn't shake the feeling. A feeling that something in his perfect life wasn't quite right. And soon, that feeling would become impossible to ignore. The leak had been bothering Simon for weeks. A slow, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the basement pipe, just subtle enough to be ignored, just persistent enough to be maddening. It wasn't a difficult fix, just another task on the endless list of responsibilities that came with being a husband, a father, a homeowner. But maybe that was why he hadn't done it sooner. Maybe, deep down, Simon had known that once he went down there, once he knelt on the cold concrete floor and reached into the dark corners of the past, he would find something far worse than a leaky pipe. And so, on that quiet Saturday afternoon, while Janice took the kids out for ice cream, Simon finally decided to handle the problem. He set down his toolbox, grabbed a wrench, and slid under the pipe. The chill of the basement clung to his skin as he tightened the corroded fittings, muttering under his breath. The moment he turned the wrench, a sharp creak echoed through the room, followed by a small burst of dust from an overhead shelf. Simon coughed, waving the dust from his face. That's when he noticed it. A box. It was old, wedged into the farthest corner of the basement, half hidden behind a stack of old photo albums and in used Christmas decorations. Unlike the neatly labeled bins around it, this one was unmarked, forgotten. Curiosity tugged at him. He reached for it, fingers brushing against the brittle cardboard. As he pulled it toward him, a fine layer of dust lifted into the air, catching the dim light from the overhead bulb. He didn't know why, but his heart started to beat a little faster. The lid came off easily. Inside, he found papers, bundles of them, old receipts, letters, and faded photographs. At first, it seemed like nothing of significance, just remnants of their life together, packed away and left to be forgotten. But then he saw the envelope. It was tucked beneath a stack of old bills, its edges slightly crumpled, as if someone had opened and closed it many times. There was no stamp, no return address, just a single word on the front, written in familiar cursive. Janice. Simon's stomach tightened. He slid a finger under the flap and pulled out the letter inside. The paper had yellowed slightly, the ink smudged in places. But the words were clear. I miss you, love. Every time I see Jacob, I see myself in him. Simon froze. His eyes locked onto the name at the bottom. Mark Peterson. The room seemed to shrink around him. The walls, the ceiling, even the very air, pressing in, suffocating. His mind struggled to process what he was reading, but his body already knew. His hands had gone numb. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Jacob. Jacob. His son, his firstborn, his flesh and blood. Or at least, that's what he had believed. He read the line again and again. Every time I see Jacob, I see myself in him. No, it wasn't possible. Simon swallowed hard, but his throat felt raw, like he'd swallowed broken glass. His mind raced, sifting through every memory, every moment, looking for something, anything, that would contradict this, that would prove the letter wrong. Jacob's features, his dark eyes, the sharp angle of his jaw, things Simon had always assumed were simply recessive traits, quirks of genetics. Or had he just been lying to himself all these years? A sickening realization crawled through him. He had doubted before, a long time ago, in the earliest days of fatherhood, when Jacob's tiny face had stared up at him with unfamiliar eyes. He had voiced his doubt once. A passing comment, a joke even. And Penny, Janice's mother, had reassured him. Oh, Simon, don't be silly. The mass sign of men all look like their mothers when they're young. He'll grow into it. So he had believed her, because why wouldn't he? He had been so blind. The letter shook in his hands. The words burned into his brain, searing into his very existence. Simon's vision blurred, his breath turning ragged. His whole world had tilted, as if he were standing at the edge of a vast, black abyss, staring down into something too deep, too dark to comprehend. He forced himself to take a breath. And another. This was just one letter, one man's words. It didn't mean anything. It didn't prove anything. Did it? Simon shoved the letter back into the envelope, his hands trembling. He had to be sure. He had to know. Because if this was true, if Jacob wasn't his, then everything, his marriage, his family, his very identity, was built on a lie. And if that was the case, then Simon Massina was about to become someone he never thought he could be. Simon sat at the kitchen table, gripping the letter so tightly his knuckles turned white. The house was silent, except for the rhythmic ticking of the old wooden clock on the wall. The same clock he had handcrafted years ago, back when he believed his life was perfect. Now, everything felt different. The air itself seemed heavier, thick with betrayal. Janice moved around the kitchen, oblivious to the storm brewing in Simon's chest. She hummed softly as she wiped the counter, a small smile playing on her lips. Simon's jaw clenched. That smile, so easy, so natural. Had she smiled like that while she was lying to him all these years? While she was sneaking around with another man? While she carried another man's child inside her? A wave of nausea rolled through him. He set the letter down on the table, smoothing out the creases with a slow, deliberate motion. "Janice," he said, his voice quiet but firm. She turned, still holding the dish towel. "Yeah." Simon lifted his gaze to meet hers. There was no anger in his eyes, no rage, just something far colder. "Who is Mark Peterson?" The blood drained from Janice's face so quickly that for a moment, Simon thought she might faint. Her grip on the dish towel tightened. I don't know," she stammered. Simon exhaled sharply, a mirthless chuckle escaping his lips. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Lie to me. Not now. Not after everything." Janice swallowed hard, glancing at the letter on the table. Her fingers twitched like she wanted to grab it, to snatch the evidence away before it burned her alive. Simon leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "I found the letters, Janice." His voice was even eerily calm. "I read them." Janice's mouth opened, but no words came out. Simon tilted his head slightly. "Say something." Tears welled in her eyes. "Simon." He slammed his palm down on the table so hard that the salt shaker tipped over, sending tiny white grains spilling across the surface. "Don't lie." Janice flinched. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. Finally, she took a shaky breath. It was a long time ago. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Simon's lips curled into something that might have been a smile if there was any warmth left in him. "A long time ago," he repeated. "Is that all it was?" Janice ran a trembling hand through her hair. It didn't mean anything." Simon let out a slow, bitter breath. "Didn't mean anything?" He tapped the letter with his finger. "This says otherwise. This says you loved him." Janice's lower lip quivered. Simon stood up slowly, his chair scraping against the floor. He stepped toward her, closing the distance inch by inch. "Tell me the truth, Janice," he said, his voice dangerously soft. Her shoulders shook. "I never wanted to hurt you," she whispered. Simon studied her. The woman he had loved, the woman he had built his life around, was crumbling in front of him. Good. He should have felt pain. He should have felt devastation. But all he felt was a quiet, simmering darkness settling into his bones. He took another step forward. "Jacob isn't mine, is he?" Janice squeezed her eyes shut. A single tear slid down her cheek. Simon's breath hitched, but he didn't move. She didn't need to say the words. Her silence was the answer. A dull ringing filled his ears. The walls of the kitchen blurred at the edges. The ground beneath him felt unsteady, as if the world itself was tilting off its axis. For 8 years, he had been a father to that boy. He had taught him how to ride a bike, kissed his scraped knees, read him bedtime stories. He had believed, with every fiber of his being, that Jacob was his son. And now he wasn't. Simon swallowed, his throat dry as sandpaper. "You stole my life from me," he whispered. Janice sobbed. "Please, Simon, I love you." "I love." He laughed, but it was hollow, lifeless. "You don't know the first thing about love." He stepped back, his movements slow and deliberate. A storm raged behind his eyes, but his face remained unreadable. Janice reached for him, but he pulled away before her fingers could touch him. "Don't," he said. His voice was quiet, deadly. Janice's breath hitched. The man standing before her was no longer the husband she had known. Something inside Simon had shifted, cracked. And in that moment, as he turned away, Janice had no idea that she had not just lost his love. She had awakened something far, far worse. Something that would not rest until everything she had was taken from her, piece by agonizing piece. And this was only the beginning. A thick silence settled between them, suffocating and heavy. The air smelled of stale coffee and the lavender candle Janice had lit earlier that evening, an odd contrast to the poison that now dripped from her lips. "There's more." The words barely left her mouth before Simon felt a fresh wave of dread crawl up his spine. His grip tightened on the letter in his hand, its paper crumpling under the force of his fingers. He had already been gutted once tonight. What else could she possibly say that would deepen the wound? Janice's eyes flickered downward, her fingers twisting in her lap. Guilt radiated from her like a sickness. Simon inhaled sharply. "Say it." Her lips parted, but no words came. Instead, a single tear slipped down her cheek. "Say it." His voice was sharp now, cutting through the room like a blade. Her shoulders shook as she whispered, "Emma isn't yours either." Simon stilled. For a moment, reality seemed to distort, his vision narrowing to a pinpoint, as if the entire world had collapsed into that one sentence. He swayed slightly, his knees threatening to give. "No." His own voice sounded foreign to him. Janice finally met his gaze, her face contorted in anguish. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "No," he repeated, stepping back. His mind scrambled for an explanation, something, anything, that would turn this nightmare into a misunderstanding. "Emma looks like me." Janice shook her head, her lips trembling. "Coincidence." Simon's stomach clenched. His mind reeled, racing through memories, searching for cracks he had never noticed before. Emma's laughter, the way she clung to him, the nights he had stayed up rocking her to sleep when she had fevers. Was it all just an illusion? "Boo!" The word scraped against his throat. Janice let out a shuddering breath. A different man. The room seemed to tilt. Not Mark Peterson. A different man. This wasn't just one affair. This was a pattern. A cycle. His wife, his devoted, loving wife, had been living a double life right under his nose. Simon pressed a hand to his forehead, willing the nausea away. "How long?" Janice swallowed hard. "Emma's father, it was a one-time thing. Before we even had Jacob. I never wanted to hurt you, Simon." He laughed, a dry, hollow sound that didn't belong to him. "A one-time thing?" he echoed. "So you betray me twice. Lie to me for years. Let me raise 2 children thinking they were mine, while all this time his voice broke. Tears streamed down Janice's face. "I love you. I swear I never wanted it to happen like this." Simon's chest ached. Love. She dared to use that word now. He turned away, gripping the edge of the table, knuckles white. His body trembled, not just from rage, but from something deeper. Loss. Because that's what this was. A death. Not a physical one, but something just as permanent. His marriage, his trust, his very sense of self. Dead. Janice took a step toward him. "Simon, please, we can." "Don't," he growled, turning on her so fast that she flinched. His hands curled into fists at his sides. The urge to break something, to hurt something, pulsed through his veins like fire. He had never been a violent man, but at that moment, he understood how easy it would be to become one. Janice must have seen it in his eyes because she took a cautious step back. Simon exhaled slowly. You stole my life from me. Simon, I gave you everything. My love, my loyalty, my name, and you spat on it. She sobbed. It was never meant to be like this. But it is. His voice was eerily calm now, and that seemed to frighten her more than his shouting had. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the sound of Janice's quiet crying. Simon stared at her, the woman he had adored, the woman he had built a future with, the woman who had destroyed him. And yet, in the darkest corner of his mind, something cold and sharp whispered, "You're not done yet." This wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Simon stood in the darkened living room, staring at the framed family photos on the wall. Smiling faces, laughter frozen in time. A perfect lie. His hands clenched into fists. His breathing was slow, controlled, but inside, a storm was raging. Every moment with Janice, every kiss, every whispered, "I love you," all of it had been a deception. And worst of all, she had stolen the one thing he could never get back: time. 10 years. A decade spent loving a woman who had betrayed him in the cruelest way. And now, she expected him to move on? To accept it? To forgive? No. Simon Massina was not a man who forgave. He turned away from the photos, his mind already working, calculating. Revenge was not an impulse. It was an art. If he lashed out now, if he let anger control him, he would lose. And Janice? She would walk away, free to start over. That wasn't an option. She had to feel it, really feel it, the way he had felt it when he read those letters. The way his stomach had twisted, his throat had closed, his world had collapsed. She had stolen his life. Now, he would steal hers. Simon took a deep breath and forced his face to soften, forced the tension from his shoulders. He walked up the stairs, careful to keep his footsteps steady. Janice was sitting on the bed, her arms wrapped around her knees, eyes swollen from crying. She looked up as he entered, searching his face for signs of anger. Instead, he gave her what she least expected. "I need time," he said. His voice was calm, almost tired. "I don't know how to process this yet." Janice's lips parted as if she had braced for shouting, accusations, anything but this. "I understand," she whispered. I never wanted to hurt you, Simon." A bitter laugh threatened to escape, but he swallowed it. Instead, he nodded, stepping closer, reaching out just enough to make her believe. "I need space," he said, "but I won't make any rash decisions. Not yet." Her shoulders sagged in relief. "Thank you." She had no idea. That night, as Janice slept beside him, Simon stared at the ceiling. His mind raced through every possibility, every scenario. Divorce? No. Too easy. Exposing her? Maybe, but there had to be more. He needed to dismantle her life from the inside out. He slipped out of bed, moving quietly as he made his way to his office. He sat at his desk, turned on his laptop, and opened a blank document. One word: revenge. Then, beneath it, he started listing her vulnerabilities. Money. Their finances were still intertwined. She depended on him. He could change that. Career. Her job. She had recently been promoted. What if something jeopardized that? Reputation. What would her friends, her colleagues, think if they knew who she really was? Mark Peterson, the man she betrayed him with. Was his life still intact? That wasn't fair. Simon smiled coldly. No, that wasn't fair at all. The next day, he made his first move. He went to their shared bank account and slowly started withdrawing money, small amounts at first. Nothing noticeable, just a drip, drip, drip of disappearing funds. He transferred it into a separate account under a different name, one Janice wouldn't trace. By the time she noticed, it would be too late. Then, He picked up his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in years. Ethan Cole, a gruff voice answered. Ethan, it's Simon. A pause, then a low chuckle. Well, haven't heard from you in ages. What's this about? I need your services, Simon said, leaning back in his chair. I need you to find someone for me. And I need everything. There was a silence on the line, then a slow, knowing exhale. This sounds interesting. It is, Simon said. I want every piece of dirt you can dig up on a man named Mark Peterson. And I want it fast. A small smirk tugged at Simon's lips as he ended the call. The game had begun. And Janice? She didn't even know she was playing. Simon Massineth sat in the dim glow of his workshop, the scent of sawdust thick in the air. His hands, once steady and skilled with carving wood, trembled slightly as he turned the pages of a thin file. The papers inside weren't blueprints for a new cabinet or sketches for a dining table. No, these were something far more important. These pages held the blueprint for destruction. Across the table sat Ethan Cole, a private investigator Simon had hired the day after his wife's confession. He was a wiry man in his 50s, with tired eyes that had seen the worst of people. Ethan had built a career out of uncovering secrets, and tonight, he had delivered something truly vile. Simon inhaled deeply and began to read. Mark Peterson, age 44. Occupation, wealthy real estate developer. Married, 2 children, a picture-perfect family. It made Simon sick. There, stapled to the documents, was a grainy photograph. A man with sharp cheekbones and graying hair, dressed in a tailored suit, laughing beside a beautiful woman in a designer dress. His wife, his real family. Simon clenched his jaw so tightly it ached. Ethan cleared his throat. He moved to Greenfield about 7 years ago. That's when he cut ties with Janice. Didn't look back. Built a new life. From what I can tell, his wife never knew a thing. Simon scoffed. Of course she didn't. Mark Peterson had walked away from the mess he created, leaving Simon to raise a son that wasn't his, leaving him to waste a decade in a marriage built on lies. But Mark's happy little life was about to crumble. Simon flipped to the next page. It was a bank statement. Mark's real estate firm had been struggling. Several bad investments. A few desperate loans. The cracks were already forming. Perfect. Simon looked up at Ethan, his expression unreadable. Does he have any skeletons in his closet? Ethan hesitated. Aside from the affair with Janice? Not much. But Simon raised an eyebrow. Ethan slid another paper across the table. This is where it gets interesting. Simon scanned the document. It was a police report. Nothing major, just a minor incident from years ago. But it was enough. A discreet settlement with an ex-employee, a woman. Simon didn't need to read between the lines. He'd seen enough powerful men use money to make their problems disappear. Mark had secrets, and Simon would make sure the world knew them. Ethan's voice was calm, almost hesitant. Simon closed the file and exhaled slowly. I want him to lose everything, just like he did to me. Ethan nodded. He had seen men like Simon before, men who had been pushed too far, and he knew better than to argue. Then let's get started, Ethan said. Simon leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping against the wood grain. The plan was forming, sharp and clear. Mark had built a life on lies. Now, Simon would set fire to it. And he would watch as everything burned. Simon Massineth had always been a patient man. Years of working with his hands, measuring, cutting, shaping wood into something strong and lasting, had taught him that true craftsmanship took time, precision. And so, when it came to destroying Janice, he worked with the same deliberate care. There would be no outbursts, no reckless moves. Just a slow, methodical unraveling. The first step was control. Simon had learned, through trial and error, that people never saw the danger coming when it was wrapped in kindness. So he softened his voice, slowed his breathing, and let his anger settle beneath a mask of reluctant forgiveness. We can work through this, he told Janice one evening, his voice even, for the kids. She had stared at him, searching his face, looking for something, doubt, rage, hesitation. But he gave her nothing. Instead, he let his words sink in, let her believe she still had a chance. He let her exhale in relief, the tension in her shoulders easing. Good. Let her feel safe. It would make the fall so much sweeter. Janice worked as an event planner for a high-end company, the kind of job that thrived on reputation. Simon knew this, and he used it against her. First, the whispers. Anonymously, he sent an email to her boss, subtly questioning her work ethic. I wanted to bring something to your attention. I've noticed discrepancies in Janice's recent projects, misallocated funds, scheduling issues. I respect your company's reputation, so I thought you should know. No accusations, no direct attack, just enough to plant a seed of doubt. And doubt, he knew, grew like a weed. Days later, Janice came home, her expression tight. Something weird is going on at work, she murmured. People are acting off. Simon frowned in feigned concern. What do you mean? She hesitated. I don't know. It's just a feeling. He nodded, keeping his expression neutral. I'm sure it's nothing. And just like that, he made her doubt herself. While Janice fought shadows at work, Simon struck the next blow, her finances. They had a joint savings account. Legally, it belonged to both of them. Slowly, quietly, he began withdrawing funds, moving them into an account she didn't know about. Not all at once. That would be too obvious. Just a little at a time. By the time she noticed, it was too late. Simon, she said one evening, her voice tight, did you take money from our savings? He blinked, feigning confusion. What? No. What? There's money missing. Thousands of dollars. He frowned. Maybe you made a withdrawal and forgot. Her face darkened. I'm not stupid. He held up his hands. I'm just saying, mistakes happen. Have you checked with the bank? She glared at him, frustration and paranoia blooming in her eyes. Good. Let her feel the ground shift beneath her feet. Janice started losing sleep. She tossed and turned at night, staring at the ceiling, whispering to herself under her breath. Simon watched her from the darkness, a silent predator studying his prey. She was unraveling. At work, her boss began questioning her integrity. At home, she felt her financial security slipping away. And then, just when she thought things couldn't get worse, Simon delivered the final, cutting blow. An envelope. Plain, unmarked, left on the kitchen counter for her to find. Inside were copies of the letters. The ones from Mark Peterson. Janice's past bleeding out in black ink. Her breath hitched as she read them, her hands trembling. Simon watched from the doorway. What is that? He asked, feigning ignorance. She looked up at him, her eyes wild. Where did you get this? He stepped closer, tilting his head. Get what? She held up the letters. These. Who sent them? He shrugged. I don't know, Janice. Maybe it's karma. Her mouth opened, but no words came. He could see it then, the realization sinking in. Someone was pulling the strings. Someone was tearing her life apart. But she didn't know who. And that, Simon thought, was the most delicious part of all. She had no idea that the man standing in front of her, the man she had betrayed and lied to for years, was the one orchestrating her downfall. And by the time she figured it out, it would be far too late. Janice Massina had always been a woman who thrived on control. She was meticulous, calculating, always a step ahead, until now. It began as a trickle, little things. A missing credit card, a late bill she swore she had paid, her coworkers whispering in hushed tones when she walked into the office. At first, she brushed it off. Coincidences, a bad week. Then the trickle became a flood. A routine trip to the grocery store ended with her card being declined. Confused, she checked her banking app. The joint account she shared with Simon, emptied. All $35,000 of it. Her pulse spiked. She tried the savings account. Gone. Her hands trembled as she gripped her phone, dialing Simon's number. Voicemail. She drove home in a haze, her mind racing. When she stormed inside, Simon was in the kitchen, calmly drinking a glass of water. She slammed her purse down on the counter. "Where's the money, Simon?" He took his time setting the glass down, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Then he smiled. A slow, knowing smile. Janice's stomach dropped. "You really thought I'd just let this go?" His voice was maddeningly calm. Her breath hitched. "I'll move the money," he said, standing up and walking around the kitchen island, forcing her to take a step back. "Our money, Janice. The money I work for. The money I earned while you were busy screwing Mark Peterson." Janice clenched her fists. "I made a mistake." "No, Janice." Simon's voice turned sharp. "A mistake is forgetting an anniversary. A mistake is saying the wrong name in bed. You didn't make a mistake. You built a life on a lie." She swallowed, her throat dry. "Simon, please." "Please what?" He tilted his head. "Forgive you? Move on? Pretend like I don't wake up every day knowing that the children I raised aren't mine?" A lump formed in her throat. "You're still their father." Simon let out a hollow laugh. "Am I?" His eyes burned into hers. "You decided that for me, didn't you? You played God with my life." Janice's heart pounded. She had seen Simon angry before. But this was something else. "You emptied the accounts," she said, trying to steady her voice. "What are you planning to do?" Simon leaned in, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered, "I'm going to take everything from you." She felt a chill slither down her spine. "You." But before she could finish, the doorbell rang. She turned, her pulse still frantic, and walked cautiously to the door. When she opened it, a thick manila envelope lay at her feet. No one was there. A deep sense of dread settled in her stomach as she bent down to pick it up. She stepped back inside, slowly peeling back the flap, pulling out a thick stack of papers. And then her world shattered. Inside the envelope were copies of her emails. The love letters she had exchanged with Mark. Photos, one she didn't even know existed, of them together at a motel, his hands on her, their faces inches apart. And then, at the very bottom, a divorce petition. Janice's fingers shook as she flipped through the documents. Legal jargon blurred before her eyes. And then she saw it. Simon was fighting for full custody. She looked up, her vision swimming. You can't do this." Simon took a step forward, his expression unreadable. "You did this, Janice." Her legs felt weak. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. She had spent years carefully constructing her life, ensuring her secrets remained buried, maintaining the illusion of a perfect wife, a loving mother. And now, in a matter of days, Simon was unraveling it all. She sucked in a breath, trying to gather herself. "I won't let you take my children." Simon's lips curled. "They're not yours to keep." Janice stared at him, a cold sweat forming at the base of her neck. This was no longer the man she had married. This was someone else. Someone she no longer recognized. And for the first time in her life, she was afraid. Mark Peterson had spent his life carefully constructing an image of success. He was a respected businessman, a devoted husband, and a father to 2 children who adored him. He lived in a pristine suburban mansion, drove an imported luxury car, and had a reputation for his keen business instincts. But what no one knew, what no one was supposed to know, was that he was also a liar, a betrayer, a man who had once whispered promises into Janice's ear and left behind nothing but broken vows. Simon had ensured that Mark's past would not stay buried. It started subtly. Mark came home one evening to find his wife, Ellen, sitting in the dimly lit living room, a glass of wine untouched on the table beside her. The air was thick with tension, the kind that presses against the walls and suffocates a room. "Ellen." Mark set down his briefcase, sensing something was off. She lifted her gaze, and in her hand, she held a small stack of letters. Faded, worn at the edges, but still damning. "Who is Janice?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mark felt the blood drain from his face. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said too quickly. Ellen's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Try again." She held up the letter, her fingers tightening around the paper as she read aloud. "Every time I see Jacob, I see myself in him." Mark felt as though the walls were closing in. His mind raced, grasping for excuses, explanations, anything. "I. It was a mistake," he stammered. "It was years ago, it meant nothing." Ellen let out a short, humorless laugh. "Nothing? You fathered a child with another woman. Do you have any idea what this has done to me? To our family?" Mark moved toward her, reaching out. "Ellen, please, I love you. This doesn't change anything." She recoiled. "Doesn't change anything?" Her voice rose, raw with betrayal. "You lied to me for years. And if I hadn't found these, you never would have told me, would you?" Silence. Ellen exhaled sharply, shaking her head as if she were trying to rid herself of the very sight of him. "I want you out," she said. "Now." Mark's mouth opened, but nothing came out. "Out," she repeated, this time with the force of a final decision. And just like that, the life he had so carefully built began to crumble. The next few weeks were a downward spiral. Mark's colleagues at the firm began whispering behind his back. Someone had sent an anonymous tip to the board of directors, exposing his infidelity and the subsequent scandal. Clients pulled away. Business deals evaporated. The final blow came when Ellen filed for divorce. She took the house, the cars, and, worst of all, their children. Mark sat alone in a dimly lit apartment, a far cry from the sprawling home he once owned. Bills piled up on the counter. His phone remained silent, except for the occasional cold message from his lawyer. He tried to reach Janice, desperate for some kind of solace, but she wanted nothing to do with him. She had her own problems. And Mark Peterson, the man who had once had everything, now had nothing. Simon watched it all unfold with quiet satisfaction. He hadn't needed to lay a hand on Mark to destroy him. All it had taken was the truth, released at just the right moment, like a carefully placed match against a trail of gasoline. And as he stood outside Mark's now empty office, looking at the nameplate that had been removed from the door, Simon allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. One betrayer down. One more to go. And he was just getting started. Simon sat in his lawyer's office, his fingers steepled under his chin. The room smelled of polished wood and expensive cologne, the kind of place where battles weren't fought with fists, but with signatures and subpoenas. Across from him sat Gerald Whitman, a seasoned divorce attorney with salt and pepper hair and the calculating gaze of a man who had won more wars than he had lost. He adjusted his glasses and tapped the stack of papers on his desk. "You're sure about this?" Gerald asked, his voice measured. "Absolutely," Simon said, his tone like steel. "I raised those kids. They're mine." Gerald studied him, considering. The law is complicated in cases like these. Jacob and Emma aren't biologically yours. That's going to be Janice's main argument. Simon's jaw tightened. "I don't care about DNA. I'm the only father they've ever known." Gerald leaned back, his fingers laced together. "Then we need to make this about something else. We don't fight biology, we fight stability. Janice's life has been turbulent lately." Simon smirked. Turbulent is an understatement. The groundwork had already been laid. Janice had been under financial strain ever since Simon discreetly drained their shared savings. She had been reprimanded at work, due to anonymous reports of negligence. Her reputation was crumbling brick by brick. But it wasn't enough. Simon needed to deliver the final blow. 2 weeks later, Simon and Janice faced each other in family court. Janice looked different, thinner, more haggard. Her once perfectly styled hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes ringed with exhaustion. She still had the poise of a woman who thought she could win, but Simon could see the cracks. Her lawyer, a younger man with an overeager smirk, stood and addressed the judge. "Your Honor, My client, Janice Massina, is the biological mother of Jacob and Emma. It is her right to maintain custody. Mr. Massina, while once a parental figure, is not their biological father, and Simon's lawyer stood before the sentence could be finished. Objection, Your Honor. The judge, an older woman with sharp eyes, nodded. On what grounds, Mr. Whitman? Gerald stepped forward smoothly. My client has been the sole financial provider for these children since birth. He has cared for them, raised them, and has never once abandoned his duties as a father. Biology is irrelevant when it comes to the well-being of the children. We have extensive evidence that Mrs. Massina has engaged in actions that put that stability at risk. Janice's lawyer scoffed. That's an exaggeration. What actions exactly? Simon's pulse remained steady as Gerald reached into his briefcase and pulled out a stack of documents. Your Honor, we have bank statements showing that Mrs. Massina has recently withdrawn large sums of money, leaving her accounts nearly empty. Janice stiffened. She hadn't realized he had been tracking her financial downfall. Gerald continued. Additionally, we have character statement from former colleagues detailing erratic behavior, missed deadlines, and warnings about her performance. Simon didn't look at her. He could feel her anger radiating across the courtroom, but he remained focused on the judge's reaction. The judge glanced at Janice. Mrs. Massina, do you have an explanation for these claims? Janice's voice wavered. I lost some money, yes, but I have a stable job, and my children are my priority. Your Honor, Gerald interrupted smoothly. We also have text message evidence showing Mrs. Massina recently attempted to contact Mark Peterson, the man with whom she had an extramarital affair and who fathered both children. She attempted to seek financial support from him after his own marriage ended in divorce. A hush fell over the courtroom. Janice's lawyer visibly tensed. He had not been prepared for this. Janice's face drained of color. That's taken out of context. Simon's lawyer leaned in. Mrs. Massina, are you saying you did not reach out to Mark Peterson for financial assistance after Mr. Massina filed for divorce? Her mouth opened, then closed. The damage was done. After hours of deliberation, the judge called them back into the courtroom. Simon sat with his hands folded, staring straight ahead. Janice fidgeted, biting her lip. The judge cleared her throat. In reviewing all evidence presented, this court finds that while Mr. Massina is not the biological father, he has been the sole parental figure in these children's lives. Stability is of utmost importance, and the court has concerns regarding Mrs. Massina's recent actions and financial instability. As such, primary custody will be granted to Mr. Massina, with visitation rights awarded to Mrs. Massina. The gavel came down. Simon let out a slow breath. It was over. Janice let out a choked sob. She turned to him, eyes red with fury. You took everything from me. Simon met her gaze with cold finality. No, I just took back what was mine. She shook her head in disbelief, but there was nothing left to say. She had lost, and Simon had won. Janice stood on Simon's doorstep, her face pale and hollow. The confident, beautiful woman he had once loved was gone, replaced by a desperate shell of herself. Her once pristine hair hung in tangled waves, her eyes rimmed with red. She had lost weight, too much weight, and her clothes, once symbols of wealth and status, now hung loosely on her fragile frame. Simon leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. He had been expecting this moment. Simon, Janice breathed, her voice weak. Can we talk? He didn't answer. He simply stepped aside, allowing her inside. The house was different now, colder, without Janice's touch, without the forced warmth of their so-called family. It had become a hollow structure, just walls and furniture. And yet, it was home in a way it never had been before. Janice stepped in cautiously, as if afraid of what she might find. Her hands trembled as she clutched the sleeves of her worn-out sweater. You've taken everything from me, she whispered. Simon let the words settle, let her feel the weight of them. He didn't argue. He didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled. Did I? He asked, his voice like the sharp edge of a blade. Janice's eyes darted to the family portraits on the wall, but something was different. She wasn't in them anymore. Simon had replaced the photos. The ones with her had been removed, erased, as if she had never existed in this house, in this family. Janice let out a shaky breath. I was wrong, she admitted. I was selfish. But Simon, you have to know, I never wanted to hurt you. He laughed then, a cold, humorless laugh. You didn't want to hurt me? He repeated, stepping closer. Janice, you built our entire life on a lie. You let me believe I was a father to children who weren't mine. Every moment, every I love you, every promise, it was all fake. Tears slid down her cheeks. I loved you. Did you? His voice was calm, eerily so. Or did you just love the life I gave you? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Simon took a slow step forward, closing the distance between them. She flinched. You know, he said, voice lower now, almost gentle, there was a time when I would have given anything for us to fix this. When I would have forgiven you, because I loved you that much. He tilted his head, studying her. But that man? The one who would have fought for this marriage. He's gone now, and you killed him. Janice let out a strangled sob. You win, she whispered, shoulders shaking. I have nothing left. Simon exhaled, a slow, measured breath. He should have felt triumphant. This was what he had wanted, to see her broken, to watch her crumble beneath the weight of her own sins. And yet, looking at her now, standing there in ruins, he felt nothing. No satisfaction. No closure. Just emptiness. Janice turned toward the door, defeated. But before she left, she looked back at him, one last time. I did love you, she said softly, even if you don't believe it. And then, she was gone. Simon stood there in silence, staring at the empty doorway. A cold wind blew through the open door. He didn't close it. Not yet. Instead, he listened to the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance. And when he was certain she was truly gone, he whispered the words he had been waiting to say. Goodbye, Janice. Then, he shut the door. And this time, he locked it. The call came late at night. Simon had been sitting at the kitchen table, his fingers idly tracing the rim of a whiskey glass, lost in thought. The house was silent, save for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. The children were asleep upstairs, unaware of the war their father had fought in the shadows. Then the phone rang. A deep sense of unease crawled up Simon's spine as he reached for it. He wasn't expecting a call, especially not at this hour. He answered. Mr. Massina, a voice asked. Yes, Simon replied, gripping the glass tighter. This is Detective Harris with the Newton Police Department. We need to ask you a few questions regarding Mark Peterson. Simon's grip tightened even more. The name alone sent a slow, burning heat through his veins. What about him? There was a pause. Then, the detective exhaled heavily. He's dead, Mr. Massina. Suicide. We found him in his apartment earlier this evening. For a moment, there was nothing. Silence. Stillness. Simon barely blinked, barely breathed. Dead? Mark Peterson was dead. A strange sensation swept over him, a cold, numbing wave that he couldn't quite name. He should have felt something, relief, satisfaction, maybe even triumph. But instead, all he felt was emptiness. Mr. Massina, the detective pressed. Simon forced himself to speak. How did it happen? Hanged himself, Harris said bluntly. In his living room. No sign of struggle. Just an empty bottle of scotch and a note left on a coffee table. Simon closed his eyes briefly. He could picture it too easily. The desperation, the loneliness, the final act of a man who had lost everything. Did the note say anything? Another pause. Then the detective spoke, his voice edged with something unreadable. It had a name on it, he said. Yours. Simon's pulse slowed. What? He wrote your name? Just that, Simon Massina. Nothing else. No explanation. No apology. Just your name. Simon leaned back in his chair, his mind spinning. Why? Why him? Was it blame? A last, bitter attempt to pass his own failures onto someone else? Or was it something else entirely? Something darker, something nameless that clawed at Simon's conscience? He had orchestrated Mark's downfall, had methodically taken everything from him. His wife, his money, his status. He had left the man with nothing. Had he pushed too far? Did you know him personally? The detective asked. Simon hesitated. No. Yes. Not in the way people meant when they spoke of knowing someone. But he had known Mark Peterson in the way a predator knows its prey. He had studied him, hunted him, dismantled him. But none of that could be spoken aloud. I knew of him, Simon finally said, but not personally. The detective made a noise, something between skepticism and disinterest. If you remember anything that might help, let us know. Simon muttered an acknowledgement and hung up. For several minutes, he sat in the dim kitchen, staring at the glass of whiskey in front of him. His own reflection wavered in the amber liquid, distorted and unfamiliar. Mark was gone. His revenge was complete. So why did it feel like something had gone terribly wrong? He reached for the whiskey, took a slow sip, and let the burn settle deep in his chest. Outside, the wind howled against the house, whispering secrets in the dark. And for the first time since it all began, Simon wondered if he had truly won, or if he had lost something far greater. The house was empty now, silent. The echoes of the past still clung to its walls like shadows that refused to fade. Simon stood in the living room, staring at the vacant space where the family portraits once hung. The nail holes gaped at him like open wounds. The divorce was finalized. The custody battle had been fought and won. Janice had lost everything: her reputation, her children, and her carefully woven illusion of control. Mark Peterson was dead. The man who had once stolen Simon's life had paid the ultimate price for his sins. And yet, victory tasted like nothing. Simon walked through the house one last time. His footsteps sounded too loud, too hollow. The rooms that had once been filled with laughter now held only dust and memories. He ran his fingers over the wooden banister of the staircase, the same one he had built with his own hands. He had sanded each step, carved each detail, imagining a home that would last forever. How foolish he had been. Forever didn't exist. Not in love, not in family, not in trust. He passed Jacob's old bedroom, pausing at the doorway. The walls were bare now, stripped of posters and drawings. His son, no, not his son, but still his in every way that mattered, had taken everything when they moved into the new apartment. Simon had fought for those kids with the same relentless determination that had fueled his revenge. And in the end, the courts had ruled in his favor. Janice had tried to argue that he wasn't their biological father, that he had no right. But the judge had seen through her. You may not share their blood, Mr. Massana, the judge had said, looking over the years of proof, pictures, report cards, school trips, medical bills, bedtime stories. But you are in every way that counts their father. Simon had clenched his fists as Janice broke down in the courtroom. She had tried to hold on to the children, tried to salvage at least one piece of the life she had so carelessly destroyed. But in the end, she had nothing. No husband, no lover, no home, and no children. Simon stepped into the bedroom, inhaling the faint scent of childhood. The ghosts of bedtime stories and whispered goodnights lingered here. He swallowed the lump in his throat. This had never been about the kids. Not really. They were innocent. None of this had ever been their fault. It had been about Janice, about making her suffer the way he had suffered. And now it was over. Simon turned away from the room, heading downstairs. The movers had already taken the last of the furniture. All that remained was the heavy oak dining table, the one where they had shared their first meal as a family. He had built it himself, every inch of it crafted with care. He ran a hand across its surface, feeling the imperfections in the wood. Scratches, dents, marks of a life lived. This table had witnessed birthdays, Christmas dinners, late-night conversations, and quiet moments of love he had once believed were real. Now was nothing but wood, just like the marriage had been nothing but lies. He exhaled, long and slow, then walked out the front door, locking it behind him for the last time. The key felt heavy in his palm. He could toss it, but what was the point? The house was no longer his problem. Outside, the moving truck idled by the curb. Jacob and Emma waited in the back seat of Simon's car, watching him. He climbed into the driver's seat, adjusting the rearview mirror. His children looked at him with trust, with love that Janice had never truly deserved. Jacob met his eyes. Are we really never coming back? Simon hesitated, then shook his head. No, buddy, we're not. Jacob nodded, seeming to understand. Emma leaned against her brother, sleepy from the early morning drive. Simon shifted the car into gear, pulling away from the house one final time. The past shrank in the rearview mirror, fading into something distant. He had won. He had taken everything from Janice, just as she had taken everything from him. But as he drove down the empty street, a strange hollowness settled in his chest. He had burned the past to the ground, but what had he really built in its place? The road ahead was open, endless, a fresh start. But the man he had once been? That man was gone, and in his place was something colder, something darker. Simon kept his hands on the wheel, his grip firm. There was no going back now. The house was quiet, save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the far wall. It was an old thing, its brass frame dulled with time, but it still kept steady time, an unwavering reminder of the minutes, the hours, the years that had passed. Simon sat in the dim glow of the living room lamp, staring at the reflection in his whiskey glass. Amber liquid swirled as he tilted it slightly, the ice clinking like distant echoes of a life he had long since abandoned. The man who stared back at him from the glass was unfamiliar. There were new lines on his face, etched deep like battle scars. His once soft eyes had hardened, sharpened. He had always been a good man, steady, loving, dependable. But good men didn't survive betrayal. Good men were devoured. And so, Simon had become something else. Outside, the wind howled against the window panes, rattling them in their frames. March had arrived with bitter winds, but Simon barely noticed. His thoughts were elsewhere, drifting through the wreckage he had left behind. Mark Peterson was dead, a bullet to the temple, a final escape from the consequences of his sins. Simon had read the obituary in the newspaper, staring at the grainy, black and white photo of the man who had stolen his life. A wifeless, childless corpse, buried in a cheap casket, mourned by few. Janice was ruined. After losing custody of the children, she had tried to pick up the pieces, but there was nothing left. Her job was gone, her reputation tarnished, her friends absent. She had reached out once, just once, pleading for a chance to see the kids, to make things right. Simon hadn't answered. He had thought revenge would taste sweet, that bringing them to their knees would fill the void their betrayal had left inside him. But now, sitting alone in the half-darkness, he wasn't sure what he had won. The children were upstairs, fast asleep. Jacob and Emma, the only two innocent souls in this entire disaster. They didn't know the full truth yet. One day they would. One day they would ask why their mother wasn't in their lives, why their real father had vanished from existence. What would he tell them? That love was a lie? That trust was a weapon people used against you? That sometimes justice wasn't found in courtrooms or prayers, but in the quiet, calculated destruction of those who wronged you? Simon ran a hand down his face, sighing. He had thought this moment, this quiet, victorious moment, would bring peace. Instead, it brought silence. Not the comforting kind, not the peaceful kind, the kind that stretched on endlessly. A part of him had died in the process. The man who had once believed in family, in love, in the sacred bonds of trust, he was gone. And in his place sat a man who understood a much darker truth. Everyone had secrets, and some were worth destroying for. The whiskey burned his throat as he took another sip, his gaze settling on the darkened window. His reflection stared back at him, eyes hollow yet knowing. Outside, the wind howled again, but Simon didn't flinch. He had faced the storm, and he had won. But winning had never felt so empty. My cheating wife's betrayal destroyed me, until I got revenge. Simon Blackwood had always considered himself a fortunate man. His life was the picture of success, a thriving law practice, a luxurious home in the heart of the city, and a woman who, at least to the outside world, was the embodiment of devotion. He had built his life like a carefully structured case, with logic, ambition, and precision ensuring that nothing was ever left to chance. Tonight was no different. The scent of expensive cologne clung to his suit as he stepped out of his office, the marble floors gleaming under the soft glow of recessed lighting. His assistant had already left for the evening, the quiet hum of the city filtering through the glass windows. Simon adjusted his cufflinks, his reflection in the glass staring back at him, a man of control, of calculated power. He had planned everything meticulously. The reservation at L'Atelier, one of the most exclusive restaurants in town. The bouquet of deep red roses resting in the passenger seat of his sleek black Mercedes. The engraved bracelet tucked inside a velvet box, a small but significant token of his love for Emily. She would love it. She always did. As he navigated the streets, the city pulsed with its usual energy, cars rushing past, the distant wail of a siren cutting through the night, neon signs flickering with life. He had always been drawn to the order within the chaos, the way he could carve out a life of control in a world that thrived on unpredictability. By the time he pulled into the driveway of their townhouse, the air was thick with the scent of autumn, crisp leaves, a faint trace of wood smoke lingering in the distance. He stepped out of the car, taking a moment to glance up at the large bay windows of their home. Light spilled out onto the cobblestone path leading to the front door, warm and inviting. He smiled. This was what he had built. This was his world. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the rich aroma of candle wax and something delicate, lavender perhaps. The dining room was bathed in golden light, a table set for two with fine china and crystal glasses. A bottle of wine stood uncorked, breathing. Soft jazz hummed from the speakers, filling the room with an air of quiet intimacy. And then there she was, Emily Blackwood. She stood near the dining table, her silhouette framed by the glow of candlelight. She wore a deep emerald dress that clung to her figure in all the right places, her blonde hair cascading in soft waves down her back. When she turned to face him, her lips curled into a slow smile, her green eyes glinting with something unreadable. "Happy anniversary," she murmured. Simon stepped closer, lifting the bouquet of roses between them. "Happy anniversary, my love." She took the flowers, bringing them to her nose, inhaling deeply. But there was something distant in her expression, a flicker of something beneath the surface. A hesitation. He might have dismissed it if not for the way her hands trembled slightly as she set the roses down. "Dinner smells amazing," he said, brushing the unease aside. He had spent years perfecting the art of reading people. Witnesses, clients, judges, but Emily had always been the one mystery he never wanted to solve. She poured the wine, her fingers tightening around the stem of the glass as she passed it to him. "To us," she said, raising her own. Simon held her gaze as he clinked his glass against hers. "To us." The wine was smooth, the kind that lingered on the tongue, leaving behind a trace of something bittersweet. They talked about work, about plans for the future, about everything and nothing at all. But beneath the surface, something shifted. A pause before answering question. A fleeting glance at her phone when she thought he wasn't looking. The way she smiled just a little too perfectly, like a woman trying too hard to maintain illusion. It was subtle, but Simon noticed. And for the first time in their marriage, a cold whisper of doubt slithered through his mind. He ignored it. He wanted to believe in the life they had built in the woman sitting across from him. But some part of him, buried deep where instinct overpowered love, knew. The cracks had already begun to form. And soon, everything would shatter. The night the illusion shattered was an ordinary one. Simon had been sitting in his leather armchair, a glass of whiskey cradled in his palm, the soft hum of jazz filling the dimly lit living room. The scent of Emily's vanilla perfume still lingered in the air from when she had kissed him goodbye, claiming she had a late meeting. A lie. He didn't know it then, not for certain. But the unease had started to crawl beneath his skin, an invisible pressure tightening around his chest. It was the little things that had begun to nag at him, whispering suspicions he had tried to ignore. The way she had been more protective of her phone lately. How she smiled less when he spoke. The way her fingers hesitated before touching him, as if she were afraid of what intimacy might reveal. He told himself he was imagining it, that he was paranoid, until her phone, forgotten on the kitchen counter, buzzed. Simon had never been the type to pry. He trusted Emily, believed in the sacred privacy between a husband and wife. But trust is a fragile thing, and when it begins to crack, it doesn't shatter. It erodes piece by piece until all that's left is dust. His eyes flicked to the screen. A name he didn't recognize. A message that sent ice through his veins. Last night was unforgettable. Can't wait to see you again, my love. For a moment, Simon felt nothing. Not anger, not pain, just silence. A stillness so profound that it pressed into his ears, dulling the sound of his own breath. Then the world snapped back in motion. His fingers clenched around the phone, and his heartbeat roared in his ears. He hesitated. He could put it down, pretend he hadn't seen it, go back to sipping his whiskey, go back to believing in the lie. But something dark unfurled inside him. He swiped the screen open. The first message was just the tip of the blade. What followed was an avalanche of filth, words drenched in desire, in secrets, in a history he had been blind to. There were dates, plans, whispers of stolen moments, pictures, a hotel room receipt, an entire hidden life unfolding in front of him, every message a fresh wound. Emily's laughter drifted from the doorway. Simon barely had time to register it before she stepped inside, her heels clicking softly against the wooden floor. She looked radiant, as she always did. Her coat was draped over her arm, her hair spilling over her shoulders in soft waves. She smiled, but there was something tired in it, forced. "Hey, love," she said, her voice smooth, warm, a voice he had fallen in love with, a voice now laced with deception. She kissed his cheek as she passed, her lips grazing his skin with the same tenderness she had surely given him. Simon forced himself to breathe, to keep the storm contained. "How was your meeting?" he asked, his voice steady. Emily sighed, tossing her coat onto the chair. "Exhausting. We went over projections for next quarter. I think we'll have to make some adjustments." A flawless lie. She moved to the kitchen, pouring herself a glass of water, completely unaware that the walls were caving in. Simon looked at her, really looked at her, the way she ran a hand through her hair absent-mindedly, the way she leaned against the counter, her body language so at ease, as if she weren't living two lives. And in that moment, he understood something chillingly simple. She wasn't just betraying him. She had mastered the art of it. A hollow laugh almost escaped him. How long had he been blind? How many nights had he kissed her goodnight while another man's scent clung to her skin? How many times had she smiled at him with lips that had whispered devotion to someone else? Emily turned, meeting his gaze. "You okay?" Simon smiled, a slow, careful smile. "Of course." And just like that, the game had begun. Simon's world had always been built on logic and order. In the courtroom, every case he handled had a clear beginning, a middle, and an inevitable end. But this was chaos. A storm of betrayal ripping through the foundation of his life, turning everything he thought he knew into a carefully constructed lie. He sat alone in his dimly lit study, staring at Emily's phone in his hand, the screen still glowing from the last message he had read. His breath came in slow, deliberate exhales, though his pulse hammered violently against his ribcage. He had seen the words. They could never be unseen. Last night was unforgettable. Can't wait to see you again, my love. Simon's hands clenched into fists. The woman he had built a life with, the woman he had sworn to protect, was deceiving him. And not just any kind of betrayal. This was calculated, deliberate. This was the kind of treachery that stripped a man of his dignity. But he didn't confront her. Not yet. Instead, he watched. That night, as Emily emerged from the shower, wrapped in a silk robe, she smiled at him as if nothing had changed. You look deep in thought, she said, walking toward him. The scent of lavender and vanilla clung to her skin, the same scent he had loved for years. Simon forced a small smile. Just work. She leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against his cheek, and for the first time in their marriage, Simon felt nothing. No warmth, no love, just cold calculation. The next morning, when Emily left for work, Simon stayed home. He called in sick, something he never did. As soon as she was gone, he sat at his desk, fingers drumming against the wood. He had two choices: confront her and demand an explanation, or dig deeper, uncover the full extent of her betrayal before striking. The latter was the only acceptable option. Simon hired a private investigator that afternoon. His name was James Mercer, a former detective with a reputation for uncovering the darkest secrets. He didn't ask questions when Simon handed him Emily's photo and the name of her suspected lover. Richard Calloway, Simon said, the name burning on his tongue. Mercer smirked. I've dealt with this type before. Give me a few days. And so, Simon waited. At home, he became a ghost, moving through the house like an unseen specter, silently observing Emily. He noticed things he had never paid attention to before. The way she lingered in the bathroom texting, the way she seemed more distant, the faint smile that played on her lips when she thought he wasn't looking. At night, he pretended to sleep while she lay beside him, scrolling through her phone with an expression of quiet longing. It was rage unlike anything he had ever known. But he swallowed it down, forced his face into a mask of indifference. He needed proof. He needed certainty. And then, 3 days later, Mercer called. Meet me in person, was all he said. They met in a discreet cafe downtown, away from prying eyes. Mercer slid a manila envelope across the table, his expression unreadable. Take a deep breath before you open it, he advised. Simon ignored him, his fingers tearing through the envelope with precise efficiency. And then, there it was, photographic evidence of his wife's treachery. The first image, Emily stepping into the lobby of the Montclair Hotel. The second, Richard Calloway waiting for her at the bar, a smug grin on his face. The third, the two of them in the elevator, Emily's fingers grazing his arm, her head tilted toward him in intimate conversation. And the final image, the one that made Simon's blood run ice cold. Emily and Richard in a dimly lit hotel room, the door still ajar, her dress slipping from her shoulders. Simon's hands shook. He pressed his knuckles into the table, inhaling deeply through his nose. The cafe buzzed around him, voices, laughter, the clinking of cups, but it all felt distant like background noise in a film. Tell me everything, he said, his voice dangerously calm. Mercer leaned back. They've been meeting for months. Always the same routine: hotel rooms, late-night calls, secret rendezvous. She's careful, but not careful enough. He paused. I don't know what you want to do with this information, but if you're looking for advice. I'm not. Simon's eyes met Mercer's, dark and unyielding. I know exactly what I'm going to do. As he walked out of the cafe, the weight of his next move settled over him. This wasn't just about betrayal anymore. This was about revenge. The morning sun cast a golden hue over the Blackwood estate, its warmth betraying the ice in Simon's veins. He sat at the dining table, stirring his coffee with a deliberate rhythm, his mind a battlefield of rage and calculation. Across from him, Emily sipped her tea, her delicate fingers wrapped around the porcelain cup as if nothing had changed. She looked radiant, almost angelic, and it disgusted him. She didn't know he had seen the messages. She didn't know he had hired a private investigator to follow her, to capture every stolen glance, every secret rendezvous, every time she had lain in the arms of another man. And yet, here she was, acting the devoted wife, the picture of innocence. Simon lifted his coffee to his lips, allowing the bitterness to settle on his tongue. It was fitting, really. Bitterness. Deception. A slow, burning poison. "Anything interesting at work today?" Emily asked casually, buttering a piece of toast. Her voice was soft, melodic, practiced. Simon smiled. A slow, knowing smile. "Nothing unusual," he said, taking another sip. "Just the same old routine." Routine. Yes, that's what it had been. A carefully orchestrated routine of lies. She left for work early, claimed late nights at the office, weekend conferences, a tight schedule flawlessly executed. She had perfected the art of deception. But so had he. Simon leaned back in his chair, watching her carefully. "And you?" he asked. "Busy day?" Emily hesitated, just for a fraction of a second. Most wouldn't have noticed it, but Simon did. She smiled, bright, effortless. "Oh, the usual. Meetings. Reports. Probably a late one tonight." A masterpiece of falsehood. Simon nodded, as if he believed her. As if the scent of another man wasn't clinging to her skin. As if he hadn't spent last night staring at photographs of her wrapped in Richard Calloway's arms. Instead of rage, he felt something colder, sharper. Control. The rage had been overwhelming at first, a firestorm threatening to consume him whole. But now was something else. Now was strategy. And Emily had no idea she was playing a game she could not win. He reached across the table, gently brushing his fingers against hers. She looked up, startled, but quickly masked it with a soft smile. "I hope you don't work too late," Simon said, his voice smooth. "I was thinking we could have a nice dinner. Just the two of us." For the briefest moment, he saw panic flicker in her eyes. Trapped. But then, she recovered. "That sounds lovely," she said. "I'll let you know if I can make it." She wouldn't make it. She would send a last-minute excuse, a sudden meeting, an unexpected delay, and then she would rush to her lover, completely unaware that every move she made was already mapped out, accounted for, controlled. Simon finished his coffee, placed his cup down with precision, and smiled at his wife. "I'll be waiting," he said. Emily returned the smile, but there was a tightness in her expression, a hesitation she couldn't quite hide. She felt something, a shift in the air. Good. Let the doubt creep in. Let the cracks begin to form. Simon stood, adjusting his tie, and leaned down to press a lingering kiss against Emily's cheek. He felt her flinch, so slight, so imperceptible, but he noticed. "Oh," he murmured. "Almost forgot." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Emily's breath hitched as he placed it in front of her. "A little something for you," he said. She hesitated before opening it, her fingers trembling slightly as she lifted the lid. Inside was a delicate diamond bracelet, elegant, expensive, flawless. Her lips parted, and for a moment, she looked genuinely touched. "Simon, it's beautiful," she whispered. Simon tilted his head, studying her. "Just a reminder," he said softly, "that I see you." A flicker of something, guilt, fear, crossed her face. Simon leaned down, his lips brushing her ear. "And that I always will." She shivered. He straightened, adjusting his cufflinks, and gave her one last smile before heading toward the door. As he walked away, he didn't turn back. Because he had already won. Simon sat in his car outside the Blackthorn, a bar that reeked of whiskey, desperation, and secrets. It was the kind of place where men came to drown their regrets and strike deals in the shadows. He exhaled sharply, gripping the steering wheel before stepping out. Inside, the dim glow of flickering neon lights barely cut through the haze of cigarette smoke. The air was thick with the scent of old leather and spilled liquor. A slow jazz tune played from the crackling speakers, muffled beneath the murmurs of patrons hunched over their drinks. Simon spotted him immediately. Damien Wolfe. The man lounged in a booth at the far end of the bar, sipping from a glass of scotch, his sharp eyes cutting through the dimness like a predator surveying his territory. Dressed in a fitted black suit with his sleeves rolled up to reveal faded scars, Damien exuded danger, charm, and an unshakable calm that made men either fear or admire him. Simon approached. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, a flicker of recognition passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the past. Damien smirked. Well, look what the devil dragged in. Simon slid into the seat across from him, his jaw tight. I need your help. Damien swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Help? That's a big word, my friend, and a dangerous one. Simon leaned forward, his voice cold and deliberate. Emily is cheating on me. Damien arched an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Women cheat. It's what they do. You didn't call me after all these years just to cry into your drink, did you? Simon didn't flinch. I want revenge. Now he had Damien's attention. The smirk faded, replaced by something darker, something calculative. He set his glass down with a slow, deliberate motion. Revenge? That's a dangerous game. What are you thinking? Simon clenched his fists. I don't just want to hurt them. I want to destroy them. Damien studied him for a long moment, as if weighing the man in front of him. He'd known Simon years ago, back when they were two ambitious law students who saw the world as theirs for the taking. But time had turned them into different men. Tell me everything, Damien finally said, signaling the bartender for another round. Simon laid it all out. The secret texts, the photos, the betrayal that had hollowed him out from the inside. He spoke in a measured tone, but the fury beneath his words was unmistakable. When he finished, Damien chuckled softly. Cold. Calculated. You really want to burn them, don't you? Simon's stare was unwavering. To the ground. Damien exhaled, rolling his shoulders. All right. First rule of revenge. Don't act on emotion. Emotion makes you sloppy. You want to get even, you do it smart. Precise. Simon nodded. Which is why I came to you. A slow grin spread across Damien's face. He tapped his fingers on the table. Then let's make them bleed. The deal was struck. The night was just beginning. The night air was crisp as Simon stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his penthouse, staring at the city below. Neon lights flickered, car horns blared in the distance, and somewhere far beneath him, life carried on as usual. But not for Emily, not for Richard. Their lives were about to unravel, thread by delicate thread. He exhaled slowly, gripping the glass of bourbon in his hand. Revenge wasn't just about striking once. It was about erosion, the slow, painful unraveling of everything his betrayers held dear. And the first step was making Emily doubt her own reality. Simon started small. Emily had always been meticulous about order, a creature of habit. She placed her jewelry box on the left side of the dresser, always arranged her skincare bottles in height order, and never left her shoes out of place. He knew her patterns better than she did. So he shifted things, just enough to unsettle her. Her perfume bottle moved to the opposite side of the vanity. A pair of heels that had been neatly tucked away in the closet now sat in the middle of the room. Her phone charger, always plugged in by her bedside, disappeared for a night before mysteriously reappearing in the kitchen drawer. At first, she brushed it off, a tired mind, a fleeting lapse in memory. Then, Simon escalated. She was obsessed with her phone, always clutching it like a lifeline. So one night, while she slept, he took it and sent a message to himself from her number. Just a single word. Help. Then he deleted it from her sent messages. The next morning, as they sat at breakfast, he casually picked up his phone and frowned. Emily, did you text me last night? She looked up from her coffee, blinking. No. Why? Simon turned his screen toward her. The message glowed ominously. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She took her phone and checked her messages, her brow furrowing. That's weird. I don't remember sending that. He tilted his head. Maybe you were sleep texting. She forced a laugh, but he saw the unease in her eyes. She was starting to question herself. Good. The nights became longer for Emily. Sleep evaded her, the paranoia creeping into her bones. One evening, as she showered, Simon dimmed the lights in the bedroom and left the closet door ajar. When she stepped out, wrapped in a towel, she froze. He saw it, the hesitation, the quick glance over her shoulder. Did you go into the closet? She asked, her voice tight. He looked up from his book, feigning confusion. No, why? She swallowed, shaking her head. Nothing. I just never mind. She was unraveling. While Emily descended into self-doubt, Simon turned his attention to the man who had ruined his marriage. Richard Calloway was a smooth-talking investment broker with a reputation built on charm and carefully crafted lies. But Simon knew the truth. He knew about the unpaid debts, the offshore accounts, the whispered rumors of insider trading. And now he had proof. Thanks to Damien, Simon had acquired financial records showing Richard's involvement in fraudulent deals. His empire was built on a house of cards, and Simon was about to blow. A single email, sent anonymously, reached Richard's firm's board of directors. The subject line read, Urgent. Evidence of Calloway's fraudulent activities. Attached were documents detailing secret transactions, emails proving misconduct, and just enough truth to send his entire career into a nosedive. Within hours, Richard's office erupted in chaos. Simon received a text from Damien. It's happening. He's fucked. Simon smiled. That evening, Emily was different, distracted, fidgety. As they sat on the couch watching TV, she kept glancing at her phone, chewing her lip. What's wrong? Simon asked, feigning concern. She hesitated. It's just Richard. A slow burn of satisfaction curled inside Simon, but he kept his face neutral. What about him? She hesitated. Something's going on at his firm. Some kind of financial scandal. He's freaking out. Simon sipped his bourbon. That's unfortunate. She studied him for a moment, as if trying to read something on his face. Then she shook her head, turning her attention back to her phone. Simon leaned back, satisfaction washing over him. It had begun, and he was just getting started. Richard Calloway stood in his glass-walled office, staring at the city skyline. The world stretched before him in a sea of opportunity, but for the first time in years, he felt an unease he couldn't name. His phone buzzed, a call from an unknown number. He let it ring. A second later, an email alert popped up. His breath hitched as he read the subject line, Urgent. Investigation into financial irregularities. His stomach twisted. Clicking it open, he found a message from a supposed whistleblower within his company. Attached was a confidential report detailing discrepancies in his firm's accounts. False invoices, missing funds, unaccounted transactions. His own transactions, the kind that, if exposed, could end his career. A cold sweat prickled his forehead. Richard deleted the email and grabbed his coat. He needed air. From across the street, Simon Blackwood watched. Hidden beneath a cafe awning, he sipped his black coffee, savoring the moment. Richard didn't know it yet, but this was only the beginning. Simon had spent weeks feeding anonymous tips to journalists, planting doubt among Richard's colleagues, and ensuring his name whispered through the corridors of power, always with a stain attached. He had learned one thing about men like Richard. Their downfall wasn't a dramatic explosion. It was slow, insidious, like poison slipping through the bloodstream. And now it was spreading. By midday, Richard was bombarded with phone calls. Investors demanding explanations. Partners reconsidering their deals. His assistant, normally cool and professional, had a tremor in her voice when she knocked on his office door. Sir, she said hesitantly, there's someone here to see you. Who? She swallowed. James Holloway. Richard's breath stilled. James was a senior board member, one of the few men in the company whose approval mattered. If he was here, something was very, very wrong. Richard straightened his tie and forced a smile. Send him in. James entered, his sharp blue eyes scanning the room. He sat down without a word. Then, he slid a folder across the desk. Richard hesitated before opening it. The contents sent a chill through his spine. Transaction records. Fake companies. Wire transfers leading offshore. His secrets. I don't know what this is, Richard said, masking his panic. James tilted his head, studying him like a snake watching its prey. We received an anonymous tip this morning, he said coolly. It appears someone has been misusing company funds. And the trail, he leaned forward, leads straight to you. Richard felt his world tilting. You don't believe this bullshit, do you? James merely smiled. I think you need to prepare yourself. Because if this is true, we won't just be severing ties with you. We'll be making an example out of you. And with that, he stood and walked out. Richard's hands shook as he clenched the folder. Who the hell was doing this to him? And then it hit him. That evening, after a stiff drink and hours of denial, Richard sat in his penthouse, staring at his reflection in the window. He had enemies, sure, but only one man had the intelligence, the patience, and the venom to pull something like this off. Simon Blackwood. Richard sneered. He had stolen Simon's wife, humiliated him, reduced him to nothing. And yet, somehow, Simon was fighting back. He underestimated him. That was a mistake. Richard reached for his phone and dialed Emily. She answered on the second ring, her voice wary. Richard, did you tell your husband about us? He demanded. What? No. Why would I? Because someone is trying to ruin me. Emily. His voice was sharp, and I think your husband is behind it. Silence. A long, dreadful silence. Then, finally, Emily spoke. I think, she whispered, he knows. From a hidden number, Simon listened. He had tapped Richard's phone weeks ago, knowing paranoia would eventually set in. As Richard raged, as Emily stammered, Simon closed his eyes and let their fear wash over him like a warm tide. He had them exactly where he wanted them. And the next move? Will be checkmate. The hotel room reeked of cheap perfume and desperation. Empty wine glasses littered the nightstand. A crumpled silk dress lay discarded on the floor, and the air between Emily and Richard had turned sour with unspoken resentments. Emily sat at the edge of the bed, her slender fingers clutching her phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. The words on the screen blurred as she read them again, her pulse hammering in her throat. Your lover is a fraud. Run before he takes you down with him. Her heart pounded. An anonymous message. The third one this week. She had ignored the first two, dismissing them as some sick joke. But after everything that had been happening lately, the strange looks at work, Richard's recent paranoia, the sudden loss of his biggest client, she wasn't so sure anymore. She turned to Richard, who was sprawled on the bed, half-dressed, cigarette in hand. He exuded the same arrogance that had once drawn her to him, but now, in the dim glow of the bedside lamp, she saw something else beneath it. Something hollow, something desperate. She cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice steady. Richard, we need to talk. His dark eyes flicked toward her, barely concealing his irritation. Christ, Em, can't it wait? He took another drag of his cigarette, exhaling slowly. No, she snapped, gripping the phone. Who the hell is sending me these messages? What is this about? Richard sat up, running a hand through his disheveled hair. I don't know, he muttered. Probably Simon. At the sound of her husband's name, Emily stiffened. The idea that Simon could know, that he was orchestrating something from the shadows, made her stomach twist with unease. But no, that wasn't possible. Simon was oblivious, still playing the role of the doting husband. He had no reason to suspect anything. Unless... She suddenly remembered the way he had kissed her before work that morning. Longer than usual, slower, as if savoring something. Her chest tightened. She stood up abruptly, pacing the room. Richard, tell me the truth, she demanded. Are you hiding something from me? Richard scoffed, standing and grabbing his dress shirt from the floor. Don't start, Emily. Her nails dug into her palms. Start what? Asking questions? Trying to understand why the walls are closing in on us. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. I know something's wrong. You're losing clients. Your company is under investigation. There are whispers about you at the firm. Richard's jaw clenched. He turned away, buttoning his shirt. It's business. It's complicated. Emily let out a bitter laugh. Complicated? Jesus, Richard, I put everything on the line for you. I betrayed my husband. I lied to my friends. Her voice broke. She swallowed hard. And now you're keeping secrets from me? Richard's eyes flashed with something dark. Oh, that's rich, Emily. You want to talk about betrayal? He let out a harsh laugh. You had no problem sneaking around behind Simon's back when it suited you. But now that you feel the heat, you're suddenly the victim. Emily's breath hitched. A slow, simmering rage built in her chest. This is different, she hissed. Is it? Richard took a step forward, his voice low and venomous. Face it, Emily. We're both snakes. We used each other to get what we wanted. And now that things are falling apart, you're looking for someone to blame. Her face burned with fury. I risked everything for you. Richard smirked, but it didn't reach his eyes. And maybe that was your first mistake. Something inside Emily snapped. She grabbed the nearest glass from the nightstand and hurled it at him. It shattered against the wall, missing his head by inches. Go to hell, she spat, her breath ragged. Richard's lips curled into a cruel smile. Already there, darling. And guess what? You're right here with me. Emily's chest rose and fell with rapid breaths. She realized, with sickening clarity, that the man she had destroyed her marriage for was just as deceitful, just as heartless as she had been. And now they were both sinking. As she stormed toward the door, Richard's voice followed her like a shadow. Where are you going, Emily? She hesitated. Running back to Simon, he taunted. Think he'll take you back with open arms? He chuckled darkly. He's not as stupid as you think. Emily didn't answer. She grabbed her coat, yanked open the door, and stepped into the cold night air. Her hands trembled. Her mind raced. For the first time, she wondered if the real mistake hadn't been betraying Simon, but underestimating him. Simon sat in his dimly lit study, the glow of his laptop casting long shadows across the mahogany desk. The air was thick with the scent of aged whiskey and burning wood from the fireplace. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. The time had come for the next act in his masterpiece of vengeance. Emily had spent months believing she was in control, weaving her web of lies, thinking he remained oblivious. But now, she would taste the bitter poison of betrayal, not from a lover, but from the husband she had underestimated. He opened a secure messaging app and typed a message. Had a wonderful time last night, Simon. When can I see you again? The name on the account was Catherine, a woman who did not exist. Simon had spent days crafting the perfect digital illusion. Burner phone numbers, fake social media accounts, even a few carefully staged photos of himself at a restaurant with a blurred figure in the background. Everything had to feel authentic. He pressed send. Then he waited. That evening, Emily arrived home later than usual. Simon could hear the soft clatter of her heels on the marble floor as she stepped inside. He remained seated in the study, swirling the amber liquid in his glass, watching the fire flicker and dance. Simon, Emily's voice was hesitant. He turned slowly, greeting her with the same warm, practiced smile that had fooled her for weeks. Hey, love, how was your day? Emily hesitated. Fine, she said, but there was something in her eyes, an unease she was trying to suppress. Simon leaned back, watching her closely. He knew what was coming. I need to ask you something, she finally said, her fingers tightening around the strap of her purse. Simon raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. Of course. Emily hesitated again, then took out her phone and turned the screen toward him. The message from Catherine was displayed in bold letters. Simon leaned forward, squinting slightly, as if surprised. What's this? That's what I'd like to know. Her voice trembled, but she tried to sound composed. Who the hell is Catherine? Simon chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have no idea. Emily's eyes narrowed. Don't lie to me, Simon. The irony of her words sent a thrill through him. You think I'm lying? He asked, his tone calm, but with a hint of something darker beneath it. Emily exhaled sharply, pacing the room. You've been distant lately, staying late at work. I've seen the calls on your phone, the late-night messages. Simon tilted his head. Interesting. He rose to his feet, closing the space between them. You don't trust me? Emily scoffed. Don't turn this on me. Simon let out a soft, amused breath. It's just funny, that's all. He took another sip of whiskey, eyes locked on hers. The way you accuse me so easily. Emily flinched. I know what I saw. Simon set down his glass with deliberate slowness. Then he pulled his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to her. Go on, he said. Check everything. She hesitated. Look through my calls, my texts, my emails, he continued, his voice smooth and unwavering. See if you find anything. Emily took the phone but barely glanced at the screen before lowering it. Simon stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. What if I told you someone was trying to manipulate you? Her lips parted slightly, her breath shallow. What if someone wanted you to doubt me? He leaned in, letting the suggestion curl around her like a vice. To distract you, to make you question everything. Emily swallowed. Who would do that? Simon tilted his head, feigning deep thought. Then, as if a realization had struck him, he let a slow smirk creep across his face. What about Richard? Her body stiffened. Simon chuckled softly. It makes sense, doesn't it? He's the one whose life is unraveling. Maybe he wants to drag you down with him. Maybe he thinks turning you against me will give him some kind of leverage. Emily's face paled. The cracks in her confidence deepened. She didn't trust Richard anymore. Not after the mess Simon had orchestrated in the previous weeks. He had planted just enough doubt to poison their relationship. She hesitated, glancing at the message again. Simon reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You know me, Emily, he murmured. Would I ever betray you? The question lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. Emily lowered her gaze, shoulders slumping. No, she whispered. Simon smiled. Victory. Good, he said, taking back his phone and pocketing it. Now, let's not let baseless accusations ruin our evening. He poured her a glass of wine, placing it in her trembling hands. As she took a sip, Simon watched her closely, relishing the moment. She had no idea. She had no idea that this was only the beginning. Simon sat in his study, the dim glow of his desk lamp casting long shadows across the walls. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled together as he stared at the phone on his desk. Tonight was the night. The night Emily Blackwood's world would collapse in on itself, just as she had done to him. He had spent weeks orchestrating this moment, weaving deception as precisely as a spider spinning its web. Every detail was in place, every move calculated. Now, all that remained was to watch her fall. With a slow, deliberate breath, he picked up his phone and sent the message that would deliver the final blow. To Emily Blackwood, you should know what it feels like to be deceived, to be used, to be played. Then he sent the attachments, pictures, voice recordings, carefully crafted messages. They painted a picture of Simon wrapped in a torrid affair, entangled in the arms of another woman. A fabrication, of course, but Emily didn't need to know that. A minute passed, then another. His phone buzzed. Emily, what the hell is this? Simon smirked. He could almost hear the panic in her voice, the desperation clawing at her throat. Emily, tell me this is a joke. He let her stew in the silence. Then, just as expected, the call came. He answered after the second ring, keeping his voice perfectly composed. Emily. Who is she? Her voice was raw with anger. Simon frowned, feigning confusion. Who is who? Don't play games with me, Simon, she screamed. These messages. The pictures. Who the hell is she? He allowed a pause. A long, deliberate silence. Then, in the coldest voice he had ever used, he said, "Why do you care, Emily?" Her breath hitched. Simon continued, his voice smooth and controlled. "I mean, you didn't seem too concerned about our marriage when you were sneaking around with Richard. Why the sudden outrage now?" The line went silent. He could hear only the faint, shaky inhale of her breath. She stammered. "I don't know what you're talking about." Simon chuckled, low and mocking. "Come on, Emily. Don't insult me. I know everything." She exhaled sharply. "Simon, please. It didn't mean. Save it." He cut her off, his voice ice cold. "I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses. You made your choices. Now you get to live with them." The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. He imagined her standing in their bedroom, hands trembling, face pale, her perfect world crumbling beneath her feet. Then, in a small, broken voice, she whispered, "Do you love her?" Simon almost laughed. The sheer irony of the question was absurd. But he didn't laugh. Instead, he let his silence be her answer. Emily inhaled sharply, as if she'd been stabbed. "You bastard." There it was, the fury, the bitterness, the taste of her own betrayal, fed back to her in full measure. "You are my wife, Emily," Simon said, his voice like a blade. "And you threw it all away." She let out a strangled sob. "Simon, please, we can fix this." "No," he said flatly. "You can't fix something you've already destroyed." She tried again, her voice desperate. "I'll end it with Richard. Right now. I'll do whatever it takes." Simon smirked. "Now you beg? Now you repent?" He leaned forward, his tone venomous. "You don't get to rewrite history, Emily. You don't get to undo your choices just because you don't like the consequences." "Simon, please," she whispered. But he had heard enough. He ended the call. And just like that, Emily Blackwood was alone in the ruins of her own making. The night was thick with humidity, the air clinging to Simon's skin as he stepped out of his black sedan. A storm brewed in the distance, the occasional flicker of lightning illuminating the horizon. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, the scent of rain, the electric anticipation of what was to come. The abandoned warehouse loomed before him, its broken windows like vacant eyes staring into the night. Inside, the trap was set. Richard Calloway had been lured here with a single message from an anonymous sender. "Come alone. We need to talk. I can fix this." Of course, Richard had taken the bait. Desperate men always did. Simon didn't enter the building. He didn't need to. He had a perfect vantage point from across the lot, hidden in the shadows. Damien had ensured everything was in place. The men inside, hardened enforcers with no patience for debtors, weren't there for conversation. A sleek black car pulled up, its tires crunching against gravel. Richard stepped out, his suit wrinkled, his tie undone. He looked gaunt, the stress of his ruined career weighing on him. His eyes darted around nervously as he entered the building. Simon smirked. "Showtime." Inside the warehouse, the air was stale with the scent of oil and rust. Flickering fluorescent lights buzzed above, casting eerie shadows on the cracked concrete floor. Richard walked deeper into the space, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. A voice emerged from the darkness. "Calloway." Richard spun around just as three men stepped into the light. They were rough-looking, their expressions unreadable. The leader, a burly man with a scar running from his temple to his jaw, cracked his knuckles. "You owe our boss a lot of money," the man said casually. Richard's throat bobbed as he swallowed. I just need more time. I can get it." Scarface chuckled. "See, that's the problem. You've run out of time." The first punch landed hard, a brutal right hook to Richard's ribs. He crumpled, gasping for air. Another fist connected with his jaw, snapping his head back. Blood dripped from his split lip as he staggered to his feet. Simon watched through a high, shattered window, his heart steady, his breath slow. This is what you deserve, Richard. But then, something unexpected happened. Emily's voice. Stop. Simon tensed. She stood in the warehouse entrance, her face pale, her hair wild from the wind. She had followed Richard. Damn it. Scarface turned, amused. And who the hell are you? I. Emily hesitated, realizing too late she had no plan, no power in this situation. Just leave him alone. He'll pay you. Scarface chuckled. Oh, he'll pay, all right. He motioned to his men. Take her too. Richard tried to intervene, but a boot to his stomach sent him sprawling. Emily barely had time to scream before rough hands grabbed her. She struggled, kicking and clawing, but it was useless. Simon clenched his jaw. He had wanted Emily to suffer, but not like this. He exhaled sharply, stepped back into the shadows, and pulled out his phone. Time for one last move. He dialed Damien. Get them out, he ordered. Within moments, another set of headlights cut through the night as Damien's men stormed the warehouse. A few gunshots rang out, a warning, not a kill, and the enforcer scattered. Richard lay groaning on the ground. Emily was on her knees, trembling, mascara streaking down her face. Simon didn't move until the warehouse was empty. Then, slowly he stepped inside. Emily looked up, and when she saw him, realization dawned. It was you, she whispered. Simon tilted his head. You figure that out now. Her breath hitched. Why? He crouched beside her, tilting her chin up with 2 fingers. His voice was soft, almost tender. You took everything from me, Emily. His grip tightened. Did you really think I wouldn't take it back? Tears welled in her eyes. Please. Simon let go and stood. He looked down at Richard, who could barely lift his head. A pathetic sight. I could finish this, Simon murmured, mostly to himself. But as he looked at them, his betrayers broken, ruined, he realized something. He had already won. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving them in the darkness. The morning after the night of reckoning, the city awoke to whispers of scandal. A brutal attack, a disgraced businessman, a missing woman, the perfect storm of destruction, and Simon Blackwood had orchestrated every piece of it with precision. Sitting at his desk, he scrolled through the news on his tablet. The headline made his lips curl into a satisfied smirk. Prominent CEO Richard Calloway hospitalized after brutal attack. Police investigate possible criminal ties. Simon tapped the article. The details were scarce, but the message was clear. Richard had been found in a downtown alley, bloodied and broken. The assault was being investigated, but given Richard's long history of shady dealings, the authorities suspected he had simply crossed the wrong people. Simon knew better. Damien Wolfe had handled it with his usual efficiency. A few well-placed calls, a debt collector with a grudge, and Richard's downfall had unfolded just as planned. But there was another detail that interested Simon more than Richard's hospitalization. Emily was missing. No calls, no messages, no trace of her at home or her usual haunts. She had vanished. He wasn't surprised. She had nothing left. Her reputation in ruins, her lover destroyed. Simon had left her just enough breadcrumbs to realize she had been played, that her whole world had been unraveled by the man she had betrayed. She had thought she was in control, that she could juggle deception like a skilled performer. But Simon had flipped the script. Now, she was just another casualty in a game she had never been prepared to play. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. The feeling should have been triumphant, but a hollow weight settled in his chest. He had won, but at what cost? A knock at the door pulled Simon from his thoughts. His assistant, Rachel, stepped in hesitantly. "There's someone here to see you," she said, her voice uncertain. A woman. Simon frowned. Who? She won't give her name, but she looks... Rachel hesitated. Broken. Simon's stomach tightened. He already knew who it was. Send her in, he said coolly. Rachel disappeared, and moments later, Emily stepped through the door. She was a ghost of the woman she had once been. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed, dark circles hollowing her face. She looked thinner, as if she hadn't eaten or slept in days. Simon, she breathed, her voice raw. He stared at her, unmoving. Emily. She took a shaky step forward. I need to talk to you. Simon gestured to the chair in front of his desk, but she hesitated. Instead, she dropped to her knees. I know what you did, she whispered. Everything. You set me up. You destroyed Richard. His face remained expressionless. Did I? Her lips trembled. Please, Simon. I have nothing left. Simon studied her for a long moment. This woman, the same one who had laughed behind his back, who had whispered lies in his ear while sleeping in another man's bed, was now begging him for mercy. He should have felt satisfaction. But instead, he felt nothing at all. He stood, walking slowly around the desk, stopping just inches from where she knelt. You had everything, he said, his voice a quiet storm. A husband who loved you, a life people envied, and you threw it away. Tears streamed down her face. I made a mistake. No, he corrected. You made a choice. She sobbed, gripping the edge of his suit. Tell me what to do. How do I fix this? Simon exhaled. He reached down, pried her fingers off him, and stepped back. You don't, he said simply. A choked sob left her throat. There's no fixing what's broken, he continued. No undoing what's done. Emily shook her head frantically. Please. Simon cut her off with a single look. The only thing left for you now, he said, his voice like ice, is to disappear. She stilled, his words sinking in. And then, finally, she understood. This was the end. She had lost. Completely. She staggered to her feet, swaying slightly, as if the weight of her mistakes was crushing her. Without another word, she turned and walked out of his office. Simon watched her go, feeling neither regret nor relief. Only finality. The war was over. And he had won. The dim glow of the streetlights flickered as Simon pulled his car into the abandoned waterfront lot. A thick fog rolled in from the river, wrapping the world in a ghostly haze. He stepped out, the crunch of gravel beneath his polished shoes the only sound breaking the silence. Emily stood a few feet away, shivering despite the warm night. She was a shell of the woman he had once loved. Her once perfect hair hung in tangled waves, her eyes rimmed with dark circles. She clutched her coat tightly around her, as if it could shield her from the consequences of her own choices. Simon, her voice cracked as she took a hesitant step forward. Thank you for coming. He didn't respond. He simply studied her, his face unreadable, his hands resting in the pockets of his tailored coat. She swallowed hard. I know you hate me, and I don't blame you. Simon tilted his head slightly, intrigued. No, he said, his voice smooth as glass. You don't. Emily let out a shaky breath, her fingers trembling. I made a mistake. A horrible mistake. But you... She hesitated, her lip quivering. You destroyed me. Simon allowed a soft chuckle, devoid of warmth. I didn't destroy you, Emily. He took a slow step toward her. You destroyed yourself. I simply held up a mirror. Tears welled in her eyes, but he felt nothing, not even a flicker of pity. I thought I loved him, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Richard, he made me feel alive. Wanted. Her breath hitched. But he wasn't you. He never was. Simon arched a brow, unimpressed. A convenient realization, now that he's ruined. Emily flinched, shame twisting her features. I was wrong, she whispered. I was stupid and selfish, and I lost everything. My job, my reputation. My family won't even look at me. She looked up at him with desperate, pleading eyes. But losing you? That's the worst part. Simon let her words hang in the cold night air. Once they might have meant something. Once he might have reached for her, held her, forgiven her. But that man was gone. You were my greatest love, he murmured, stepping closer. For a moment, a flicker of hope danced across her face. Then his lips curved into a slow, cruel smile. And my greatest lesson The color drained from her cheeks. "Simon, please." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single object, his wedding ring. For a moment, he simply stared at it, the silver band glinting under the streetlights. Then, without another word, he tossed it into the river. It vanished beneath the dark waves without a sound, swallowed whole by the abyss. Emily let out a strangled sob, covering her mouth with shaking fingers. Simon turned away, walking back toward his car without looking back. "Goodbye, Emily." The door shut behind him with a soft click. The engine purred to life, headlights cutting through the mist as he drove away, leaving her standing alone in the dark. The city stretched before Simon like an empire waiting to be conquered. The skyline, bathed in the golden glow of dawn, shimmered against the glass walls of his office. He stood by the window, fingers wrapped around a tumbler of whiskey, not out of habit, but as a quiet celebration. A slow, satisfied sip burned down his throat, warming him from the inside. It was over. Richard Calloway was finished, his reputation buried under scandal, his body broken by the very men he owed. Emily, well, Emily was a ghost now. Disgraced, abandoned, and exiled from the world she once ruled with charm and deception. The last he heard, she had fled the city, a shell of the woman she used to be. Simon exhaled deeply, watching the traffic move like veins pulsing through the heart of downtown. He had won. He had outmaneuvered them all. Yet, beneath the satisfaction, something else lurked, an emptiness he hadn't anticipated. For months, his life had revolved around revenge, each step meticulously calculated, each move executed with precision. Now that it was done, he found himself standing at the edge of victory, staring into the unknown. He had torn apart the life he once had, dismantled the love that had betrayed him, and buried the man who had been too trusting. What now? The shrill ring of his office phone snapped him from his thoughts. He let it go to voicemail. He already knew who it was. Damien Wolfe. His accomplice. His enforcer. The man who had whispered the darkest possibilities into his ear and made them real. Simon wasn't interested in another conversation. Their business was done. The past belonged to the dead. He walked to his desk, setting the whiskey down as he reached for a small envelope, one he had retrieved from his desk drawer just hours before. It was crisp, unopened, with his name scrawled across the front in Emily's delicate handwriting, the last remnant of their story. For a moment, he considered throwing it away unread, but curiosity was a cruel thing. He unfolded the letter. "Simon, you always had a way of seeing through me, of knowing when I was lying. But did you ever stop to wonder why? You were never the only one playing a game. Perhaps, in another life, we would have destroyed the world together, rather than each other. Goodbye, my love." A cold chuckle escaped his lips. Even in her final words, she remained a riddle, a ghost whispering from the ruins. Simon folded the letter and placed it back in the drawer. The past had given him its last breath. Now it was time to move forward. He picked up his phone, dialing a number, one that belonged to no one from his past, but someone from his future. A business partner, a new venture. As the call connected, he turned toward the sunrise, the first true light he had seen in months. "Let's get started," he said, his voice steady. And with that, Simon Blackwood stepped into his next chapter, one written in his own terms, in his own blood, and without a single trace of regret. Betrayed and broken, a husband's ultimate revenge. The late summer sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the college campus. Mark Porter gripped the steering wheel a little too tightly as he pulled into the crowded parking lot, the air inside the car thick with unspoken emotions. In the passenger seat, his wife, Amanda, adjusted her sunglasses, her face unreadable. Their youngest son, Ryan, sat in the back, restless with excitement, his fingers drumming against his knee. Mark had expected this day to feel bittersweet, a mix of pride and sorrow as they left their last child to begin his journey into adulthood. But beneath the expected parental nostalgia, something else simmered, something dark, something unresolved. He wasn't just sending his son off to college today. He was taking the first step toward the destruction of a life he had carefully built. The SUV rumbled to a stop in front of Ryan's dorm. Freshmen in college-branded hoodies hurried past, some dragging overstuffed suitcases, others carrying plastic bins filled with remnants of their childhood bedrooms. Mark took a deep breath. "All right," he said, forcing a smile as he turned to Ryan. "Let's get you moved in." Ryan was already halfway out of the car, eager to embrace his newfound independence. Amanda chuckled, shaking her head as she stepped out to help. Her long auburn hair caught the sunlight, and for a moment, Mark felt a familiar pang of admiration. Then it was gone, snuffed out by the truth he could no longer ignore. They carried box after box up to the small, neatly arranged dorm room. Ryan's roommate, a lanky kid named Dylan, greeted them with a casual nod before continuing to set up his gaming console. Posters of rock bands and sci-fi movies lined the walls, a clear contrast to Ryan's neatly folded clothes and untouched textbooks. "Looks like you'll fit right in," Amanda said, nudging Ryan playfully. Ryan smirked. "Yeah, I think I'll survive." Mark stood back, watching them, watching her. There was a time when moments like these had felt perfect, when he believed in the life they had built and the love they had shared. But today, it felt like a well-rehearsed performance, one he was no longer willing to be a part of. After a few more goodbyes and reminders to call home, they made their way back to the car. The drive home was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively chatter of the morning. Ryan was gone. The house would be empty. And now, there was nothing left to distract Mark from what he knew. As they pulled into their driveway, their longtime neighbor, Katie, waved from across the street. "Empty nesters now." "Huh," she called out, a teasing lilt at her voice. Amanda laughed, stepping out of the car. "Looks like it. Now we get to figure out what to do with all this free time." Mark forced a chuckle, but inside his mind was elsewhere. A decade-old truth was about to resurface. A storm was coming, and Amanda had no idea. He glanced at the mailbox before heading inside. If he had known what awaited him within that small metal box, if he had known how that simple act of retrieving the mail would shatter the last remnants of his illusions, he might have hesitated. But he didn't. And with that, the past came roaring back. The house was quiet except for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. Mark stood by the kitchen counter, flipping absently through the day's mail, credit card offers, a couple of bills, a grocery store flyer. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then, his fingers brushed against something different. A thick, padded envelope. No return address. Mark's brow furrowed as he turned it over in his hands. The packaging was worn, the edges slightly frayed as if it had passed through too many hands before finally reaching his doorstep. There was no postage, no signs of its origin, meaning someone had hand-delivered it. A strange feeling crept into his stomach, an instinctive unease. He wasn't sure why, but something about it felt wrong. With deliberate caution, he peeled away the seal and reached inside. His fingers brushed against something smooth, paper, thick and slightly glossy. He pulled it out. Inside was a smaller manila envelope, sealed shut. Written in neat, precise handwriting on the front was a single word. "Amanda." Mark's heartbeat stuttered. A rush of thoughts flooded his mind. Was it from a friend? A secret admirer? A debt collector? No, none of those made sense. His wife wasn't the type to keep secrets, was she? He ran a hand over his mouth, debating whether to open it. It was addressed to Amanda, not him. But something inside him, a dark whisper of suspicion, told him that whatever was in this envelope was meant to stay hidden. He tore it open. A letter slid out, folded neatly, along with something heavier. His fingers trembled as he unfolded the paper and began to read. "Amanda, it's been years, but I still think about you. About us. I can't believe how quickly time passed, how we lost touch. I always told you I'd keep our little secret safe. And I have. Until now. The truth has a way of surfacing, doesn't it? Maybe it's guilt, maybe it's nostalgia, or maybe I just wanted you to remember what we had. Either way, I thought it was time you saw these again. Consider it a gift, a keepsake from our time together. Josh. Josh. Mark felt a jolt, like an electric shock to his system. His grip on the letter tightened. Josh had been their neighbor years ago, before he and Amanda had moved to their new house. A man Mark had never really liked. A man he had long suspected of being too friendly with Amanda, but had dismissed as paranoid jealousy. His pulse thundered as he turned his attention to the rest of the envelope's contents. Photographs. The first was of Amanda, young, beautiful, dressed in a tight black dress he barely remembered. She was smiling, but not at the camera, at someone just outside the frame. His breathing quickened as he flipped to the next photo. Amanda, in lingerie. Then another, Amanda, completely naked, lying on a bed he didn't recognize. Mark felt like he'd been punched in the gut. His stomach churned, and a cold sweat formed at the back of his neck. But he wasn't done. His fingers, now trembling, reached for the last few photos. Amanda, with Josh. The images left no room for doubt. His wife, writhing beneath another man, her face twisted in pleasure. The timestamp in the corner told him everything he needed to know. These weren't recent. They were from 10 years ago. A time when he and Amanda had still been deeply in love. A time when their firstborn had barely been a year old. A time when Mark had thought their marriage was solid, unshakable. How wrong he had been. He couldn't breathe. The walls seemed to close in around him, the air thick with something suffocating. He felt sick. Why now? Why, after all these years, had Josh decided to send this? Revenge? Spite? Or was there something more? Mark's grip tightened on the photos until his knuckles turned white. He had two choices: pretend he never saw them and go on living a lie, or confront Amanda and uncover the rest of the truth. His jaw clenched. He already knew what he was going to do, and Amanda had no idea what was coming. The house was silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Mark sat at his desk, his hands shaking as he held the glossy, damning photographs from the envelope. Amanda's face, younger but unmistakable, stared back at him from the images, eyes half-lidded in pleasure, mouth open in ecstasy, her body tangled with Josh's. Mark felt like he was suffocating. The air in his home, his sanctuary, felt poisoned. The woman he had built a life with, the woman he had trusted with his children, had been unfaithful while he was working long hours to provide for their family. The betrayal was a knife in his gut, but another thought crept into his mind like a slow-moving shadow, whispering doubts he could no longer ignore. Their younger son. A strange, gnawing fear settled in his bones. He had dismissed it before, shoved it into the darkest corners of his mind, every time someone mentioned how the boy didn't quite look like him. He had blamed it on genetics, on distant relatives, on random chance. But now, with these photos proving Amanda's affair had been ongoing around the time of their son's birth, the doubt clawed its way to the surface. He pushed himself away from the desk and strode to the closet. His hands trembled as he pulled out an old, dust-covered box filled with paperwork. He dug through the folders, tossing aside tax documents, mortgage papers, and medical records until he found what he was looking for: his children's birth records. Mark sat down and spread the documents on the table, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. He read over his younger son's file, the words blurring before his eyes. And then he saw it. Blood type, A positive. A sharp chill ran through his spine. He forced himself to breathe, to think rationally. Maybe he was mistaken. Maybe there was some rare genetic anomaly that could explain it. He needed to check his own records, Amanda's too. With a sense of dread settling over him like a storm cloud, he flipped through his own medical documents. Blood type, O negative. Mark clenched his jaw. His eyes darted to Amanda's records. Blood type, O positive. A deep, suffocating silence filled the room. His vision darkened at the edges as a terrible realization took hold, sinking its claws into his mind. It was impossible for two parents with type O blood to produce a child with type A blood. The papers slipped from his fingers, fluttering to the floor like dead leaves. His younger son, The boy he had raised, taught to ride a bike, helped with homework, comforted through fevers and nightmares, was not his. Mark's breath hitched, and for the first time in years, he felt a tear slip down his cheek. His world, already fractured, had just been completely obliterated. The room around him felt foreign now, as if he were trapped inside a stranger's house. The wedding photos on the wall mocked him. The furniture he had chosen with Amanda felt tainted. The very air he breathed felt laced with betrayal. He wanted to scream, to break something, to storm into the bedroom and drag Amanda out of bed and demand the truth. But he didn't. Instead, he sat there, his body motionless while his mind burned with 1,000 thoughts. Had Amanda always known? Did she suspect? Or worse, did she always know and just never care? Mark's hands curled into fists. His nails dug into his palms, grounding him in the cold, cruel reality of it all. He had to be smart. If he confronted her now, she would lie, twist the truth, manipulate the situation. He needed more. He needed proof. A slow, calculating calm washed over him. He would get a DNA test. Quietly, carefully. And once he had the undeniable truth in his hands, Amanda would have no place to hide. Mark exhaled, long and slow, steadying himself. He was no longer just a betrayed husband. He was a man on a mission. The morning light slanted through the kitchen window, glinting off Amanda's wedding ring as she poured coffee into her favorite mug. The sight of it, of her wearing that ring like it still meant something, made Mark's stomach churn. The betrayal sat in his chest like a lump of hot coal, burning away at the love he had once held for her. Amanda hummed softly as she leaned against the counter, flipping through her phone. She looked serene, oblivious. How many times had he sat at this very table, believing in the lie they had built together? How many mornings had he kissed her, told her he loved her, never knowing what she had done? Mark took a slow sip of his coffee, his fingers tightening around the ceramic handle. He needed to know. He needed to see it in her face. "Hey," he said casually, setting his mug down. "You remember Josh?" The reaction was immediate. The way her body stiffened, just for a second, a barely noticeable hitch in her breath, was all the confirmation Mark needed. "Josh," Amanda repeated, glancing up. Her voice was light, but the hesitation behind it was unmistakable. "Our old neighbor?" "Of course." "Why?" Mark swirled the coffee in his cup, watching the dark liquid circle like the storm brewing inside him. "I was just thinking about old times," he said smoothly. "I mean, we lived next door to him for years. Kind of weird how we just lost touch, right?" Amanda shrugged, setting her phone down. "Not really. He was always a bit of a mess. Remember how he used to get drunk and ramble about his photography?" She laughed, but it was forced. "I'm sure he moved on, probably still taking terrible pictures somewhere." Mark leaned back in his chair, studying her. "Funny thing, though," he mused. "I got something in the mail yesterday. From him." Amanda blinked. "Josh sent you something?" "Well, not exactly. It was addressed to you." For the first time, a flicker of something dark passed through her eyes. It was gone in an instant, replaced by feigned curiosity, but Mark had seen it. A moment of panic, of realization. "Oh," Amanda said, tilting her head. "That's weird. What was it?" Mark let the silence stretch between them, watching her squirm. He could see the gears turning in her mind, calculating, scrambling. "A letter," he said finally, his voice even. "And photos." Amanda's fingers tightened around her coffee mug, knuckles turning white. "Photos?" "Yeah," Mark nodded, taking another sip of coffee as if discussing the weather. "Of you." The color drained from her face. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Mark leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Tell me, Amanda, were you ever going to tell me?" Amanda swallowed hard, her hands trembling slightly as she set her coffee down on the counter. "Mark," she started, but there was no conviction in her voice, only fear. "Don't," Mark cut in sharply. "Don't insult me with lies. I want the truth." Her breathing was uneven now, her chest rising and falling with short, shallow breaths. It was a long time ago, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It didn't mean anything. Mark let out a cold, humorless laugh. Didn't mean anything? He shook his head, feeling the weight of every year he had spent loving her. Every year spent living a lie. Amanda, you had an affair. You fucked him while our son was a baby in the next room. Tears welled in her eyes, but Mark felt nothing. No sympathy, no sadness, just a hollow, burning rage. I never wanted to hurt you, she whispered, reaching for his hand. Mark pulled away so fast that her fingers barely brushed his skin. But you did, he said, his voice steel. And the worst part? You let me love a child that might not even be mine. Amanda let out a quiet sob, covering her mouth with her hands. But Mark didn't care. He had seen enough. The illusion was shattered. The woman he thought he knew was nothing more than a stranger, and the life they had built together was nothing but a lie. And for the first time in years, Mark saw his path clearly. This wasn't just a betrayal. This was war. Mark sat in his car outside his brother Eric's law firm, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. His heart pounded in his chest, not from nerves but from rage. The kind of rage that simmers beneath the surface, boiling slowly until it overflows and consumes everything in its path. He took a deep breath and glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His face looked older, harsher. His eyes, once filled with warmth, now held only bitterness and cold calculation. He had spent the last 24 hours replaying the betrayal over and over in his head, the weight of Amanda's deceit pressing down on him like an iron fist. This wasn't just about infidelity. It was about the years of lies, the false intimacy, the stolen moments that had been nothing but a facade. It was about the fact that he had unknowingly raised another man's child as his own. Mark exhaled sharply and stepped out of the car, the chill of the autumn air cutting through his jacket. He crossed the busy street and pushed open the heavy glass doors of the firm, the scent of polished wood and expensive cologne filling his nostrils. Mr. Holloway, the receptionist, greeted him with a forced smile. Eric is expecting you. You can go right in. Mark nodded, barely acknowledging her, and made his way down the long corridor to his brother's office. He didn't bother knocking. He simply pushed open the door and stepped inside. Eric looked up from his desk, his brows furrowing in concern. Unlike Mark, Eric had always been the composed one, the one who thrived in structure, logic, and control. His office reflected that: sleek black furniture, meticulously arranged case files, and a collection of law books that lined the walls like silent sentinels of justice. Mark wasted no time. He threw the manila envelope onto Eric's desk. Open it, he said, his voice a low growl. Eric hesitated, then reached for the envelope. The moment he pulled out the photographs, his expression shifted from confusion to shock. He flipped through them, his jaw tightening with each new image. Jesus Christ, he muttered, setting the photos down as though they burned his fingers. He looked up at Mark. Is this real? Mark let out a humorless laugh. Oh, it's real. Every single disgusting frame. Eric ran a hand through his short-cropped hair, exhaling sharply. How long have you known? Since yesterday. Eric's eyes widened. And you didn't go straight to Amanda? Mark shook his head. Not yet. I wanted to come to you first. I need to know what my options are. I need to know how to destroy her. Eric sighed and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Look, Mark, I get that you're angry. Angry? Mark cut him off, his voice rising. I'm beyond angry. She's been lying to me for over a decade, Eric. She made me believe our marriage was real while she was screwing our drunk-ass neighbor behind my back. Eric held up a hand. I hear you. But if you go into this blind, if you let your emotions control you, you're going to lose. You want justice? Then we do this the smart way. Mark clenched his jaw. Then tell me how. Eric leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. First things first, divorce. But this isn't just a simple case of infidelity, Mark. If you try to use this against her in court, you need undeniable proof, not just some old photos. Mark gestured to the envelope. Isn't this proof enough? Eric shook his head. Legally? Not really. These are old. A judge could argue that whatever happened is in the past, that you forgave her by staying. What you need is something current, something that proves her unfaithfulness is still ongoing. Mark's stomach twisted. The idea of Amanda still being involved with Josh made his blood boil. But deep down, he knew Eric was right. And the kid? Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Eric's face darkened. That's where things get messy. If he's not biologically yours, you have a case to challenge paternity. But even if you prove he's Josh's, the law doesn't care about biology as much as you think. If you raised him as your own, the court may still hold you responsible for child support. Mark's fingers curled into fists. So what? I'm just supposed to keep paying for another man's child? Eric hesitated before answering. Not necessarily, but we need to play this strategically. If you accuse Amanda outright, she'll fight back. And if this turns into a war, the legal fees alone will bleed you dry. Mark exhaled sharply, staring at his brother. So what do I do? Eric sighed. You gather evidence. You stay calm. And when the time is right, you make your move. Mark nodded slowly, the rage in his chest shifting into something else, something colder. He had wanted immediate revenge, but Eric was right. This wasn't about satisfying his anger. This was about making Amanda pay in a way she would never recover from. And he would make damn sure she did. Mark stepped into the dimly lit office of Richard Big Shot Caldwell, one of the most feared divorce attorneys in the state. The man had a reputation for being ruthless. Some whispered that he could strip a woman of her last dime without breaking a sweat, while others swore he could make a cheating spouse regret they were ever born. The office was designed to intimidate. Dark mahogany bookshelves lined the walls, filled with law books that looked more like weapons than legal texts. A massive desk sat at the center of the room, as imposing as the man behind it. Caldwell leaned back in a black leather chair, his suit crisp, his gaze unreadable. Mark had expected arrogance, maybe even a smirk, but Caldwell simply studied him with cold efficiency. He steepled his fingers and said, Eric tells me you've got a hell of a case on your hands. Mark swallowed hard, then nodded. I just want justice. Caldwell let out a humorless chuckle. Justice? You mean revenge? Mark tensed, his jaw clenching. I want what's fair. Caldwell leaned forward, his eyes gleaming like a predator catching the scent of blood. Fair? You've been married over 20 years. You have 2 kids, he paused. Well, 1.5, let's say. The courts don't give a damn about fair. They care about precedent, about stability. And right now, your wife? She's the one with stability. You're an angry husband with a DNA test and a broken heart. Mark exhaled sharply. So what do I do? Caldwell picked up a gold pen and tapped it against the desk. First off, you don't go nuclear, at least not yet. You want to expose her? Drag her through the mud? That's satisfying for about 5 minutes. But what happens next? She plays the victim. The court sees you as the bitter ex-husband trying to punish her. And suddenly, you're not the wrong party anymore. You're just the aggressive one. Mark clenched his fists. She lied to me for over a decade. I raised a kid that wasn't mine. Caldwell nodded. And that sucks. But here's the part that'll really piss you off. In the eyes of the law, that kid, he's yours. You've raised him. You've loved him. You've provided for him. And guess what? That means if you challenge paternity, you might still have to pay child support. Mark's stomach turned. That's insane. Caldwell shrugged. It's the law. Silence stretched between them. Mark's mind was spinning, rage simmering beneath his skin. Then what the hell are my options? Caldwell leaned back again, studying him. You play the long game. You start by securing financial control. Separate accounts. Document everything. Stop making any unnecessary payments that could be seen as gifts. Trust me, the court loves to twist that into alimony later. Mark nodded, absorbing every word. Next, Caldwell continued. You gather more dirt. You got photos? Good. You got the PI's report? Even better. But you need more. Emotional distress, hidden assets, secret rendezvous. Anything that can make her look unstable. You want to be the parent who provides stability. That's how you win custody. Mark narrowed his eyes. And if I want her to suffer? Caldwell smiled for the first time, a slow, predatory grin. Then we bleed her dry, quietly. Mark exhaled, his anger sharpening into something colder. Tell me how. Caldwell opened a drawer and slid a sleek folder across the desk. Welcome to the art of war, Mr. Reeves. And just like that, Mark's quest for justice turned into something far more dangerous. Mark sat in his car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The world outside his windshield blurred as his mind churned with the weight of his discoveries. The DNA test, the photographs, the betrayal. And yet, there was still more to uncover, more filth buried beneath the perfect illusion of his marriage. With a deep breath, he reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a small business card, its edges worn from where his fingers had traced over the embossed print repeatedly. Vincent Kane, private investigator. Kane's reputation was notorious, discreet, thorough, and relentless. He was the kind of man who found skeletons even when people thought they had buried them in concrete. Mark exhaled slowly and dialed the number. The dimly lit office smelled like stale coffee and cigarette smoke. A ceiling fan creaked as it lazily spun overhead, doing little to alleviate the suffocating warmth of the room. Vincent Kane sat behind a cluttered desk, his sharp blue eyes scanning Mark as if peeling away his skin to see the secrets beneath. So, you want me to dig up dirt on your wife? Kane leaned back in his chair, exuding the confidence of a man who had seen 1,000 cases just like this. Mark hesitated before answering. Not just dirt. I need the truth, every ugly piece of it. Kane smirked, lighting a cigarette. The truth ain't always pretty, pal. You sure you're ready for it? Mark met his gaze. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. Kane studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll need addresses, names, any suspicions you already have. If there's something to find, I'll find it. Mark handed over the manila envelope, the same one that had shattered his world. Kane flipped through the photos, his expression unreadable. Sloppy work, he muttered. Your wife's boyfriend wasn't careful. I can already tell you, there's more where this came from. Mark felt his stomach tighten. He wasn't sure if he could handle more. Days passed like a slow-moving nightmare. Mark barely slept, his mind oscillating between anger and anticipation. He threw himself into work, pretending to function, but in reality, he was just waiting for the call, for the verdict, for whatever Poison Kane would unearth. Finally, it came. Meet me at the docks. Midnight. You want to see this in person. Kane's voice was clipped, businesslike. Mark's pulse quickened as he drove through the deserted streets, his headlights cutting through the dense fog rolling in from the bay. When he arrived, Kane was already waiting, standing beneath a flickering streetlight with a folder tucked under his arm. Hope you're not the type to get sentimental, Kane said, handing over the folder. Turns out, your wife wasn't just screwing around with Josh. She had someone covering for her. Mark's hands trembled as he opened the folder. Inside were surveillance photos, grainy but clear enough to recognize faces. Katie, his neighbor, his wife's best friend. In one set of photos, Amanda could be seen sneaking out of Josh's house in the dead of night, and in another, Katie stood outside, scanning the street like a sentry before giving Amanda the all-clear. Mark's stomach lurched. The betrayal ran deeper than he thought. Kane exhaled a cloud of smoke. Your wife wasn't just a cheater, she had an alibi provider. Someone to cover for her when you got suspicious. Katie's been playing both sides for years. Mark clenched his jaw, his fingernails digging into his palms. That bitch, he growled. That's not all, Kane said, flipping to another page. I checked Josh's financial records. Looks like Amanda wired him money about a year ago, an amount that lines up suspiciously well with a hush payment. Mark felt like he'd been punched in the gut. His wife had paid off the man who had fathered her child. You wanted to keep digging? Kane asked, studying Mark carefully. Mark swallowed hard. He had enough evidence to ruin Amanda, to destroy the fantasy life she had built on deceit. But part of him wanted to see just how deep the rot went. He took one last look at the incriminating photos before closing the folder. Dig, he said, his voice ice cold. I want everything. Mark sat in his car outside his childhood home, gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled tension. The house looked exactly the same. The neatly trimmed hedges, the porch light that always flickered at dusk, the wind chime that tinkled with every passing breeze. It was a symbol of stability, of childhood memories untouched by the corrosion of time. But tonight, it felt foreign, like an artifact from a life that no longer belonged to him. He wasn't here for comfort. He was here for answers. With a deep breath, he stepped out, his dress shoes crunching against the gravel of the driveway. His mother's house had always been a sanctuary, a place where problems shrank under the warm glow of home-cooked meals and motherly wisdom. But as he walked up the steps and rang the doorbell, he knew this visit would not be about comfort. It would be about the hard truths he had spent a decade ignoring. The door opened, and there she was. Ellen Reeves, a woman in her 60s with silver-streaked hair neatly pulled back into a bun. Her sharp blue eyes, the same color as Mark's, studied him with quiet concern. Mark? What's wrong? He swallowed the lump in his throat and stepped inside. The familiar scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air, a stark contrast to the storm brewing inside him. I need to talk, he said, his voice tight. She led him to the kitchen, where a pot of tea was already steeping. She always seemed to know when he needed her. It used to make him feel safe. Now, he wondered if it had made him blind. They sat across from each other at the old wooden table, the same one where Mark had done his homework as a boy, where his father had read the newspaper every morning, where countless family dinners had been shared. He placed the manila envelope on the table between them. His mother's eyes flickered to it. What's this? Open it. There was hesitation in her movements as she pulled out the contents. The moment she saw the first photograph, her breath caught. As she flipped through them, a shadow passed over her face. She wasn't surprised. Mark felt something crack inside him. You knew, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. She didn't deny it. Instead, she carefully set the pictures down and folded her hands in her lap. How long have you known? She asked softly. Not long, but long enough. He leaned forward. So, I'll ask again. How long have you known? Ellen exhaled slowly, looking down at her hands. Since the beginning. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He recoiled as if she had physically struck him. All this time, his voice rose, barely containing his fury. You knew Amanda was cheating on me? That Josh was sleeping with my wife? That my youngest son isn't even mine? His mother flinched but held his gaze. I didn't know about the child, Mark, she said firmly. Not at first. Mark shot up from his chair, pacing like a caged animal. That's supposed to make me feel better? He let out a bitter laugh. God, Mom, I trusted you more than anyone. And you knew. He turned to her, his eyes blazing. Why didn't you tell me? Ellen stood, her hands trembling as she reached for him, but he stepped back. I wanted to, she admitted, her voice laced with regret. I wanted to tell you 1,000 times, but you had just had a baby. You were happy, Mark. You adored that boy from the moment you held him. I couldn't bring myself to take that away from you. Mark's hands curled into fists at his sides. So you let me live a lie. She shook her head. I didn't let you, Mark. She sighed, rubbing her temple. I thought maybe it was a mistake. A one-time thing. I thought if Amanda stayed, if she was faithful after that, then maybe it didn't matter. Didn't matter? Mark slammed his fist against the wall, rattling a framed family photo. His father's face stared back at him. A man who had built a life on loyalty and integrity. Mark felt sick. You of all people should have known the truth always matters. Tears welled in his mother's eyes, but she didn't look away. I know, and I was wrong. Silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken wounds. Mark turned away, his breathing uneven. He felt like a fool. His entire life had been a carefully constructed illusion, and the one person who was supposed to protect him had helped keep the curtain drawn. I don't know if I can ever forgive you for this, he admitted, his voice hollow. Ellen nodded, her lips pressing together. I understand. Mark ran a hand through his hair, trying to calm the storm inside him. He had come here for answers, but all he had found was another betrayal. He turned toward the door, his jaw tight. I need time. His mother wiped at her eyes and nodded. Take all the time you need. Mark didn't look back as he left. The night air hit him like a slap, but it did nothing to cool the rage burning in his chest. His mother had chosen silence. Amanda had chosen lies. Josh had chosen betrayal. And now, it was Mark's turn to choose. And he chose revenge. Mark sat in his car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. The morning sun cast long shadows across the quiet suburban streets, but inside him, a storm raged. The manila envelope in the passenger seat held the truth, the undeniable, scientific truth that would either confirm his worst fear or grant him an improbable reprieve. He had thought about this moment for weeks. The sleepless nights, the silent stares at Amanda, the way he studied his younger son's face, searching for any trace of himself. He had told himself that maybe, just maybe, there was an explanation. A fluke, an error, a medical anomaly. But deep down, he already knew the answer. The DNA test was just the final nail in the coffin of his marriage. Mark exhaled sharply, snatching the envelope and tearing it open with shaking hands. The letter inside was crisp, clinical, devoid of emotion. Probability of paternity, 0%. His breath hitched. His vision blurred. It was real. His younger son, the boy he had raised, kissed goodnight, carried on his shoulders, cheered for soccer games, was not his. A choked sound escaped him, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. He had imagined this moment countless times, but nothing prepared him for the raw, gut-wrenching pain of seeing it in black and white. His mind reeled back through the years, dissecting every memory. The way his son called him dad with such certainty. The bedtime stories. The birthdays. The first time he rode a bike, looking back at Mark with those bright, trusting eyes. It was all a lie. Or was it? The boy had never lied to him. He was innocent, unaware of the cruel reality that was now crashing down around them. The liar was Amanda, the betrayer, the woman who had led him believe, for nearly 2 decades, that he was a father to a child who wasn't his. Mark felt something dark and primal rise inside him, a fury so deep it made his hands tremble. He wanted to storm home, throw the paper in Amanda's face, and watch her crumble beneath the weight of her deception. He wanted to see fear in her eyes, to hear her beg for forgiveness she would never receive. But no, that would be too easy. He had been playing this game all wrong. Amanda had deceived him for years, manipulating him, keeping her secrets buried. If he wanted true justice, he had to be smarter, calculated, precise. Mark folded the letter neatly and tucked it back into the envelope. He didn't destroy it. No, this was his weapon now, and he would use it when the time was right. He started the engine, pulling away from the curb with a clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. The truth was finally in his hands, and soon, Amanda's world would come crashing down. And when it did, Mark would be the one holding the match. Mark sat at the dining table, the wooden surface polished to a dull sheen, reflecting the dim light from the overhead fixture. Across from him, Amanda fidgeted, her manicured nails tapping against the rim of her coffee cup. She had no idea what was coming. His heart pounded against his ribs, his fingers gripping the edges of a thick envelope, the same kind that had first unraveled his life. Slowly, methodically, he placed it on the table and slid it toward her. "What's this?" Amanda asked, her voice casual but with an underlying note of apprehension. Mark didn't answer. He simply gestured for her to open it. Amanda hesitated before peeling back the flap. As she reached inside and pulled out the contents, her expression shifted. First confusion, then recognition, and finally a sickly shade of horror. The color drained from her face as she flipped through the old photographs. Her own face, her own body, entangled in another man's arms. Her fingers trembled. "Where did you get these?" she whispered. Mark leaned forward, his voice low and deadly. Josh sent them to me. Amanda swallowed hard. Mark, I don't, he interrupted. His voice was sharp, final. Don't you dare lie to me. Not anymore. Amanda set the photos down, folding her arms around herself as if she could shield herself from the truth that had finally come to light. Mark reached into the envelope again, retrieving another set of papers. He spread them out like a deck of cards. A DNA test report, the official seal glaring up at her. She didn't need to read it. She knew. Mark's voice was eerily calm. Our son, my son, isn't mine, is he? Amanda shook her head violently, tears welling in her eyes. Mark, that's not. Tell me the truth, Amanda, he growled. Was Josh his father? A choked sob escaped her lips. She covered her mouth with both hands, squeezing her eyes shut as if she could block out the weight of her own guilt. Yes, she finally whispered. He is. Mark exhaled slowly, his jaw tightening. He had known. He had known for days, for weeks. But hearing it from her mouth was something else entirely. How long? He asked. His voice had lost all warmth, all familiarity. He was no longer her husband. He was her judge, her executioner. Amanda hesitated. How long? She shuddered. 2 years. A bitter laugh escaped Mark's lips, short and sharp like the edge of a knife. 2 years. 2 goddamn years you were sneaking around with him. And what? You thought I'd never find out? You thought I'd just go on raising his kid like a fool. Amanda reached for him, but he recoiled. Mark, I loved you. I still love you. It was a mistake. Don't insult me, he snapped. You don't accidentally screw another man for 2 years. You don't accidentally have his baby. You lied to me, Amanda. You let me believe he was mine. Tears streamed down her face. I wanted to tell you I did, but I was scared. You were scared? Mark's voice cracked, his restraint slipping. You should be, because everything we built, everything I thought we had, it was a lie. Amanda sobbed, shaking her head frantically. Please don't do this. Don't throw us away. Mark stared at her, and for the first time, he felt nothing. Not love, not sadness, just a void where his heart used to be. You threw us away, he said coldly. He stood up, looking down at her as if she were a stranger. You destroyed this marriage, and now you'll face the consequences. He left her there, broken and weeping at the table, as he walked away toward the next phase of his plan. Mark sat across from Amanda at the polished oak conference table, his fingers interlocked, his jaw clenched. The high-rise office of Stein and Holloway law firm was sterile, almost unnervingly quiet, except for the ticking of an unseen clock. His lawyer, Eric, leaned back in his chair, tapping a fountain pen against his legal pad. Opposite them, Amanda sat with her attorney, a sharp-featured woman named Linda Kessler, notorious for securing favorable settlements for her female clients. Amanda's hands were folded in her lap, her nails neatly trimmed, painted in the same soft pink Mark remembered from their wedding day. But she was not the woman he had married. That woman, he now realized, had never truly existed. Kessler cleared her throat and slid a stack of documents across the table. We propose a 50-50 division of assets, spousal support for 5 years, and joint custody of both children. Mark didn't even glance at the papers. He let the words hang in the air, tasting their audacity. Absolutely not, he said, his voice cold and controlled. Amanda finally spoke. Mark, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Her voice was a practiced balance of calm and wounded. We built this life together. You don't have to punish me like this. Mark's lips curled into a smirk. Punish you? He chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Amanda, you are the one who detonated our marriage. I'm just ensuring you don't walk away from the wreckage with a prize. Kessler cut in, her expression icy. Mr. Holloway, the court will favor a fair division of marital assets. If we take this to trial, your financials will be scrutinized, and Amanda's role as the primary caregiver for your younger son will weigh heavily in custody decisions. Eric leaned forward, finally speaking. Actually, Linda, I was about to suggest we do take this to trial. He slid an envelope across the table. Enclosed are copies of private investigator reports detailing Amanda's long-term extramarital affair with Joshua Ward, including timestamps and location data. There are also signed witness statements, including one from Katie Marshall, confirming that Amanda actively deceived Mark about the paternity of their second child. If we bring this before a judge, we will argue that Amanda engaged in marital fraud, which could drastically alter financial rulings. Kessler's confident smirk faltered. Amanda went pale. You investigated me? Mark's eyes locked onto hers. I had to. You weren't going to tell me the truth. Not 10 years ago. Not now. Amanda's breath hitched. Mark, please. Eric held up a hand, silencing her. Additionally, we have secured DNA evidence proving Mark is not the biological father of his younger son. While this is devastating, it also changes legal responsibilities. He glanced at Kessler. Shall we continue? Amanda's attorney hesitated, her fingers pressing into the table. This is a family matter, and the court will not easily sever Mark's parental rights. He has acted as the father for nearly 18 years. Mark exhaled sharply through his nose, which means I've been financially responsible for another man's son under false pretenses. That's fraud. The law allows me to challenge child support obligations based on newly discovered paternity results. Amanda was trembling now. Mark, don't do this. He's our son in every way that matters. Mark slammed his fist onto the table. He's not mine. His voice echoed in the quiet room, and for a moment, no one spoke. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain control. I love him, but I won't be forced to support him when you rob me of the truth. Eric let the silence settle before delivering the final blow. We propose the following. Mark retains full custody of the older son, and Amanda keeps custody of the younger one. Mark waives any legal responsibility for child support, given the fraudulent paternity. As for financial assets, we will not be agreeing to any spousal support. Amanda may keep her personal accounts, but Mark will not provide a dime beyond what the law strictly requires. Kessler's mouth opened, but Eric wasn't done. If Amanda rejects this deal, we will take it to court and publicly expose every sordid detail. Her reputation will be destroyed. Her affair, the deception, the fact that she let another man raise her son under false pretenses, it will all be on record. And then, we'll see how lenient a judge feels when considering her character. Amanda's breath came in shallow bursts. Her once perfect posture had collapsed, shoulders sagging, fingers gripping the edge of the table as though it might keep her from falling apart. Mark leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. You will sign these papers, Amanda. You will take your shame and your lies and leave with what little dignity you have left. Tears welled in her eyes. For a moment, she looked like the woman he had once loved, the woman he had trusted. But Mark reminded himself that she was an illusion, a mirage that had led him through years of false happiness. Amanda nodded shakily. Fine, she whispered. I'll sign. Kessler sighed, knowing there was no winning this battle. She reached for a pen, sliding it to her client. Amanda picked it up, hesitated for only a second, then scrawled her name on the divorce settlement. It was done. Mark rose from his chair, buttoning his suit jacket. Goodbye, Amanda. He didn't look back as he walked out of the room, leaving behind the ashes of a marriage built on lies. For the first time in years, he felt free. Mark sat alone in his half-empty house, the echoes of a once happy family life haunting every corner. The divorce papers lay signed on the table, Amanda's name scrawled in ink beside his. It was done, but the war wasn't over. Not yet. He had always imagined betrayal as a violent thing, something that shattered instantly. But this was a slow, corrosive poison, eating away at everything he had ever believed. He wasn't just mourning the loss of a marriage. He was mourning the past, the love he thought was real, the faith he had in the people closest to him. The fallout had begun. News of Amanda's infidelity spread through their social circles like wildfire. It started with whispers at the country club, knowing glances at the grocery store. Mark didn't have to say much. People filled in the blanks themselves. He had strategically leaked just enough to let the story take on a life of its own. The real damage came when Amanda's family found out. Her mother, a woman obsessed with appearances, was horrified. "How could you do this to your family?" she had hissed over the phone. "You had everything, Amanda, and you threw it away for him." Josh wasn't just a man from Amanda's past. He was a disgrace, a drunk, a failure. He had been kicked out of the neighborhood years ago, leaving behind nothing but bad memories and unpaid debts. And Amanda had risked everything for him. It didn't take long for her to feel the weight of her mistakes. Her friends turned distant, their invitations drying up. Even at work, colleagues exchanged uneasy glances when she entered the room. That's her, the woman who cheated on her husband, the woman who lied for years. But the worst part? The moment she realized she had lost not just her marriage, but her son. Mark and Amanda's eldest, Ethan, had always looked up to his mother. But now, that admiration was gone, replaced by something sharp and bitter. "You disgust me," he told her the night he found out. His voice, usually so warm, was ice cold. "You didn't just cheat on Dad. You lied to me, to us, for years." Amanda tried to reach for him, but he stepped back as if her touch burned. Mark had never seen Ethan look at anyone with such pure loathing, not even at the school bullies he had fought growing up. And in that moment, Mark realized something else. Amanda wasn't just losing Ethan. She had already lost him. When the divorce settled, Ethan chose to live with Mark. It wasn't even a question. "I don't want to be around her," he said simply. And that was that. But Amanda wasn't the only one suffering the consequences. Katie, their longtime neighbor, the woman who had smiled at Mark every morning, pretending to be a friend, was now drowning in her own guilt. Mark made sure of it. The night of the confrontation, he had made a calculated move. He left an anonymous tip in a neighborhood group chat, hinting that Katie had played a role in covering up an affair that had broken a family. The reaction was swift. Mothers who had once trusted Katie to watch their children suddenly wanted nothing to do with her. Her name became synonymous with betrayal. One by one, friendships she had cultivated for years crumbled. When she finally called Mark, her voice was frantic. "I didn't mean to hurt you," she pleaded. "I was just trying to help Amanda." Mark's laugh was cold. "You knew what she was doing. You looked me in the eyes again and again and never said a word. That makes you just as guilty." Katie sobbed, but Mark felt nothing. For the first time in a decade, she was feeling what he had felt: loss, regret, isolation. And she deserved every second of it. But there was one person left. His youngest son. The child Mark had raised, loved, protected. The boy who bore his last name, but not his blood. Telling Ethan had been easy, but telling his younger son? The thought made Mark's stomach churn. The kid was innocent. He had no idea about the war raging around him. One evening, as they sat on the couch watching TV, his son glanced up at him. "Dad, why aren't you and Mom talking anymore?" Mark swallowed the lump in his throat. "Sometimes people grow apart," he said carefully, "and sometimes people make choices that hurt others." His son frowned, thinking it over. "Will we still be a family?" Mark hesitated. The answer was complicated. "Yeah, buddy," he said finally, forcing a smile. "We'll always be family." Maybe one day, when he was older, Mark would tell him the truth. Or maybe not. Maybe he would let the boy believe that everything had been normal, that his father had always been his father. Either way, Mark knew one thing. Amanda would never get the chance to break his son's heart the way she had broken his. That night, as Mark lay in bed, he realized something. Revenge wasn't satisfying, not the way he had imagined. There was no grand moment of triumph, no cinematic conclusion where he felt truly victorious. But there was peace. And maybe that was enough. The courtroom was silent, save for the ticking of the clock on the far wall. The air was thick with tension, a battlefield where only words and legal documents dictated the fate of a once happy family. Mark sat rigid, his fists clenched beneath the polished oak table. Across from him, Amanda dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, her lawyer whispering instructions in her ear. Mark had expected this moment to feel like a victory. He had gathered every piece of evidence, maneuvered every legal play, and watched as Amanda's carefully constructed life unraveled in public. And yet, as the judge prepared to make his final ruling, all he felt was exhaustion, a bone-deep weariness that no amount of justice could lift. The court grants sole custody of Jonathan Carter to the petitioner, Mark Carter, the judge declared, his voice firm, final. Custody of Samuel Carter will remain with the respondent, Amanda Carter. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. It was done. Mark exhaled slowly, absorbing the weight of the ruling. He had fought to keep both of his sons, but the law was cruel. It didn't care that one of them wasn't his by blood. He had been advised against contesting paternity. Doing so might have freed him from any financial responsibility, but it would have also severed any legal claim to Samuel. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to let go completely. The gavel struck wood, a sound of finality. Amanda looked at him then, her eyes wide, glistening with something unreadable. Was it regret, relief, or just the realization that she had lost the life they had built? Mark refused to return her gaze. He had seen enough lies in those eyes to last a lifetime. The house felt like a war zone. Cardboard boxes were stacked in corners, remnants of a life that was being carefully divided, stripped down to mere belongings. Mark stood in the hallway, watching as Amanda zipped up a suitcase filled with their younger son's clothes. Samuel sat on the couch, clutching his favorite stuffed bear, one that Mark had bought for him on his 3rd birthday. He was only 18, but in that moment, he looked impossibly young, fragile. "You're not coming with us?" Samuel's voice was small, uncertain. Mark swallowed hard. "No, buddy. You're going to live with your mom." The words felt like swallowing glass. Samuel frowned. "But why? I thought we'd all still be together." Mark knelt down in front of him, forcing himself to smile despite the ache in his chest. "Things are going to be different now, but that doesn't mean I won't always be here for you." He hesitated, then added, "You can call me anytime, and you'll visit, okay? Whenever you want." It wasn't enough. It never would be. Amanda hovered near the doorway, watching. Mark could feel her waiting, itching to end this moment before it unraveled, before the truth slipped out. Because Samuel didn't know. He didn't know that Mark wasn't his real father. He didn't know that the man who had raised him comforted him through nightmares and taught him how to ride a bike was not the same man who had given him his blood. And Mark had decided he never would. What good would the truth do now? It wouldn't erase the birthdays, the scraped knees, the bedtime stories. It wouldn't undo the love that had shaped Samuel into the young man he was. Telling him would only leave him broken, lost between a father who had been a ghost and a father who had been a lie. So Mark swallowed his pride, his pain, and the injustice of it all. He chose silence. Amanda cleared her throat. "We should go." Samuel hesitated, then launched himself into Mark's arms. Mark held him tight, memorizing the way his son fit against him, the smell of his shampoo, the weight of him. He wanted to freeze time, to keep this moment before it faded into a memory. "Love you, Dad," Samuel murmured against his shoulder. Mark closed his eyes, his voice thick. "I love you too, kiddo." When they finally pulled apart, Amanda took Samuel's hand and led him to the car. Mark followed them to the door, but didn't step outside. He watched as his younger son climbed into the passenger seat, giving him one last hopeful glance, one that Mark could barely return. The engine rumbled to life. Tires crunched against gravel. And then they were gone. Mark stood in the doorway long after the car disappeared down the street, gripping the frame as though it was the only thing keeping him upright. The house was silent, empty. He had won his battle, but it didn't feel like a victory. The house stood empty. Mark leaned against the doorway, staring at the place where his family had once lived, where they had once been whole. The walls no longer echoed with laughter. The living room, once filled with holiday decorations and birthday balloons, was now just a hollow space with scuff marks on the floor where furniture used to be. It was amazing how quickly a home could turn into just a house. He stepped inside for the last time. The scent of old memories lingered, Amanda's vanilla-scented candles, the faintest trace of his son's cologne. He walked to the kitchen, tracing his fingers along the marble countertop, remembering the countless mornings they had spent here as a family. Amanda used to hum softly while making coffee. Their sons would rush in, grabbing toast before school. It had all felt so real back then. But it was an illusion. Mark glanced at the divorce papers in his hand. The settlement had gone in his favor, thanks to Eric and the damning evidence against Amanda. She had fought tooth and nail for more, but when the DNA results surfaced, proving that their younger son wasn't his, her leverage crumbled. The judge had ruled that Mark had no legal obligation to continue supporting the child financially. It was a small victory, but it felt hollow. He had never wanted to hurt the boy. No matter the truth, he had raised him, loved him. Yet every time he looked at him now, he saw Josh's ghost staring back. His older son had chosen to stay with him, a decision that had shaken Amanda to the core. "You destroyed this family," his son had told her. "Dad didn't do this. You did." Amanda had cried, pleaded, but her tears no longer held power over Mark. He had wasted enough years believing in her, trusting her, loving her. A soft breeze drifted through the open window. It carried the sound of laughter from the neighbor's yard. Mark turned his head and caught a glimpse of Katie through the wooden fence. Their eyes met for a brief second. Once, she had been a friend. Now, she was just another liar who had smiled in his face while keeping Amanda's secrets. She quickly looked away, pretending to be occupied with something on her phone. Coward. Mark exhaled slowly and walked upstairs one last time. He stopped at the threshold of his younger son's room. The walls were still painted in the deep blue the boy had chosen years ago. A stack of books lay untouched on the desk, a few sports trophies collecting dust on a shelf. His heart clenched. He could have told the boy the truth. He could have shattered his world the way Amanda had shattered his. But what would that have accomplished? Some truths were better left buried. He closed the door and moved to his own bedroom, their bedroom. The bed where he had once held Amanda, whispered dreams about their future, made love to a woman he thought was his soulmate. Now it was just a reminder of betrayal. He had already taken what little he wanted from the room, his clothes, a few personal items. Everything else, the bed, the furniture, the memories, belonged to the past. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wedding ring. It was cold between his fingers, a symbol that had once meant everything. Now it was nothing more than a band of metal, a relic of a lie. Without hesitation, he placed it on the nightstand and walked out, leaving it behind like a discarded promise. By the time he stepped outside, the sky had shifted to a soft orange glow. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. He locked the door, feeling an odd sense of finality as he turned the key. Eric was waiting by the car. "You ready?" Mark nodded. They drove in silence for a few minutes before Eric spoke again. "You did the right thing, getting out of this." Mark let out a dry chuckle. "Yeah, doesn't feel like it." "It will," Eric said. "One day it will." Mark stared out the window as the house faded into the distance. He wasn't sure what the future held, but he knew one thing. He was finally free. Free of the lies. Free of Amanda. Free to start over. And for the first time in a long, long time, he felt alive. Betrayed by my wife, revenge on my best friend, a shocking story. The rhythmic ticking of the clock on the mahogany desk was the only sound in the dimly lit office. Mark Reynolds sat in his chair, eyes glued to the spreadsheet on his computer screen, but his mind was far from work. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, unmoving, his thoughts swirling with an unease he couldn't quite place. He checked his phone for what must have been the 10th time in the last hour. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. Amanda always sent a text when she got home, just a simple, "made it back. Love you." But tonight, silence. Mark sighed, rubbing his temples. It was probably nothing. Maybe she'd fallen asleep early. Maybe she was out with friends and forgot. But the whisper of doubt in the back of his mind refused to be silenced. He forced himself to focus, but the unease gnawed at him, slow and insidious. Something about Amanda had felt off lately. A change too subtle to name, yet too significant to ignore. She laughed a little less. She held him a little looser. And then there were the late nights, the urgent work calls, the sudden interest in fitness when she'd never cared before. Mark shook his head. He was overthinking. Amanda loved him. She always had. They had built a life together, a home filled with laughter and love. But then why did it feel like she was slipping away? A soft ding broke the silence. His phone screen lit up with a new message. Amanda, hey, just got home. Exhausted. Going to bed. Love you. Something about the message felt distant. The kind of forced, automatic response someone sent when they wanted to avoid a conversation. Mark hesitated before typing back, love you too. He stared at the screen for a moment longer, then opened his laptop and clicked on their shared security system app. Just to be sure, he scrolled to the front door footage and hit play. The video loaded, showing a grainy black and white image of their driveway. His stomach dropped. The timestamp read 11:27 p.m., just 2 minutes before her text. But Amanda wasn't alone. A sleek black car was parked at the curb, engine still running. The passenger door opened, and Amanda stepped out. The security camera wasn't high definition, but it was clear enough. She wasn't in her usual work attire. Instead, she wore a short, elegant dress, the kind she only wore on special occasions, the kind she hadn't worn for him in a long time. Then, the driver stepped out. Mark's breath caught in his throat. A man, tall, confident, familiar. Josh, his oldest friend. Mark's grip on the phone tightened until his knuckles turned white. He watched as Amanda turned back toward Josh, her lips moving in words Mark couldn't hear. Then she smiled, soft, intimate, the kind of smile that once belonged to him. And then Josh reached for her, his hand resting on the small of her back in a way that sent a surge of cold fury through Mark's veins. Amanda didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in. The screen went dark as the footage ended, but Mark didn't need to see anymore. His hands trembled as he set the phone down, his heartbeat roaring in his ears like a war drum. His world had just collapsed in a single moment. And he was going to make them pay. The hum of Mark's car engine filled the quiet street as he pulled into his driveway, the headlights slicing through the early evening darkness. It had been a long day at work, an exhausting blur of meetings, reports, and polite conversations that barely registered in his mind. His thoughts had been elsewhere, tangled in the growing unease that had settled deep in his chest over the past few weeks. Something was wrong. He couldn't explain in logical terms, but the feeling was there, an invisible weight pressing on his shoulders, whispering that his life was not as perfect as he once believed. Mark stepped out of the car, his fingers tightening around his briefcase handle as he approached the front door. He hesitated before unlocking it, taking a slow breath. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Maybe the stress of work and the monotony of routine were playing tricks on his mind. Still, that feeling remained. He pushed the door open. The house was dimly lit, the warm glow of lamps casting long shadows across the wooden floor. A faint scent of Amanda's perfume lingered in the air, a soft floral fragrance that used to bring him comfort, but now made his stomach twist. Amanda, he called out, his voice steady. No answer. His eyes flickered to the kitchen. The sink was empty. No dishes. The table was clean, except for a single wine glass with a faint red stain at the bottom. Odd. Amanda always had dinner ready by now, or at least some sign that she had eaten. But there was no second plate, just the glass. Mark's pulse quickened as he walked further inside, his eyes scanning the room for anything out of place. Then he noticed something, her phone face down on the coffee table. Amanda never left her phone unattended. She was always texting, always checking social media, always glued to the screen. Yet, here it was, sitting there as if abandoned in a hurry. A flicker of unease curled in his gut. Mark glanced toward the staircase. Was she upstairs? In the shower? Asleep? A quiet beep startled him. His own phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, unlocking the screen with a flick of his thumb. A new email. At first, he nearly dismissed it. Probably just work junk, but then he saw the subject line. Your wife is lying to you. His breath caught in his throat. The sender's address was untraceable, a string of meaningless letters and numbers. No name, no indication of who had sent it. His heart pounded as he hesitated for only a second before tapping the message open. Inside was a single sentence and an attachment. She isn't who you think she is. Look closer. A cold shiver ran down Mark's spine. His thumb hovered over the attachment, dread curling in his stomach. He pressed it. A photo loaded onto the screen. It was grainy, taken from a distance, but unmistakable. Amanda. Amanda, sitting at an outdoor cafe. Her head was tilted slightly, her lips curved into a smile. The kind of smile that used to belong to him. But she wasn't alone. Across from her sat Josh, Mark's oldest friend, his best man at their wedding, a man he had trusted. They were leaning in close, Amanda's hand resting on Josh's arm, their eyes locked in a way that made Mark's blood run cold. Mark clenched his jaw, forcing himself to breathe. It could be innocent, he told himself, just a friendly conversation. But the way she looked at Josh, the softness in her expression, the slight tilt of her head, wasn't the way a woman looked at a friend. His mind raced, 1,000 memories flashing through his thoughts like a broken film reel. The late nights, the unexplained absences, the sudden shift in Amanda's behavior, the cracks he had ignored. His grip tightened around the phone. Who had sent this? And why? Mark's pulse thundered as he looked back toward the staircase. Amanda was hiding something. And now, he was going to find out exactly what it was. The morning light crept through the blinds, stretching long fingers across Mark's desk. His office was a mess, papers strewn across the surface, an empty whiskey glass next to his laptop, and the remnants of a sleepless night carved into his face. His mind refused to rest. Amanda's betrayal was a storm that refused to pass. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw them, her and Josh, laughing, touching, whispering in the dark. His best friend, his wife. It was a truth that dug into his soul like glass shards, cutting him open every time he breathed. But there was something else now, something that made his pulse quicken with both fear and anticipation. The letter. It had arrived the night before, slipped under his door with no name, no return address, just his name written in bold, precise handwriting. At first, he thought it was a joke, but as his fingers unfolded the paper, his heart slammed against his ribs. If you want the truth, look deeper. This goes beyond your wife. No signature, no clue as to who had sent it, just those haunting words. Mark read it over and over, dissecting every letter, every curve of the ink. His gut twisted. Was this some cruel game? Or had he only scratched the surface of something far darker? His mind raced. Who could have sent this? Someone who knew about Amanda and Josh. Someone watching from the shadows, waiting for him to uncover whatever truth they hinted at. He pulled out his phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing. Hey, Dan, he said as his old friend picked up. I need a favor. Dan was a private investigator, ex-cop, sharp as a blade, and one of the few people Mark still trusted. Mark, Dan's voice was gruff. You sound like hell. I feel worse. What's going on? Mark hesitated. He hadn't told anyone the full extent of what was happening. But this letter changed things. I think Amanda's affair is part of something bigger, he said finally, and I need your help figuring out what. There was silence on the other end. Then Dan let out a slow breath. Come to my office in an hour, he said, and bring the letter. An hour later, Mark walked into Dan's office, a small but efficient space tucked away in the city. The blinds were half closed, the room filled with the scent of old coffee and paperwork. Dan, a man in his early 40s with tired eyes and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow, gestured for Mark to sit. Let's see it, he said. Mark slid the letter across the desk. Dan studied it, his fingers tracing the edges like a detective examining a crime scene. No address, no sender, no date, he murmured. He flipped it over. Standard printer paper. But this handwriting, Mark leaned in. What about it? Dan's brow furrowed. It's too perfect. This isn't natural handwriting. It was either traced or written by someone trying to disguise their style. Mark's jaw tightened. So whoever sent this doesn't want me to know who they are. Exactly, Dan said. The question is why? Mark exhaled sharply. That's what I need you to find out. Dan nodded. I'll run it through my system. Check the ink, compare the handwriting to databases, see if I can track anything down. Mark stood, his body tense. And Dan, if this does go deeper, I need to know everything. Dan met his gaze. You got it. As Mark stepped out into the cold city air, the letter burned in his mind. Someone wanted him to dig. And he was about to. Hard. Mark sat at his kitchen table, his fingers drumming against the cold wood. His coffee had long gone cold, but he hadn't noticed. His mind was still replaying the moment from a night before. The flickering streetlight, the sound of distant thunder, and the mysterious envelope that had appeared at his doorstep like an omen. It sat in front of him now, a plain white rectangle with no return address. Just his name, Mark Carter, written in black ink. Something about it unsettled him. With a deep breath, he slid a finger under the seal and tore it open. A single sheet of paper slipped out, folded neatly, as if whoever had written it took their time. He unfolded it, eyes scanning the words in tight, deliberate handwriting. Mark, she's lying to you. Josh isn't just your friend. He's her lover. Don't believe me? Go to the Silver Crest Hotel, room 214, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Mark's heartbeat thundered in his ears. His grip on the letter tightened, crumpling the edges. His eyes darted to the bottom of the page. No signature, no hint of who had sent it. His first instinct was disbelief. Amanda? No, impossible. He wanted to laugh, to brush it off as some sick joke, but a creeping sense of unease slithered through him. He couldn't ignore the nagging feeling in his gut. The late-night texts Amanda quickly hid, the sudden girls' nights out that never used to be part of her routine, the way Josh had been different lately. Could it be true? He needed proof. A storm brewing. The next evening, rain poured in relentless sheets as Mark sat in his car, parked just down the street from the Silver Crest Hotel. His hands clenched the steering wheel, his breath shallow. He could still turn back. He could throw the letter away, pretend he never received it. But something inside him wouldn't let him walk away. At 7:58 p.m., he stepped out of his car, pulling his jacket tightly around him as the rain soaked through his clothes. He moved quickly, keeping his head down, avoiding the gaze of the hotel clerk as he slipped past the front desk and into the hallway leading to the rooms. The numbers on the doors blurred together as his pulse pounded in his head. 208, 210, 212, and then 214. He stopped. The world around him seemed to fade. Only the steady hum of his own breath filled the silence. Mark hesitated, pressing his palm flat against the door, as if it could somehow reveal the truth before he saw it with his own eyes. His heart hammered against his ribs. Then, with a deep breath, he crouched low, pressing his ear against the door. Voices. A woman's soft, familiar laugh. A man's deep murmur. And then, words that sent a white-hot bolt of rage through Mark's veins. Amanda's voice. God, Josh, I hate lying to him, but I can't stop. Being with you feels too right. Mark's fingers curled into fists. His chest tightened. The truth hit him like a freight train. Amanda wasn't just betraying him. She was in love with Josh. He had been a fool. A blind, trusting fool. The breaking point, a rush of adrenaline surged through him. He wanted to burst through the door, to confront them, to make them see what they had done to him. But something held him back. Not yet. Storming in now wouldn't be enough. They would deny it, twist it, make it seem like something it wasn't. No, he needed to be smarter. A plan started forming in his mind. He would gather evidence. He would make sure Amanda had no way to lie her way out of this. He would expose both of them. And when the moment was right, he would make them pay. As Mark turned and walked away, the rage in his heart burned hotter than ever. This wasn't just betrayal. This was war. Mark sat in his car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. His heart pounded in his chest as he replayed the contents of the letter over and over in his mind. Your wife is not who you think she is. Follow her tonight. You'll see the truth for yourself. The words felt like a curse, haunting him with their sinister implications. He had tried to ignore it, tried to dismiss it as a cruel prank from someone who wanted to mess with his head. But deep down, something gnawed at him, a dark, gut-wrenching suspicion that refused to be silenced. Amanda had been distant lately, her laughter forced, her phone clutched a little too tightly. The late-night texts, the unexplained absences, the smell of cologne that wasn't his. Now, as the sky deepened into twilight, Mark sat outside their house, watching, waiting. Amanda had told him she was heading out for a girls' night. He wanted to believe her. God, he needed to believe her. But the letter had planted a seed of doubt, and that doubt had already taken root. At 7:42 p.m., the front door opened. Amanda stepped out, dressed in a sleek black dress he hadn't seen before, hugging her curves in a way that made his stomach churn. Her hair was curled, her makeup flawless, more effort than she ever put into their usual date nights. Mark's jaw clenched. She was stunning, but it wasn't for him. She got into her car, and Mark started his engine a second later, keeping his headlights off as he tailed her from safe distance. The city lights flickered past as he followed her through streets he knew well, until she turned onto a road that made his blood run cold. She wasn't heading to a restaurant. She wasn't meeting friends. She was heading to a hotel. Mark's grip on the wheel tightened. A sickening weight settled in his gut as he pulled into the parking lot, his mind screaming at him to turn back, to stop before he saw something he couldn't unsee. But his feet moved on their own, carrying him across the pavement, toward the lobby, toward the painful truth. Through the glass doors, he saw her. She was in the arms of another man. Not just any man. Josh, his oldest friend, his best man at their wedding, his brother in all but blood. Mark's world cracked apart. Every moment they had shared, every laugh, every late-night drink, every promise of loyalty, shattered in an instant. He watched as Amanda placed a hand on Josh's chest, whispering something in his ear that made him smile in a way that Mark hadn't seen in years. The air left Mark's lungs. His vision blurred at the edges, fury and heartbreak colliding like a storm inside him. He wanted to burst through the doors, to scream, to demand answers. But then he remembered the letter. Someone wanted him to see this. Why? And just like that, the rage in his veins turned cold. This wasn't just a betrayal. It was a setup. And Mark was about to find out exactly who was pulling the strings. The morning air carried a strange stillness, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Mark sat at the dining table, an untouched cup of coffee growing cold beside him. The weight of betrayal still crushed his chest like a vice. But today, something was different. Today, he had received the letter. It had arrived in an unmarked white envelope, slipped under his door in the dead of night. No return address, no handwriting he recognized, just his name. Mark. His pulse quickened as he ran his thumb over the seal, hesitating. Was this another cruel twist in the nightmare he had been living? A confession? A warning? He had no way of knowing until he tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of thick, cream-colored paper. The message was typed, the words striking against the stark background like a dagger piercing flesh. Mark, you don't know me, but I know the truth. I know what Amanda has done. I know about Josh. But there's more. She has secrets you haven't even begun to uncover. If you want a full story, meet me at Pier 27. Midnight. Come alone. Mark read the words again, his mind racing. His heart pounded against his ribs as a storm of emotions clashed inside him. Suspicion, anger, curiosity. Who had sent this? A friend? A stranger? Someone who had been watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment? He clenched his jaw. The last time he had trusted blindly, he had been stabbed in the back by his own wife. This could be a trap. But if there was even a chance that he could finally get the full truth, he had to take it. The decision. The hours dragged by like a slow-moving funeral procession. Mark paced his apartment, the letter clutched in his hand, reading and rereading it as if the ink would rearrange itself into clearer answers. His instincts screamed at him. This wasn't normal. People didn't just leave anonymous letters like this unless they had something to hide. But so did Amanda. That thought solidified his resolve. By the time night fell, he was ready. Dressed in dark clothes, he slipped his Glock into the waistband of his jeans. A precaution, nothing more. His breath was steady, his mind sharp. He had no idea what he was walking into, but he wouldn't be a fool. The clock struck 11:45 p.m. when he left the house. Pier 27, the meeting. The docks were nearly deserted, save for the occasional rustling of rats and the distant hum of cargo ships out at sea. The cold wind carried the scent of salt and rust, chilling his skin as he approached the meeting spot. A single, flickering streetlight cast long, jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. Then he saw it. A figure stood at the end of the pier, draped in a long coat, their face obscured by the darkness. Mark's grip tightened around the letter in his pocket. He approached cautiously, stopping a few feet away. "You're late," the figure said, their voice low and rough. Mark ignored the remark. "Who are you?" The stranger took a step closer, and as the light hit their face, Mark felt a jolt of recognition, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. "I'm someone who wants to see Amanda pay for what she's done." Mark's fists clenched. "And what exactly has she done that I don't already know?" The stranger exhaled slowly, reaching into their coat. Mark tensed, his hand inching toward his gun. But instead of a weapon, the stranger pulled out a small USB drive. "Take this," they said, holding it out. "It has everything. Proof that Amanda and Josh's affair was only the beginning." Mark hesitated before snatching it from their hand. "Why are you helping me?" The stranger smirked. "Let's just say, I have my own reasons." Before Mark could press further, the stranger turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the scent of cigarette smoke in their wake. Mark stood there for a long moment, staring at the USB in his palm. Whatever was on this drive had the power to change everything. And he was ready. Mark sat in his dimly lit study, the single desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. The letter lay before him, its edges slightly curled from the sweat of his fingertips. His heart pounded in his chest as he read the words again, his mind racing to make sense of the message that had upended his already chaotic world. "If you want the truth, follow the address. Midnight. Come alone." The cryptic note had arrived that morning, tucked inside an unmarked envelope, slipped under his door while he was in the shower. There was no sender's name, no indication of who had sent it. Just an address, an abandoned motel on the outskirts of town. Mark's gut twisted. He had spent weeks uncovering Amanda's betrayal, the affair with Josh poisoning every memory he had of their marriage. But this letter suggested something even deeper, something hidden beneath the surface of lies he had only just begun to peel away. Who else knew about Amanda's deception? And what more was there to uncover? The clock on the wall ticked closer to midnight. His grip tightened on the note as he grabbed his keys and a small handgun from his desk drawer. He wasn't taking any chances. The Motel of Shadows. The neon sign of the Hillcrest Motel flickered weakly as Mark pulled into the cracked asphalt parking lot. The place had clearly been abandoned for years. Windows boarded up, paint peeling, a rusted-out car sitting lifeless in the corner. The air smelled of mildew and decay, and the only sound was the faint hum of a nearby street lamp. Mark stepped out of his car, every nerve in his body alert. His footsteps crunched against gravel as he approached room 6, the same number scrawled hastily on the back of the letter. His fingers trembled as he reached for the handle. Unlocked. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room with stained walls and tattered furniture. A single lamp flickered on the nightstand, and there, sitting at the edge of the bed, was a man Mark hadn't seen in years. A ghost from the past, Nathaniel Carter. Mark's breath hitched in his throat. Nathaniel had been his closest friend years ago, back when they were young, ambitious, and chasing dreams that now felt like distant illusions. But Nathaniel had vanished after a scandal at his company, leaving behind nothing but rumors and unanswered questions. "What the hell are you doing here?" Mark demanded, fists clenching. Nathaniel smirked, tapping a cigarette against the nightstand. "I should be asking you the same thing." Mark's patience was razor thin. "Did you send a letter?" Nathaniel exhaled a long breath, nodding. "Yeah, figured it was time you knew the whole truth about your wife." Mark's jaw tightened. "I already know. She's been screwing my best friend behind my back." Nathaniel chuckled darkly. "That's just the tip of the iceberg, my friend." He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Amanda and Josh didn't just betray you. They set you up." The words hit Mark like a sledgehammer. "Set me up for what?" Nathaniel reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick envelope, tossing it onto the bed. Mark hesitated before picking it up. As he opened it, his stomach dropped. Inside were bank statements, offshore accounts, wire transfers, documents all linked to Mark's name. Large sums of money had been moved through shell companies, implicating him in fraud and embezzlement. "This isn't mine," Mark whispered, his hands shaking. "I know," Nathaniel said grimly. "But Amanda and Josh made sure it looked like it was. They've been planning this for years. The affair? That was just part of it. They needed a fall guy, and you were perfect. The loyal husband, the loving fool who'd never see it coming." Mark's world spun. This wasn't just about infidelity. It was a goddamn conspiracy. His knees weakened, and he dropped onto the bed. Why would they do this? Nathaniel sighed. "Josh has powerful connections. Amanda was the perfect bait. They set you up to take the fall for their crimes. Mark, if this evidence lands in the wrong hands, you'll be looking at prison time." Mark swallowed hard. His rage was a wildfire now, burning through every inch of his soul. He had thought the worst pain was discovering his wife's betrayal. He had been wrong. This was war. Nathaniel stood, placing a reassuring hand on Mark's shoulder. "You're not alone in this. I know how to take them down." Mark clenched his fists, his jaw set like stone. "Tell me what I need to do." The storm had truly begun. The dim glow of the table lamp barely illuminated the single sheet of paper in Mark's trembling hands. His pulse thundered in his ears as he read the words again, trying to convince himself that he wasn't imagining things. "If you want the truth about Amanda, meet me at the old dock behind Lakeview Tavern. Midnight. Come alone." There was no name, no signature, just those chilling words scrawled in jagged handwriting. Mark swallowed hard. His thoughts spun wildly. Who had sent this? And how much did they know? Amanda was upstairs, oblivious to the storm raging inside him. For weeks, he had been piecing together her betrayal like a broken mirror, every shard cutting deeper into his soul. And now, just when he thought he had nothing left to lose, this anonymous letter arrived like a match tossed on a gasoline. He tucked the letter into his jacket pocket, took a deep breath, and checked the time. 11:42 p.m. 15 minutes later, he was on the road, the cold night air slicing through the open car window. His grip on the steering wheel was tight, knuckles white. The road to Lakeview Tavern was nearly deserted, winding through the outskirts of town like a snake slithering through the dark. By the time he reached the abandoned dock, it was exactly midnight. The place was silent, except for the gentle lapping of water against the wooden planks. A faint mist rolled over the lake, giving the night an eerie, almost surreal atmosphere. Mark stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the shadows. He had expected someone waiting for him, but the dock was empty, just the sound of water. Then he heard it, a soft rustling behind him. He spun around, heart hammering. A figure stepped out from the darkness. A man, face half hidden under the hood of a worn leather jacket. His posture was tense, like a coiled spring ready to snap. "You got my letter," the man said, voice low and rough. "Who the hell are you?" Mark demanded. The man exhaled, pulling back his hood, revealing a face lined with exhaustion and something else, something haunted. "My name's Daniel," he said, "and I know what Amanda's been hiding from you." Mark's breath caught. "You know about the affair?" Daniel gave a bitter laugh. "It's bigger than an affair." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a USB drive, holding it out. "Everything you need to know is on here." Mark hesitated, then grabbed the drive. His fingers were ice cold. "What is this?" Daniel's eyes darkened. "Proof. Amanda and Josh, they didn't just betray you. They set you up." Mark's world tilted. "Set me up for what?" Daniel took a step closer. "They've been moving money, your money, through hidden accounts, framing you for fraud. If you hadn't caught on, you'd be the one taking the fall, not them." Mark felt like the ground had been yanked out from under him. His chest tightened. "Why are you telling me this?" Daniel looked away for a moment, jaw clenched. When he spoke, his voice was laced with quiet rage. "Because Amanda did the same thing to me." Mark's stomach twisted. "She what?" Daniel nodded. "She ruined my life. I lost everything, my job, my reputation. She's a master manipulator, Mark. And Josh, he's in on it. This isn't just a betrayal. It's a setup." Mark's hands curled into fists. He had suspected Amanda was hiding more than just an affair, but this was worse than he ever imagined. "What do I do with this?" he asked, holding up the USB. Daniel's eyes locked onto his. "You bring them down." A cold wind swept across the dock. The water rippled, black and endless. Mark exhaled slowly. His rage had found a new purpose. Amanda and Josh thought they had one. They had no idea what was coming for them. The clock on Mark's desk ticked away, each second scraping against his nerves like a rusted blade. The letter lay in front of him, its edges curled slightly, as if mocking him. He had read it a dozen times, memorizing each line, each word, each veiled warning. "If you want the truth, meet me tomorrow at midnight. Come alone." No name, no signature, no hint of who had written it. The weight of the past few weeks pressed down on him. Amanda's betrayal, Josh's smug deceit, the lies, the humiliation. It had all led to this moment. Mark had never been a violent man, but something dark had taken root inside him, an unrelenting hunger for justice. Tomorrow night, midnight. Whoever had sent this letter held answers, and Mark was ready to get them. The meeting place. The abandoned dock reeked of salt water and rust. Moonlight slashed through the night, casting jagged shadows across the cracked pavement. Mark's breath came slow and controlled, though his heart pounded beneath his ribs. He waited. Then footsteps. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in a long coat, their face hidden beneath the brim of a hat. Mark tensed. "You came," the stranger said, voice low and smooth. "Who are you?" Mark's fingers curled into fists. The figure chuckled. "Someone who knows exactly what your wife and Josh have been up to, and someone who wants to see them suffer just as much as you do." Mark's blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" The stranger took a step closer. "Let's just say, Amanda and Josh aren't the only ones with secrets. But if you want the full truth, you'll need to play along." "Play along." Mark's jaw tightened. "This is a game, Mark. A game of revenge. And if you play it right, you won't just get even. You'll destroy them." A slow, sinister grin crept across the stranger's face. And just like that, the deadly game began. The rain drummed steadily against the windshield as Mark parked a block away from Josh's house. He sat in silence, gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. The air inside the car was thick with tension, a suffocating mix of anger, anticipation, and the taste of impending justice. It had taken weeks to get here, to this very moment. The breadcrumbs he had been following had led him to the darkest corners of truth, revealing secrets that made his blood run cold. Amanda's betrayal was one thing, but Josh's involvement in something far more sinister had turned this into more than a personal vendetta. Mark wasn't just dealing with an affair anymore. He was staring into the abyss of crime, deceit, and murder. Tonight, the reckoning would begin. Setting the bait. Mark had spent the last few days orchestrating his plan. It had to be perfect, meticulous, and foolproof. He had uncovered just enough about Josh's illegal dealings to know that one wrong move could put him in serious danger. But he also knew Josh's weakness: greed. A burner phone buzzed in Mark's pocket. It was a text message from an anonymous number, the bait he had carefully prepared. Anonymous. The cops know about the shipment. You're compromised. Meet me at the warehouse in an hour or it all burns. Josh would take the bait. He had to. The warehouse Mark had chosen was an abandoned storage facility on the outskirts of town. Isolated, dark, and the perfect stage for what was to come. Taking a deep breath, Mark started the engine and pulled onto the slick, rain-swept roads. The meeting in the shadows. The warehouse loomed in the distance, its rusted metal doors creaking in the wind. Mark parked his car in the shadows and stepped out, the cold night air biting at his skin. He had positioned himself strategically, hidden in the dark corners of the lot, waiting. Minutes ticked by, then headlights cut through the mist. A sleek black SUV rolled to a stop, and Josh stepped out, his movements cautious, his eyes scanning the area like a predator sensing a trap. Mark watched from the shadows as Josh pulled out his phone, dialing a number. "Where the hell are you?" Josh's voice was sharp and patient. Mark smirked. "Showtime." He took a deep breath and stepped into the dim glow of the warehouse lights. "I'm right here, Josh." Josh spun around, his eyes widening in shock. Mark, his expression flickered between confusion and something else: fear. Mark took slow, deliberate steps forward, his boots crunching against the gravel. "You look surprised," he said, voice calm but edged with venom. "Were you expecting someone else?" Josh's jaw clenched. "What the hell is this? You sent me that text." Mark tilted his head. "Of course. I needed to get you here. We need to talk." Josh scoffed, but there was an unease in his stance. "You're wasting your time, man. Go home." Mark's smile didn't waver. "Oh, I don't think so." He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone, and with a single tap, the audio recording played. Josh's voice, clear as day: "That shipment needs to move fast. If the cops find out, we're all screwed." Josh's face paled, his hands curled into fists. "Where the hell did you get that?" Mark took another step closer, now inches away from him. "You really should be more careful about who you trust, Josh." Josh's breathing turned shallow. He glanced toward his SUV, considering his escape. But Mark was ready. "You're not going anywhere," Mark said. "You have two choices: confess, or this recording finds its way to the police." Josh's mask cracked, the cool and composed facade crumbling into something desperate. "You don't know who you're messing with, Mark." Mark smirked. "Actually, I do, and that's why you should be afraid." A tense silence filled the space between them. The storm outside raged on, thunder rolling in the distance. Josh took a shaky breath. "What do you want?" Mark leaned in, voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "I want justice, and I want you to pay." Josh stared at him, realization dawning in his eyes. "You're not going to the cops, are you?" Mark only smiled. The trap was set. The game was just beginning. And Josh had no idea what was coming next. The storm outside mirrored the war raging inside Mark. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating his reflection in the window, a man he barely recognized anymore. The weight of betrayal had forged him into something colder, more calculating. Amanda and Josh had stolen everything from him: his trust, his peace, his love. But tonight, that would change. Tonight, Mark would set the pieces in motion for his final move. A web of lies and truths. He sat in his car outside the restaurant where Amanda and Josh were having dinner. He had chosen this place carefully, an upscale spot with dim lighting and soft jazz, a place for lovers to hide in plain sight. Through the rain-streaked window, he saw them at a corner booth. Amanda leaned in, her fingers grazing Josh's wrist as she laughed at something he said. Josh smirked, his confidence sickening. Mark's grip tightened on his phone. A single text. That's all it would take. "It's done. You know what to do." Across town, Claire, his newfound ally and Amanda's so-called best friend, read the message. She was inside Amanda and Josh's secret apartment, the one they thought no one knew about. Claire had been hesitant at first, but when Mark had shown her the proof, the texts, the photos, the bank statements, she had turned. Betrayal cut both ways after all. She opened Josh's laptop, inserted the USB drive, and watched as the files uploaded. Bank fraud, embezzlement, a fake charity fund that Amanda had helped him cover up. Their love affair wasn't their only secret. Josh was a criminal, and Amanda was complicit. The unraveling begins. Back at the restaurant, Mark stepped inside, his heart steady, his mind razor sharp. He wasn't here to fight. He was here to watch them crumble. He made his way to their table. The moment Amanda looked up and saw him, her face drained of color. Josh stiffened. "Mark, what are you doing here?" Amanda's voice trembled slightly, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. Mark smiled. "Just wanted to say hi. Oh, and to let you know, you might want to check your emails." Josh frowned and reached for his phone. Amanda did the same. Within seconds, their faces shifted. First confusion, then panic. Claire had forwarded everything. Every stolen dollar, every fraudulent deal. And not just to them. To their employers, to their families, to the authorities. Amanda's hand clamped over her mouth. Josh bolted upright, nearly knocking over his wine glass. "You son of a—" Mark raised a hand, cutting him off. "Save it. I didn't ruin your life, Josh. You did." Sirens wailed in the distance. The walls of their perfect little world were closing in. Josh scrambled for an escape, but there was none. Amanda looked at Mark, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, Mark, I didn't mean for any of this to happen." Mark exhaled slowly, finally feeling the weight lift. "Neither did I, Amanda, but here we are." As he walked away, the storm outside had passed, leaving only the fresh scent of rain and the promise of something new. The trap was set, and they had walked right into it. The night was thick with tension. A storm rumbled in the distance, its deep growls resonating through the city like an omen. Mark sat in his car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The letter in his jacket pocket burned against his chest like a brand. One last reminder of the treachery he had uncovered. It was time. Across the street, Amanda's house loomed in the dim glow of the street lamp. His former home, the place where love had turned to lies. Tonight, it wouldn't be just another confrontation. Tonight, everything would come to a head. Taking a deep breath, Mark stepped out of the car, his boots crunching against the gravel as he moved toward the house. His heart pounded in rhythm with the thunder overhead. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times, but now that it was here, it felt surreal. With a swift motion, he unlocked the door using the spare key he still had. It was poetic. Amanda had taken everything from him, but she had forgotten to change the locks. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of Amanda's perfume, a cruel reminder of the woman he had once loved. He moved through the house like a shadow, his every step calculated. From upstairs, he could hear the soft murmur of voices. Not alone. Mark's pulse quickened. He had expected Amanda to be with Josh. It was why he had come. But hearing it, knowing it was happening just above him, ignited a fury deep in his gut. He ascended the stairs quietly, each step precise, controlled. When he reached the bedroom door, he didn't hesitate. He pushed it open. And there they were. Amanda and Josh froze, tangled in the sheets like criminals caught in the act. Their eyes widened in horror as they registered his presence. "Mark," Amanda started, scrambling to cover herself. Josh cursed under his breath, sitting up as if preparing for a fight. Mark raised a hand. "Don't. Just don't." His voice was calm. Too calm. Amanda's eyes darted to the nightstand, her phone. Mark smirked. "Go ahead. Call the police. Tell them what? That your husband found out the truth." Silence. Mark reached into his jacket and pulled out the letter that had changed everything. He tossed it onto the bed between them. "Read it." Amanda hesitated, then picked it up with trembling fingers. As her eyes scanned the page, her face drained of color. Josh frowned. "What is that?" Mark turned to him. "Proof. Amanda swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. Who sent this? A friend, Mark said, his eyes never leaving hers. Someone who thought I deserved to know the truth. Josh snatched the letter from Amanda's hands and read it quickly. His face contorted in rage. This is bullshit. Mark chuckled, a hollow sound. Is it? Because it lines up perfectly with everything else I found. The hidden accounts, the deleted messages, the secret meetings. He took a step closer. Tell me, Josh, was it worth it? Betraying your best friend. Josh set his jaw. It's not that simple, Mark. Mark scoffed. Oh, it's exactly that simple. You made your choices. Now, you live with them. Amanda's voice cracked. Mark, please. We don't. Mark's expression hardened. You don't get to beg for forgiveness now. A sharp gust of wind rattled the windows. The storm was closing in. Mark took one last look at Amanda, the woman he had built a life with, the woman who had torn it apart without a second thought. And then at Josh, the man he had once trusted with everything. You two deserve each other, he said coldly. Enjoy it. With that, he turned and walked out, leaving them in stunned silence. As he stepped into the storm, the rain mixing with the heat of his rage, he felt something he hadn't in a long time. Freedom. And the night wasn't over yet. There was still one last thing left to do. The night was thick with tension, the air charged with a storm that hadn't yet arrived. Rain threatened the clouds above, dark and looming, mirroring the chaos that was about to unfold. Mark stood in the shadows outside the lavish hotel where Amanda and Josh were meeting, his heart pounding with anticipation. The weight of everything, the betrayal, the lies, the pain, pressed down on him like a vice. Inside, Amanda and Josh sat in the dimly lit bar, laughing over their drinks, oblivious to the disaster that was closing in on them. Mark watched them through the glass, his grip tightening around the small envelope in his hand, the final piece of the puzzle. The bartenders set down another round for the pair, their fingers grazing as Amanda leaned in, whispering something that made Josh smirk. Mark's stomach twisted in revulsion, but he forced himself to stay composed. He had played his cards right so far. Now it was time to end this. With measured steps, he walked through the grand entrance of the hotel, his presence unnoticed in the sea of guests. His pulse hammered in his ears, but his face remained unreadable. He had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times, every word, every move calculated. As he approached their table, Amanda's laughter died in her throat. Josh turned his head, his cocky smirk vanishing the instant he saw Mark's expression. Mark! Amanda's voice was barely above a whisper, a mix of shock and guilt flashing across her face. Mark placed the envelope gently on the table between them. Open it. Josh hesitated, his eyes darting between Amanda and Mark. But Mark didn't waver. He simply watched, waiting, knowing what was coming next. With shaky hands, Amanda pulled out the contents, a series of photographs, documents, and a single USB drive. Her breath hitched as her eyes scanned through them. Pictures of her and Josh, evidence of stolen money, bank transfers, emails exposing their entire scheme. Josh paled, his bravado crumbling as he snatched a paper from Amanda's trembling fingers. His jaw clenched. Where the hell did you get this? Mark leaned forward, his voice calm but laced with venom. You thought you could ruin me, take everything I built, destroy my life, and just walk away. He let out a humorless chuckle. You underestimated me. Amanda's hand flew to her mouth, her face losing all color. Mark, please. Please what? Mark interrupted, his eyes burning into hers. Please forgive you? Let this all slide? After what you did? He shook his head. No, Amanda. There's no coming back from this. Josh scoffed, attempting to mask his fear with arrogance. So what, Mark? You have some dirt on us. Big deal. You think this will ruin us? Mark smirked, pulling out his phone. It already has. He tapped the screen, and within seconds, the sound of notifications going off filled the room. Amanda grabbed her phone, her face contorting in horror as she read the flood of messages, emails, and news alerts exposing their affair, their fraud, their lies. Josh's phone buzzed violently on the table, the screen lighting up with calls and messages from investors, colleagues, and friends. His face twisted in panic. "You son of—" He lunged forward, but Mark was faster. With a swift move, he grabbed Josh's wrist and twisted it back, forcing him into the chair. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Mark warned, his voice low, lethal. "You've already lost everything. Don't make it worse." Amanda was shaking, her mascara running as she stared at the wreckage of her life unfolding before her. "Mark, you don't have to do this." Mark's expression hardened. "I didn't have to, Amanda, but you gave me no choice." He exhaled sharply, stepping back. "Enjoy the downfall. You both deserve it." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving them in stunned silence. The weight that had once suffocated him lifted with every step he took toward the exit. The storm outside had finally broken, rain pouring down in sheets as Mark stepped onto the sidewalk. But for the first time in a long time, he felt free. Tomorrow, the world would know the truth, and he would finally be able to move on. The night was still, too still. Mark stood in the dimly lit study, the weight of the past months pressing against his chest like an iron fist. The documents lay before him. The final signatures on his divorce, the last remnants of Amanda's deceitful empire crumbling into dust. His fingers hovered over the ink, as if signing would seal something deeper than a legal agreement, an unspoken promise to himself. He inhaled deeply. The scent of old books, whiskey, and faint cigar smoke clung to the air. It was ironic, really. This room, once a place where he and Amanda planned their future, had now become the stage for their final undoing. A slow, bitter smile curled on his lips. "How did we end up here, Amanda?" She sat across from him, her once mesmerizing blue eyes hollowed with exhaustion. No more crocodile tears. No more desperate pleas. Just silence. "You got what you wanted," she murmured, her voice devoid of its usual manipulation. "Are you happy now?" Mark let out a low chuckle. "Happy? No, Amanda. But I am free." She looked away, her hands trembling slightly as she reached for a glass of wine. "Josh is in ruins," she muttered. "Did you really have to destroy him too?" Mark's jaw tightened. He destroyed himself the moment he touched what wasn't his. Josh had lost everything. His business, his marriage, his reputation. The whispers followed him like vultures, picking at the remnants of a life he once flaunted so arrogantly. Amanda exhaled, staring at the swirling red liquid in her glass. "I never thought it would end like this." "Neither did I," Mark admitted, his tone laced with finality. "But betrayal comes with a price. You of all people should know that." She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then she stopped. Maybe she finally understood. Maybe, for the first time, she saw the weight of what she had done. Or maybe she was just too exhausted to fight anymore. Mark reached for the pen and signed the final page. With one swift motion, he closed a folder and pushed it across the table. "It's done." Amanda stared at the document as if it were a death sentence. And in some ways, it was. The life they had built, the lies, the love, the memories, was officially over. Mark stood, buttoning his jacket. The burden on his shoulders felt lighter. He had won. He had taken back control. And now, he was walking away, away from the betrayal, the pain, the anger. As he stepped toward the door, Amanda called his name softly. "Mark!" He paused, but didn't turn. "Do you think you'll ever forgive me?" He let the question hang in the air for a moment, then finally replied, his voice steady. "I don't need to forgive you, Amanda. I just need to forget you." And with that, he walked out, the weight of his past dissolving with every step. The night was still. But for the first time in months, Mark felt at peace. Betrayed and broken, but I made them regret everything. Marcus never believed in blind trust. Trust, to him, was a carefully placed investment, one that had to be earned, nurtured, protected. And yet, for Olivia, he had made an exception. For 10 years, he had built a life with her. He had been her rock, her protector, her confidant. Every late-night conversation, every whispered secret, every dream they had mapped out together. He had believed in all of it. Until tonight. Until he found the text messages. It had started as a casual thing. His phone had died, and Olivia's was charging on the kitchen counter. He had picked it up, intending only to check the time. But the screen had lit up with a message that changed everything. Can't wait to see you again. I miss you. A message from Brian, his best friend. Marcus felt the ground beneath him shift, his reality cracking at the seams. At first, his brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, a message meant for someone else. But his gut, that primal instinct honed by years of reading people in his business dealings, told him otherwise. His hand steady, he unlocked the phone. Olivia's passcode, his birth date, was still the same. Ironic. She had no idea she had already given him the key to her betrayal. The messages stretched back for months. Some were playful, flirtatious. Others were explicit, detailed in a way that sent cold rage flooding through his veins. Pictures, plans, their secret meetings carefully arranged under the guise of work trips and late nights with friends. Brian, the man Marcus had called a brother, the man who had stood beside him at his wedding. The realization settled over him like a suffocating weight. He had been played, lied to, made a fool of. And yet, as he stood there in the dimly lit kitchen, his face illuminated by the soft glow of Olivia's phone, Marcus didn't lash out. He didn't throw the device across the room. He didn't storm upstairs and demand an explanation. Instead, he exhaled slowly, setting the phone back down exactly as he had found it. Because Marcus wasn't a man who reacted on impulse. No, he was a man who planned, calculated, controlled. Olivia and Brian had made their move in secret, believing him oblivious. Now it was his turn. And unlike them, he wouldn't be sloppy. He wouldn't be reckless. He would be precise, deliberate, unforgiving. Marcus turned off the kitchen light, the darkness swallowing him whole. He walked upstairs, his expression unreadable, his pulse steady. Olivia was already in bed, fast asleep, her breathing slow and even. He stood there for a moment, watching her, the woman he had loved, the woman who had just signed her own downfall without even knowing it. He climbed into bed beside her, his movements practiced, controlled. He would play his role a little longer, pretend he was still the trusting, loving husband. Let her believe she had won. Because when he finally struck back, it wouldn't just be an affair she lost. It would be everything. And she would never see it coming. Marcus had always prided himself on his intuition. It was a quiet force within him, a whisper in the back of his mind that had guided him through business deals, friendships, and life's many twists. But when it came to Olivia, he had ignored it for too long. Now, standing alone in their dimly lit bedroom, the weight of reality pressed against his chest. The scent of her perfume lingered in the air, a floral, intoxicating fragrance that once brought him comfort. Now it only sickened him. The evidence sat before him on his laptop screen. Texts, photos, secretly snapped images of Olivia slipping into Brian's car late at night. Screen captures of messages that left no room for doubt. I can't wait to see you again. He doesn't suspect a thing. When are we telling him? A part of Marcus had hoped for a misunderstanding, some rational explanation that would wipe away this nightmare. But there was none. The betrayal wasn't just in the physical act, it was in the deception, the whispered secrets behind his back, the audacity to smile at him, to kiss him while sharing a bed with his best friend. Marcus inhaled deeply, his fingers tightening around the armrest of his chair. A weaker man would rage, would storm out, demand answers, scream, break things. But Marcus was not a weak man. His rage did not explode outward. It folded inward, sharpening into something lethal. Cold, calculated. The masks we wear. When Olivia walked through the front door that night, Marcus was waiting for her. She glanced up from her phone, her expression smooth, unreadable. But Marcus saw it now. The little hesitations, The way she avoided eye contact just a second too long. The way she exhaled before greeting him, as if shaking off another life before stepping into this one. "Hey, babe," she said casually, setting her purse down. "Long day." Marcus smiled. A perfect, effortless smile. "Not too bad," he replied, standing from the couch. "You?" "Ugh." Work was insane. She rolled her eyes, kicking off her heels. "God, I need a drink." Marcus moved to the bar, pouring her a glass of wine. As he handed it to her, his fingers brushed against hers. Once, that touch would have sent warmth through him. Now it was nothing but an act. "You work too hard," he said, watching her take a sip. "I know, right?" She laughed, leaning against the counter. "Sometimes I feel like running away, just escaping it all." Marcus studied her, the way she spoke, the way she deflected. If he hadn't seen the messages himself, he might have missed the subtext. She was already planning her escape. With Brian. The thought burned in his chest, but he forced himself to stay composed. Olivia had no idea that she was standing in the presence of a man who knew everything. And that was his greatest weapon. A visit to the past. That night, Marcus didn't sleep. He lay awake beside Olivia, listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing. The woman he had built a life with, the woman he had once trusted more than anyone, was now a stranger. His mind drifted back to the early days, the late-night drives, the whispered promises, the way she used to look at him like he was her entire world. Had it all been a lie? Or had something changed along the way? Marcus had never been a man to dwell on the past, but tonight, the memories played in his mind like an old film reel, flickering with painful clarity. The first time he introduced Olivia to Brian, the way they had laughed together, shared inside jokes. Had it started then? Had they looked at each other behind his back, even in those early days? Marcus exhaled slowly, staring at the ceiling. It didn't matter. The why, the when, none of it mattered anymore. All that mattered was what he would do next. The long game. Morning came, and with it, clarity. Marcus got up early, moving through the house with practiced ease. He prepared Olivia's coffee just the way she liked it, set out her favorite mug, and greeted her with a soft kiss on the forehead when she walked into the kitchen. She smiled up at him, eyes filled with feigned warmth. "You're the best," she murmured. Marcus chuckled, sipping his own coffee. "I try." It was almost poetic, he thought, how effortlessly she lied. But she wasn't the only one who could wear a mask. Olivia had made her move. Now it was his turn. And unlike her, Marcus played for keeps. Marcus sat in his car, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the dim glow of his home through the windshield. Inside, Olivia was probably texting Brian, laughing at his ignorance, believing she was untouchable. His jaw clenched, but his face remained impassive. He had spent years perfecting self-control, and now it would serve him well. Confrontation was tempting, barging in, exposing her lies, watching her face crumble under the weight of her betrayal. But that would be too easy, too impulsive. No, he wanted her to think she had won. He wanted her to dig her own grave, oblivious to the noose tightening around her throat. So, he took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and stepped out of the car. Playing the role. The moment he walked through the front door, Olivia looked up from her phone, a flicker of something. Nervousness? Guilt? Flashing across her face before she masked it with a casual smile. "Hey, babe. Long day?" she asked, setting her phone face down on the table. He smiled, warm and weary. "Yeah, just exhausted." He stepped forward, leaned down, and kissed her cheek. She flinched, barely, but he noticed. Good. He dropped his briefcase by the door, loosening his tie, and walked into the kitchen. Behind him, Olivia let out a breath she didn't know she had been holding. She thought she was safe. She had no idea. The first steps. Over the next few weeks, Marcus played the devoted, unsuspecting husband. He kissed Olivia goodbye in the mornings, sent sweet messages throughout the day, and listened intently when she talked about work. Meanwhile, She grew careless. She started staying out late, offering weak excuses. A work dinner, babe. It ran longer than I expected. Ugh, you know how Sarah is. She just wouldn't stop talking at the cafe. I went to a late yoga class, but my phone died, so I couldn't text you. Lie after lie, woven with confidence, delivered with ease. She thought he didn't notice the way she checked her phone more often, how she kept it angled away from him, how she smiled at her screen before quickly locking it. She thought she was fooling him. But every lie was ammunition. Every deception, a stepping stone in the foundation of her own downfall. The preparation. Marcus wasn't just watching. He was planning. First, the finances. Olivia assumed they shared everything. Joint accounts, a single mortgage, a clear and equal distribution of assets. What she didn't know was that Marcus had been smart, quietly building his own wealth in places she couldn't reach. Late at night, while she lay in bed texting Brian, Marcus sat at his office, shifting investments, closing accounts, securing assets under names she had no access to. By the time she thought to fight for what was his, there would be nothing left for her to take. Next, the evidence. He installed a program on her laptop that logged every keystroke, every email, every chat. He set up a hidden camera in the living room, just in case Brian ever got too comfortable. He went through their phone bills, noting the late-night calls, the frequent texts. And when the evidence became undeniable, when he had enough to dismantle them both, he sent copies to a secure location. A failsafe. He was meticulous, patient, methodical. They had played a game of deception. Now, he was rewriting the rules, letting her win. When Olivia finally worked up the courage to mention divorce, Marcus played his role perfectly. It was a Friday night. She sat across from him at the dinner table, her wine glass trembling slightly in her grasp. "Marcus, I think we need to talk." He looked up, setting his fork down, tilting his head in quiet curiosity. "Okay." A flicker of hesitation, a deep breath, then the rehearsed speech. "I love you, but I don't think we're working anymore. I felt disconnected for a while, and she sighed, lowering her gaze, "I just think we'd be happier apart." Marcus studied her, the way she couldn't quite meet his eyes, the way she fidgeted with her ring. She expected a fight. She wanted him to break, to beg, to make it easier for her to justify what she had done. Instead, he nodded. "If that's how you feel, I won't stop you." Her eyes widened, just for a second, before she masked it with relief. "I just want this to be amicable." "Of course," he agreed, smiling gently. "Amicable." She exhaled, nodding, believing she had pulled off the perfect escape. But Marcus knew something she didn't. She wasn't escaping. She was walking straight into the fire. And he was the one holding the match. The divorce came swiftly, a quiet storm tearing through Marcus's life and leaving behind a false sense of calm. Olivia filed first, of course. She was eager to move on, eager to parade her newfound love with Brian, as if she were the protagonist of some grand romance. She probably imagined herself as the bold woman who had the courage to leave a loveless marriage for true happiness. Marcus let her have that illusion. He sat across from her in the sterile conference room of their divorce attorney's office, the tension between them masked by polite, rehearsed indifference. The lawyer spoke in measured tones, discussing asset division and final agreements, but Marcus barely listened. His mind had already moved far beyond this moment. Olivia, smug and composed, barely looked at him. She believed she had won. "I think this is fair," she said, tapping the papers with a manicured nail. "We don't need to drag this out." Fair. That word almost made Marcus laugh. The house, the very home they had built together, was all she truly wanted. She thought it symbolized her victory, proof that she was the one moving forward while Marcus was left behind. "I won't fight you on it," Marcus said, voice smooth, calm. A flicker of surprise crossed Olivia's face, quickly concealed. She had expected him to resist, to plead, to argue. But instead, he simply signed where he was supposed to and pushed the papers back toward the lawyer. The divorce was finalized within weeks. And then, just like that, she was gone. The illusion of victory. The day Olivia officially moved out was unceremonious. She packed her things in neatly labeled boxes, stacking them by the door like she was relocating to a better life. Brian was there, helping her load up the car, his presence so casual that it would have seemed normal to anyone who didn't know the truth. Marcus stood in the doorway, watching. Olivia glanced at him only once. "I hope we can be civil," she said, offering a thin smile. Marcus returned it. "Of course, Olivia. Civil." She gave a small nod, as if satisfied, then walked out for the last time. The house felt different after she left. Empty, yes, but also lighter. As if her presence had been a weight pressing down on him all these years, a suffocating force he hadn't recognized until it was gone. That night, Marcus poured himself a drink and walked through the quiet halls of what used to be their shared home. He stopped in the bedroom, staring at the empty closet where her clothes once hung. Then he smiled. She thought she had one. She had no idea. The first cracks appear. Marcus didn't need to wait long to see the consequences of Olivia's choices. At first, her life with Brian was a perfect Instagram fairy tale. Candlelit dinners, weekend getaways, extravagant shopping trips. She flooded social media with photos of their new beginning, captioning them with insipid quotes about love and destiny. Brian, too, basked in the glow of their supposed happiness, acting as if he had stolen a prize rather than destroyed a friendship. But fairy tales are fragile things. And Olivia had no idea that the house she was so proud of, the very house she had fought to keep, was a ticking time bomb. Marcus had refinanced it before the divorce, ensuring that she now held a mortgage far greater than she could afford on her own. She had assumed, foolishly, that Marcus had little beyond their shared assets. She had no idea of the accounts he had quietly built, the wealth he had protected from her grasping hands. And Brian? He had made the mistake of believing his job was secure. But Marcus had connections, strategic whispers in the right ears, a few carefully placed rumors, and soon Brian found himself in a meeting with HR, being handed a severance package. Within weeks of their so-called fresh start, Olivia and Brian found themselves drowning in bills. The cracks in their relationship began to show. A silent victory, Marcus watched from afar, never interfering directly, never needing to. Olivia started selling off pieces of their old life. Her designer bags, the jewelry she once flaunted, even the expensive furniture she had insisted on keeping. Brian, once so cocky, now looked exhausted, worn down by the weight of their financial struggles. The house, their supposed prize, became an anchor pulling them further into debt. One night, Marcus received a text from an unknown number. "Marcus, can we talk?" He didn't need to check who it was. He simply stared at the message for a long moment before deleting it. Olivia had made her choice. Now, she had to live with it. And Marcus? He was free. Olivia and Brian wasted no time parading their newfound happiness. Social media was flooded with snapshots of their seemingly perfect life. Smiling selfies in expensive restaurants, tropical vacations, Olivia showing off new designer handbags. Marcus watched from a distance, expression unreadable. Let them celebrate. Let them bask in the illusion of their success. Because the real storm was coming. And they had no idea. The trap they never saw coming. Olivia had believed she was clever during the divorce proceedings. She had taken the house. The same house Marcus had worked tirelessly to build with her. The house they had once planned to raise a family in. She thought it was her prize. What she didn't realize was that Marcus had planned for this moment long before she even handed him the divorce papers. A year before their marriage crumbled, Marcus had refinanced the house, pulling out a significant portion of its equity under the guise of a strategic investment. The mortgage had nearly doubled, but Marcus never worried. He had the means to handle it. Now, it wasn't his problem anymore. It was hers, and she was drowning. The money slipping through her fingers. At first, Olivia didn't notice. She was too caught up in the excitement of her new life with Brian. The shopping sprees, the luxurious getaways, the high-end dining. It all felt so intoxicating, so freeing. But soon, the bills started rolling in. The mortgage payment alone was a crushing weight, more than she had anticipated. Then came the property taxes, the maintenance, the utilities. Before, Marcus had handled it all seamlessly. Now it was her burden. And Brian? He wasn't as financially stable as he had pretended to be. Brian's downfall. Marcus knew Brian's weaknesses. He had once called the man his best friend, and in doing so, had learned every crack in his foundation. Brian had always lived above his means. Flashy cars, expensive whiskey, custom suits. He liked to appear wealthy, even when his bank account told a different story. So Marcus had made a few calls. A whisper in the right ear here. A casual conversation there. A well-timed, anonymous tip to Brian's employer. The result? Brian was fired. Not in a dramatic, security-escorted way. No, it was much more subtle. His company, already struggling, had been looking for an excuse to downsize. Marcus had simply given them the perfect justification. Sorry, Brian. We have to let you go. It's just business. Just business. Brian tried to play it cool at first. He told Olivia it was temporary, that he had connections, that he bounced back quickly. But the weeks stretched on, and the job offers didn't come. Marcus made sure of that. The beginning of their cracks. The first real fight between Olivia and Brian happened over a declined credit card. They had gone out to dinner, one of their usual extravagant outings. But when Brian confidently handed over his card, the waiter returned with a polite but firm smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but your payment didn't go through." Olivia's face burned with embarrassment. Brian stammered, tried another card, declined. A third. This one worked, but barely. By the time they left the restaurant, Olivia was fuming. "What the hell is going on, Brian?" she demanded once they got home. Brian rubbed his temples, trying to come up with an excuse. "It's just a temporary thing. Some banking issues. I'll sort it out." But Olivia wasn't stupid. She had lived in comfort for too long to suddenly feel the walls closing in. And then the final blow came. The unraveling. The mortgage statement arrived in the mail a few days later. Olivia opened it casually, expecting to see a manageable number. But when her eyes landed on the total amount due, the color drained from her face. This can't be right. The mortgage was almost double what she thought it was. How? Panic set in as she frantically flipped through the pages, trying to make sense of it. Then she saw the fine print. The refinance. Marcus had planned this. He had left her with a financial landmine, and she had walked right into it. That son of a... She choked, her hands shaking. Brian came home to find her pacing, eyes wild. "Did you know about this?" she snapped, shoving the statement in his face. Brian read it, and for the first time, real fear crept into his expression. They were in trouble. Big trouble. And Marcus? He was nowhere to be found. He had disappeared into his new life, untouched, untouchable. And as Olivia and Brian sat in their once beautiful home, now a suffocating weight around their necks, they both knew the truth. Marcus hadn't just walked away from them. He had left them to burn. And the flames were closing in fast. Olivia always loved attention, the validation, the feeling of being admired. She thrived on it, lived for it. And in the first few weeks after moving in with Brian, she bathed in it. She posted pictures of their perfect life, dinners at high-end restaurants, weekend getaways, late-night selfies with Brian's arm wrapped possessively around her waist. New beginnings. The comments flooded in. "So happy for you. You deserve this, girl. Power couple." It was everything Olivia wanted. The illusion of success. The appearance of happiness. But illusions are fragile. And Marcus knew exactly how to shatter this one. The first cracks, it started subtly. A shift in the way people looked at Olivia. The way conversations died the moment she walked into a room. She noticed it first at brunch with her girlfriends. The same women who had gushed over her fresh start were suddenly reserved, exchanging glances when she spoke. She brushed it off. Maybe they're just jealous. But then came the whispers. She saw in the office, too. Coworkers who used to chat with her over coffee now kept their distance. Even her boss, who had always been friendly, barely acknowledged her. At first, she told herself it was nothing. Paranoia. Then she got the email. An anonymous sender. No subject line, just an attachment. When she opened it, her blood ran cold. Screenshots. Text between her and Brian. Flirty messages, intimate details, explicit exchanges, all time-stamped from when she was still married to Marcus. She scrolled down, heart hammering. Photos. Candid shots of her and Brian sneaking around, meeting in hotel lobbies, kissing in parking lots. And then, a list of email addresses in the to field. It wasn't just sent to her. It was sent to everyone. Her family, her friends, her colleagues, even Brian's former boss. A wave of nausea crashed over her. No, 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 no. The fallout. The call started within minutes. Her mother. Olivia, tell me this isn't true. Her best friend. What the hell, Liv? You lie to all of us. Her boss. We need to have a conversation about your future at this company. She slammed her phone down, hands trembling. Then she heard Brian curse from the other room. What the hell is this? He stormed in, his phone clenched in his fist, face red with fury. Do you know what you've done? He growled. She blinked. Me? This is your fault, he snapped, throwing the phone onto the table. She grabbed it, scrolling through his messages. Former colleagues, mutual friends, everyone was turning on him. His name was being dragged through the mud. Brian had built his reputation on being the charming, trustworthy guy, a loyal friend, a stand-up man. Now the world saw him for what he really was. A liar, a cheater, a man who betrayed his best friend. Olivia opened her own social media. Her latest post, just last night, a smiling picture of her and Brian drinking champagne, was flooded with comments. Wow, you really did Marcus dirty. This is disgusting. Imagine ruining your marriage just to end up with him. Trash attracts trash. Her stomach twisted. The love, the admiration gone. And then, the final blow. A comment from Marcus himself. Just 4 words. Enjoy your new life. Nothing else. No insults. No anger. Just a quiet, calculated farewell. The silence that followed was even louder. The beginning of the end. Brian paced the living room, muttering under his breath. His phone rang again, and this time, Olivia saw the caller ID. It was his mother. He ignored it. Olivia sank onto the couch, head in her hands. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were supposed to be happy, untouchable. But Marcus hadn't yelled. He hadn't begged. He hadn't fought. Instead, he had waited, watched. And when the time was right, he had dismantled their entire world with a single email. Olivia's hands clenched into fists. She had underestimated him. And now, she was paying the price. The soft hum of conversation filled the upscale rooftop bar, a quiet symphony of success. Glasses clinked, laughter rippled through the air, and the city skyline stretched endlessly beyond the glass railing. Marcus leaned back in his seat, rolling the crystal tumbler between his fingers, watching the amber liquid swirl. It had been months since his world imploded, since his so-called best friend and the woman he once loved had ripped apart the life he thought was his. Now, as he looked around the table, surrounded by sharp minds, industry leaders, people who actually respected him, he realized something profound. He had never belonged in the life Olivia had forced him into. And now, he was exactly where he was meant to be. A calculated rise. Marcus had never been reckless with money. While Olivia and Brian celebrated their hollow victory, he spent his time carefully maneuvering behind the scenes. First, he made sure his name resurfaced in the right circles. A few strategic investments, a couple of power moves in the corporate world, and suddenly, people were talking about him again. Not as the man who had been betrayed, but as the man who had bounced back stronger. His business, once something he'd quietly built in the background while Olivia mocked his hobbies, now demanded attention. He expanded aggressively, leveraging contacts he'd cultivated over the years. Contacts Olivia had dismissed as unimportant. Within weeks, he had secured 2 lucrative partnerships. Within months, he had made back everything he lost in the divorce. And then some. Watching their downfall from the top, Olivia and Brian had moved fast after the divorce. Too fast. Their reckless spending, their desperate attempts to construct a picture-perfect life, had blinded them to reality. Marcus didn't need to interfere much, just a nudge here and there. He made sure the refinancing on the house Olivia had fought so hard to keep was a ticking time bomb. She thought she had won it. She didn't realize it came with a bleeding mortgage, one she couldn't afford now that Brian was unemployed. Brian's job loss hadn't been accidental either. Marcus had merely illuminated certain moral concerns to the right people. No company wanted a man with a reputation for deception and backstabbing. It was almost poetic. While they struggled to make ends meet, Marcus flourished. Reputation is everything. The real power move wasn't financial. It was social. Marcus knew how people worked. Olivia had been obsessed with perception, with appearing successful, admired, desired. So, he dismantled her reputation the way she had tried to dismantle his. It started subtly. A rumor here, a conversation there, a carefully placed comment at a networking event, a well-timed revelation over dinner with an influential colleague. Nothing loud, nothing obvious. But soon, Olivia found invitations drying up. Her social circle shrank. The women she used to gossip with now whispered behind her back. The men who had once admired her charm and beauty now saw her as a cautionary tale. Brian fared even worse. He had built his entire persona on being the charismatic, trustworthy guy. Now, trust was the last thing anyone associated with his name. They weren't just struggling financially. They were struggling socially. And Marcus? He was being invited to exclusive events. Doors were opening for him that had once been shut. Investors sought him out. CEOs asked for his opinion. He wasn't just recovering. He was rising. The night that changed everything. On a particularly crisp evening, Marcus found himself at an elegant charity gala, a place Olivia would have killed to be invited to. Dressed in a tailored black suit, he moved effortlessly through the room, exchanging pleasantries with people whose names actually mattered. A senator, a billionaire investor, a renowned author. And then, as he stood by the bar, sipping a smooth single malt, he felt it. The eyes on him. He turned. Across the room, standing just inside the entrance, was Olivia. She hadn't been invited. She had come as someone's plus one, probably hoping to claw her way back into the social sphere she had once dominated. But she looked different. There was a strain in her posture, a tightness around her eyes. Gone was the effortless confidence. In its place was something more desperate, more hollow. For a long moment, their eyes met. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But before she could, a stunning woman, Marcus's date for the evening, placed a hand on his arm, laughing at something he'd just said. Marcus smiled at her, not breaking eye contact with Olivia. Then, without a word, he turned back to his conversation, dismissing Olivia from his mind as if she were nothing. Because now she was... And that was the moment he knew he had truly won. Marcus had just returned home from an intense evening at a high-profile networking event. The night had been a success, deals secured, new connections made, and his name spoken with admiration. He stepped into his penthouse, the city skyline stretching beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, shimmering with opportunity. Pouring himself a glass of bourbon, he let the warmth of his success settle in. Life was finally aligning in his favor. The weight of betrayal had been lifted, replaced with an unshakable confidence. Then his phone buzzed. Marcus glanced at the screen. The name glowing against the dark background made his chest tighten, not with longing, not with anger, but with pure, detached curiosity. Olivia. He let it ring. The sound echoed in the silence of his penthouse, each vibration a reminder of the woman who had once shared his bed, his dreams, only to rip them apart with whispered lies and stolen moments. Eventually, the ringing stopped. A few seconds later, his phone vibrated again. A voicemail. He set the glass down and stared at the notification, debating whether to listen. Then, almost amused, he pressed play and lifted the phone to his ear. Marcus, it's me. Her voice was different, less sure of itself, stripped of its usual confidence. I. I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from. And I get it. I really do. A hollow laugh. A nervous breath. But I need to talk to you. Marcus remained motionless, his expression unreadable. Please. A pause, heavy with unspoken regret. I need to see you. Then silence. The message ended. Marcus exhaled slowly, setting the phone down. He wasn't surprised. He had been expecting this moment, even if he didn't know exactly when it would come. Olivia had made her choice, one she had been so certain of, so eager to embrace. But choices had consequences, and reality had a way of catching up. Still, he didn't respond. He picked up his bourbon, took a slow sip, and let the city lights remind him of how far he had come. She needed to talk. She needed to see him. But need was a funny thing. It was only urgent when desperation replaced arrogance. And Marcus? He had no need for her anymore. Marcus had almost forgotten about them. Almost. His life was better than ever, business thriving, personal life fulfilling, mind at peace. Olivia and Brian? They were relics of a past he had burned to ashes. But then one evening his phone buzzed. A notification. A name he hadn't seen in months. Brian. A message. Marcus, man, I messed up. We both did. Can we meet? Just to talk. Marcus exhaled slowly, rolling the words over in his mind. We both did. The sheer arrogance of it made him smirk. Brian still thought they were on equal ground, that Marcus had played a part in this downfall, that he was somehow to blame. Marcus didn't reply. Instead, he clicked on Brian's profile. What he saw made him chuckle. Brian's once flashy posts, his expensive dinners, luxury vacations, smug selfies with Olivia, were gone, replaced by silence. His account was nearly barren, save for a few pathetic attempts at positivity, motivational quotes, vague complaints about fake friends, and the occasional shot of a cheap beer in a dimly lit bar. It was all crumbling. Marcus set his phone down, poured himself a glass of bourbon, and leaned back in his chair. Then, another notification. Olivia. A missed call, then a voicemail. He hesitated for only a second before pressing play. Marcus. A shaky breath. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but please, can we talk? A sniffle. I don't know what to do anymore. Silence. Then, in a voice so quiet he barely caught it. I miss you. Marcus closed his eyes and let the moment settle. This was it. The inevitable moment when the past came crawling back, when the consequences of their choices came full circle. They had gambled everything on their affair, their happiness, their reputations, their futures. And now, they had nothing. Marcus let out a low chuckle and took a sip of his drink. They had chosen each other. Let them suffer together. He deleted the messages without another thought. Then, with a deep breath, he picked up his phone again, this time to text the woman waiting for him in the other room. Sorry, had to deal with something. Be there in a sec. Because he had moved on. And they were just ghosts of a life that no longer existed. Marcus stepped out of the restaurant, the crisp night air wrapping around him like a familiar embrace. The city was alive, its pulse steady, cars humming down the boulevard, neon lights flickering against the glass facades of high-rise buildings, laughter spilling from sidewalk cafes. He adjusted his cufflinks, stealing a glance at the woman beside him, Sophia, an elegant brunette with sharp eyes and a sharper wit. They had met a few weeks ago, and though it was nothing serious, her company was a refreshing contrast to the chaos he had left behind. Then, as he took a step forward, he saw her. Olivia. She stood near the curb, half hidden in the shadows of a street lamp. At first, he almost didn't recognize her. The woman who had once carried herself with an air of untouchable confidence now looked diminished. Her once pristine hair hung in loose waves, unkempt and dull. Her face, which had once been adorned with effortless elegance, now bore the weight of exhaustion. Dark circles under her eyes, lips pressed together in uncertainty. Her clothes, though still stylish, lacked the expensive polish they once had. The small, unconscious fidgeting of her fingers betrayed her nerves. For the briefest moment, something inside Marcus stirred. Not sympathy, not anger, just recognition. Recognition of a past that had burned itself into his memory, a life that felt like it belonged to someone else now. Olivia stepped forward hesitantly, her eyes scanning his face, searching for something, understanding, maybe, or some remnant of the man she had once known. Marcus. His name left her lips like a confession. Sophia turned slightly, watching with quiet curiosity. Marcus didn't move, didn't flinch. He simply regarded Olivia with the calm, unreadable expression that had become his armor. Olivia, he replied, his tone measured. She exhaled sharply, as if hearing him say her name released some unbearable weight from her chest. I wasn't sure if you'd stop, she admitted, wringing her hands. I wasn't sure if you'd even acknowledge me. He raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I? She hesitated. Because I destroyed you. Because I betrayed you. Because I thought I could leave you behind and never look back. But she didn't say any of that. Instead, she swallowed, casting a fleeting glance at Sophia before returning her gaze to Marcus. I needed to talk to you. Marcus exhaled, his patience thinning. About what? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her hands trembled. Marcus didn't offer her comfort. Finally, she forced herself to speak. I made a mistake. A hollow, humorless chuckle escaped his lips before he could stop it. A mistake, he echoed, tilting his head slightly. Olivia, you didn't just make a mistake. You made a choice. Repeatedly. She flinched. I know. Silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. The sounds of the city around them blurred into white noise. Sophia, sensing the weight of the moment, placed a gentle hand on Marcus's arm. I'll wait in the car, she murmured. Marcus nodded, watching as she disappeared toward the black sedan parked nearby. Now it was just him and Olivia. Everything's falling apart, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Brian left, she continued, forcing out the words. He blamed me for everything. He lost his job. The house is too expensive. I don't know how I'm going to. She cut herself off, pressing a hand to her forehead as if trying to steady herself. Marcus remained unmoved. And why are you telling me this? She blinked, momentarily stunned by his lack of emotion. Because, she trailed off, her breath hitching. Because I don't know what else to do. There it was. Not an apology. Not regret. Desperation. She hadn't come to make amends. She had come because she had nowhere else to turn. Marcus took a slow step closer, his presence looming over her. You made your bed, Olivia. Now you get to lie in it. Tears welled in her eyes. I never meant to hurt you, Marcus. He let out a quiet, bitter laugh. That's the thing, Olivia. You never meant to, but you did it anyway. She reached out, fingers trembling, as if she wanted to touch him. He took a step back. She dropped her hand, as if burned. Marcus tilted his head slightly, studying her. Then, with a calm finality, he spoke the words that sealed her fate. You don't exist to me anymore. Her breath caught. And then, Just like that, he turned away. He didn't look back. Didn't acknowledge the quiet sob that escaped her lips. Didn't stop as she whispered his name one last time, a ghost of what once was. By the time he slid into the car beside Sophia, Olivia had become nothing more than a fading shadow in his past. Sophia glanced at him, searching his face for any trace of emotion. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Marcus exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the last remnants of an old weight. "Yeah," he said, a small, genuine smile forming. "I really am." And as the car pulled away from the curb, leaving Olivia standing alone under the flickering street lamp, Marcus realized something. He wasn't just moving on. He was free. Brian always thought he could land on his feet. He had always been the smooth talker, the charmer, the guy who could weave himself out of any mess with a cocky grin and a few well-placed words. Not this time. Marcus had ensured that. At first, Brian shrugged off his job loss. No big deal, he told himself. He had connections, a solid resume. He'd get another high-paying position in no time. But Marcus had been strategic. He didn't just get Brian fired, he blacklisted him. A whisper in the right ears. A few industry-wide emails exposing Brian's ethical misconduct. A LinkedIn post that subtly warned employers about hiring a man with trust issues. Suddenly, no one would return Brian's calls. Recruiters ghosted him. Former colleagues avoided him. The corporate world had turned its back, and he was left standing in the wreckage, wondering how the hell it had all gone so wrong. But the real unraveling began at home. The fracture in the fairy tale. Living with Olivia was supposed to be perfect. They had fought for this, lied, cheated, and burned bridges for this. But paradise soured quickly. The first cracks appeared when the bills started piling up. The house Olivia had claimed in the divorce wasn't the luxury prize she had imagined. It was an anchor dragging them both under. Mortgage payments loomed over them like a storm cloud, and with Brian out of work, the financial strain seeped into every conversation. "What do you mean you don't have any savings?" Olivia snapped one evening, arms crossed as she glared at Brian across the small kitchen table. Brian exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "I didn't think I'd need it. I thought I'd get another job by now." "Yeah? And what the hell have you been doing all day?" Brian's temper flared. "Oh, I'm sorry, Olivia. I must have missed the part where you're rolling in cash. You expected me to support us, right? Well, news flash, I can't. And maybe if you weren't so busy buying designer crap, we wouldn't be drowning in debt." The argument exploded from there. The resentment they had ignored, the guilt they had buried, it all came flooding to the surface. Olivia had thought leaving Marcus for Brian would make her happy. But Marcus had been stable, reliable. Brian was reckless, unraveling. And she hated him for it. The isolation. Brian's fall wasn't just financial, it was social. Marcus had been meticulous. He had made sure the people Brian once considered friends knew exactly what kind of man he was. First, they stopped inviting him out. Then, they stopped answering his messages. Then, they blocked him entirely. One by one, his old life vanished. Even the people who had once laughed at Marcus behind his back now saw Brian for what he really was, a traitor, a parasite, a man with no loyalty. There was no one left to turn to. Not even Olivia. The breaking point. The night Olivia finally left, it was raining. Brian sat on the couch, beer in hand, staring at the blank television screen. Olivia had barely spoken to him all week. And then, with a single suitcase in hand, she appeared at the doorway. "I can't do this anymore." Brian let out a hollow laugh, shaking his head. "Wow, that easy, huh? You just pack a bag and leave, like it meant nothing." Olivia's expression was cold. Like it meant nothing? Brian, it meant nothing. We weren't in love. We were just two shitty people using each other. Her words hit him harder than he expected. She was right. They hadn't built a life together. They had built a graveyard of their own choices. He watched as she walked out the door without looking back. For the first time in his life, Brian was truly alone. The final message. A week later, Marcus's phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. He already knew who it was. You win. Marcus stared at the words for a long time. Then, without hesitation, he deleted the message. Because there was no game. Just consequences. Marcus sat in his sleek, modern apartment, a glass of whiskey in his hand, the amber liquid catching the soft glow of the city lights outside. It had been a year since his life had imploded, since his world had been upended by the betrayal of the two people he had trusted most. Now, sitting in the quiet of his sanctuary, he realized something surprising. He felt free. For months after the divorce, he had been consumed by the need to see Olivia and Brian fall. He had orchestrated their financial ruin, their social humiliation, their professional collapse. Every step had been calculated, every move precise. And now they were nothing more than cautionary tales, shadows in his rearview mirror. And yet, revenge, as satisfying as it had been, was no longer what drove him. He had built himself back up, stronger, sharper, untouchable. His career had skyrocketed, his investments had flourished, and for the first time in years, he was living on his own terms. Tonight, he wasn't drinking alone. Across from him, Sophia sat, an amused smirk playing on her lips as she swirled the wine in her glass. She was different from Olivia in every way, effortlessly confident, intelligent, unshaken by superficiality. Where Olivia had been manipulative, Sophia was refreshingly direct. She studied him for a moment, tilting her head. "You're quieter tonight." Marcus took a slow sip of his drink before replying, "Just thinking." She arched an eyebrow. Dangerous habit. A chuckle escaped him. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time, genuinely, effortlessly. Sophia leaned forward, resting her elbow on the table. "Let me guess. Olivia?" The mention of the name didn't sting the way it once did. He exhaled, setting his glass down. "Not really. Just everything." Sophia watched him carefully, waiting. She never rushed him, never pushed. He ran a hand through his hair. "For a while, I thought the best revenge was making them suffer. But now," he met her gaze, "I don't think about them anymore. And that, I think, is the real victory." Sophia nodded approvingly. "It is." The conversation drifted into lighter territory. Plans for the weekend, an upcoming business deal Marcus was excited about. The weight of his past no longer felt like a burden, just a chapter he had finally closed. Later that night, as he walked Sophia to the door, she turned to face him, her dark eyes searching his. "You deserve to be happy, Marcus." For so long, he had defined himself by his pain, by his revenge, by the damage done to him and the damage he had inflicted in return. But standing there, watching Sophia smile at him like he was more than just the sum of his past, he finally believed her. He pulled her close, pressing a slow, lingering kiss to her lips. And as he did, he realized he was done looking back. The future was his. And for the first time in a long time, he was ready for it. The night was quiet, save for the distant hum of the city below. Marcus sat in his study, the soft glow of the desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. A glass of whiskey rested beside him, untouched, the amber liquid swirling gently as he rotated the glass between his fingers. His laptop screen glowed with an open email, yet another desperate attempt from Olivia. "Marcus, I know you hate me, but I have nowhere else to turn. Please, just hear me out." He leaned back, exhaling through his nose, a quiet scoff escaping his lips. Hate? No. Hate required effort, emotion, and he had given Olivia far too much of both already. The past year had been a crucible, a trial by fire that had burned away the weakness in him and reforged him into something stronger, sharper. He had not just survived, he had thrived. Olivia and Brian, on the other hand, had learned the most brutal lesson of all. Betrayal is easy, but consequences are relentless. He opened a new tab and scrolled through the news. Brian's fall from grace had been spectacular. Once a rising name in the business world, Brian had been blacklisted from every major firm worth working for. The whispers of his unethical behavior had spread like wildfire, carefully planted by Marcus in just the right ears. Now, no company wanted the risk of associating with a man known for both professional and personal betrayal. And Olivia? She had lost everything. The house she had so arrogantly claimed had been repossessed after she failed to keep up with the mortgage. Brian had left her, unable to handle the financial ruin and public humiliation. Friends who had once fawned over her had disappeared the moment her wealth and status crumbled. Now, she was alone. Marcus ran a hand over the smooth surface of his desk, feeling the cool wood beneath his fingertips. The old version of him, the man who had once loved Olivia with an unguarded heart, might have felt pity, might have considered throwing her a lifeline. But not this Marcus. Pity was for fools. He took a slow sip of his whiskey, the burn of it a satisfying reminder of how far he had come. He thought back to the moment Olivia had served him divorce papers, her face smug with victory, certain that she was leaving him behind, trading up for something better. She had walked away thinking she had won. She hadn't realized that she was playing checkers while he was playing chess. Marcus had been patient, methodical. He had let them believe they had beaten him while he quietly set the stage for their downfall. He hadn't needed to scream, hadn't needed to lash out. Revenge was best served cold, and he had served it with precision. But the greatest revenge of all, it wasn't the financial ruin. It wasn't the public disgrace. It was the fact that he no longer cared. Olivia had wanted to destroy him. Instead, she had freed him. Freed him to become a man who no longer needed her, who no longer needed to prove anything to anyone. He closed the email without responding, letting the silence be his final answer. Because in the end, the best lesson Olivia and Brian could ever learn was this: they weren't worth his time. And they never had been. The city stretched out before him, a shimmering tapestry of light and motion. From his penthouse balcony, Marcus watched as headlights wove through the streets below, as nameless figures rushed through the night, each lost in their own world of ambition, regret, and desire. He took a slow sip of whiskey, letting the rich burn coat his throat before exhaling. The ice clinked softly against the glass, the only sound in the quiet expanse of his new home. It had been a year since everything fell apart. A year since Olivia had left, since Brian had betrayed him, since Marcus had let go of the man he once was. And now he had built something greater. The penthouse was proof of that. Sleek, modern, with floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the skyline like a living painting. Success lived in every polished surface, every meticulously chosen detail. But it wasn't the material things that satisfied him. It was the knowledge that he had won. Not just over them, over the version of himself that had once begged for love from someone unworthy of it. He had turned pain into power. And they had turned their betrayal into their own downfall. Marcus swirled the amber liquid in his glass, his mind drifting back to the last time he'd seen Olivia. That chance encounter outside the restaurant. The way she had looked at him, like a ghost of the woman she used to be. Her confidence, her smugness, her arrogance, all stripped away. I made a mistake, she had whispered, her voice barely audible above the city noise. Marcus had looked at her then, really looked at her. The weight of her choices had settled into the lines on her face, the exhaustion in her eyes. She was living proof that karma had a longer memory than she ever did. He had smiled. Yes, you did. And then he walked away. She had made her choice. And now, she had to live with it. A faint vibration on the balcony's marble ledge pulled him from his thoughts. His phone. A message. From her. Not Olivia. Someone new. Someone different. On my way up, I hope you didn't start the wine without me. A small smirk played on his lips. He finished the last sip of whiskey and set the glass down, turning to head inside. The past was behind him. The best revenge wasn't anger. It wasn't destruction. It was thriving. It was walking away from the wreckage and building something beautiful. It was living so well that the people who tried to break you had no choice but to watch from the sidelines, drowning in their own regrets. Marcus adjusted the cuff of his shirt, exhaled, and stepped inside. It was time to live. She cheated on our vacation, so I made her pay. The first time I suspected something was wrong, it was nothing more than a whisper at the back of my mind, a fleeting thought I dismissed as paranoia. Our life, from the outside, was the kind others envied. Olivia and I had been married for nearly a decade, and in that time, we had built something that looked unshakable. We had the grand house in an exclusive neighborhood, our two beautiful children, Lily and Ethan, and a social calendar filled with the kind of invitations that only came to those who had truly made it. Olivia thrived in that world, navigating the high society circles with an effortless charm that kept her in constant demand. She was stunning, captivating, always the woman in the room who drew the most attention. And me? I was the steady foundation, the man who made it all possible. I had always prided myself on my ability to provide. My business, a financial consulting firm I had built from the ground up, had given us a life most people only dreamed of. Olivia had never wanted for anything, and in return, I believed, naively, that our relationship was built on something solid. But illusions are fragile things. They shimmer beautifully in the light, concealing the cracks beneath. And once those cracks start to spread, the whole structure collapses. It started with small things. A subtle shift in Olivia's attention, the way her laughter didn't quite reach her eyes when we were alone. She had always been busy, always surrounded by friends, always on the move. But lately, there had been a different quality to it, an urgency. She was more distant, more secretive with her phone, stepping out of the room to take calls, texting late into the night with a smile on her lips. I had asked her about it once, casually, pretending it was just an afterthought. "Who keeps you so entertained?" She had smiled, that same dazzling, effortless smile that had once convinced me I was the only man in her world. "Just the girls," she had said, waving it off as if the idea of anything else was ridiculous. And I had believed her. Or maybe, deep down, I had simply wanted to. Then came the vacation. Olivia had brought it up one evening over dinner, her eyes bright with excitement. "We should get away," she had said, setting down her wine glass with a soft clink. "Just us. Somewhere beautiful. Somewhere far away from all the noise." It was exactly what I wanted to hear. We had been growing distant, and I had convinced myself that this was the solution. A trip would give us time to reconnect, to push aside whatever had been gnawing at the edges of our marriage. "I'll handle everything," she promised. "Just say yes." And so I did. The departure day arrived sooner than I expected. Olivia was radiant that morning, moving through the house with an almost electric energy. She hummed softly as she packed, her fingers skimming over silk dresses and designer swimsuits with the familiarity of someone who belonged in luxury. As I watched her, a small, inexplicable feeling of unease crept into my chest. It wasn't anything she had said or done. If anything, she seemed happier than she had in weeks. But something felt off. I shook it off, blaming my exhaustion. Between managing my company and being a husband and father, I had barely had time to breathe. Maybe I was just reading too much into things. At the airport, Olivia was on her phone again, her fingers moving quickly across the screen. She was smiling, laughing softly at something. I told myself it was just one of her friends, one of the countless people who were always vying for her attention. I told myself not to let it bother me. But when she turned the screen slightly, angling it away so I wouldn't see, I felt that whisper of doubt grow louder. And for the first time, I found myself wondering, really wondering, what it was that Olivia wasn't telling me. The drive to the airport was quiet, almost too quiet. Olivia, usually animated and chatty, sat beside me, scrolling through her phone with a faint, unreadable smile. I kept glancing at her from the corner of my eye, waiting for the usual playful banter about how I always forgot something when we traveled. But today, nothing. just the soft clicks of her nails tapping against the screen. I cleared my throat. You excited? She looked up, blinking as if she had forgotten I was there. Oh, of course, babe. It's going to be amazing. Just what we need. I nodded, but something about the way she said it nagged at me. It wasn't what we needed, it was what she wanted. I let the thought slip away, convincing myself I was just overanalyzing. At the airport, Olivia took the lead. She always did. She was the planner, the organizer, the one who made sure everything ran smoothly. I found comfort in that, in the way she handled the details. It allowed me to focus on my work, my company, the things that built our life together. But today, that comfort was laced with something else, a whisper of doubt. She handed the passports to the agent with a bright, effortless smile. Honeymoon suite, please, she added playfully. The agent chuckled, glancing at me. First time in paradise? I smirked, nodding. Something like that. As we made our way through security, Olivia's phone buzzed in her hand. A message flashed across the screen, gone in an instant, but I caught it. See you soon. Can't wait. I frowned, my mind catching on that tiny thread of unease. Who's that? I asked casually. Olivia's fingers locked around her phone as she slipped it into her bag. Oh, just Clara, she said with a wave of her hand. She's excited about her trip next month. I didn't respond, but the feeling didn't leave. It clung to me like a stain I couldn't scrub out. The flight, a distance that wasn't just miles. As we boarded the plane, Olivia slipped in her seat by the window, her movements smooth and effortless. I took my seat beside her, stretching my legs as the engines hummed to life. She pulled out her phone again. Another text, another fleeting smile. I felt the weight of it now, heavy in my gut. I reached for her hand. Hey, I said softly, my thumb brushing over her knuckles. No phones on vacation, remember? She laughed, a little too brightly, and locked the screen. Right. You got me. But the moment passed, and so did her attention. She turned toward the window, gazing out at the clouds as if lost in thought. I watched her, wondering when the space between us had grown so vast. The Olivia I had fallen in love with used to be so present, so full of life, of curiosity. Now, she was slipping through my fingers and I didn't know why. Or maybe I did. Maybe I just didn't want to see it. Arrival, beauty tainted by doubt. The resort was breathtaking. White sand stretched for miles, kissed by the turquoise waves. Palm trees swayed lazily in the breeze, and the air smelled of salt and coconut. Olivia inhaled deeply, spinning around with her arms outstretched. God, isn't this perfect? I should have felt the same thrill, the same excitement. But my chest felt tight. As we stepped up to the check-in counter, Olivia slid her sunglasses to the top of her head and leaned in with that effortless charm of hers. Reservation for Sterling. The receptionist smiled. Ah, yes. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Sterling. You'll be in the honeymoon villa. Honeymoon. I chuckled, glancing at Olivia. Didn't realize we were newlyweds again. She winked. Just thought it'd be fun. The receptionist handed over the key, but something in her expression shifted as she glanced at the system. Oh, it seems the additional rooms are already set up as well. I blinked. Additional rooms? The receptionist hesitated, glancing between us. Yes, the 3 additional rooms booked under Mr. Sterling's account. My stomach turned to ice. Slowly, I looked at Olivia. I thought this was our trip. She waved a dismissive hand, laughing lightly. Oh, don't be dramatic. It is our trip. But Clara and the girls decided to come last minute. I figured you wouldn't mind. The more the merrier, right? My jaw tightened. My name was on those rooms. My money had paid for them, and Olivia hadn't even thought to mention it. I exhaled slowly, forcing a smile. Right, the more, the merrier. But inside I knew this wasn't our trip at all, and Olivia wasn't the woman I thought she was. The moment we stepped into the grand lobby of the resort, I felt a twinge of unease that had nothing to do with the long flight. The high marble ceilings stretched above us, glittering chandeliers reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. Bellboys in crisp uniforms bustled around, carrying expensive luggage to even more expensive suites. Olivia inhaled deeply, a contented smile playing on her lips. I turned to her, reaching for her hand. "It really is beautiful," I said, squeezing her fingers. She barely responded, her attention flickering toward something or someone behind me. Her hand slipped from mine so effortlessly it almost felt intentional. Then I heard it, a chorus of excited voices, high-pitched and dripping with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Oh my God, look who it is." Before I could even process what was happening, three women strutted toward us, as if the hotel lobby were a catwalk designed just for them. They were all impeccably dressed, oversized designer sunglasses, manicured nails tapping against expensive phones, expensive handbags slung effortlessly over their arms. Clara, Fiona, Melissa, Olivia's closest friends. My stomach clenched. I turned to Olivia, frowning. "What's going on?" She beamed up at me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Surprise," she said, throwing her arms around my neck as if this were some wonderful romantic gesture. "Surprise?" I took a slow, measured breath, trying to suppress the irritation bubbling inside me. I had expected a week alone with my wife, a chance to reconnect, to step away from our busy lives and just be together. But here were her three best friends, greeting us like they were just as much a part of this vacation as I was. Clara, the self-proclaimed leader of their little clique, stepped forward, her lips curling into a smirk. "David, you lucky man. You get to spend a whole week with four gorgeous women. How do you feel about that?" Like I just got punched in the gut. I forced a polite smile. I wasn't aware we were having company. Fiona, the youngest and most flirtatious of the group, pouted playfully. Olivia wanted it to be a surprise. "Isn't she the best?" I turned to my wife, waiting for an explanation. She simply shrugged, as if this was no big deal. "David, come on. I thought it would be fun. We always vacation alone. We needed a change, don't you think?" A change? A deep, slow-burning anger started to coil in my chest. This wasn't a last-minute decision. No, this had been planned. Olivia had arranged this entire trip, knowing full well that I was expecting a romantic getaway. And yet, she hadn't mentioned a single word about it. I glanced at the three women, who were now giggling amongst themselves, already pulling Olivia into their own little world. The trip had barely begun, and I could already see where I stood. I was an afterthought. The realization hit me like a slap. For years, Olivia had been slowly pulling away from me, always claiming she was too busy, too exhausted, too distracted to focus on us. I had brushed it off, chalking it up to stress, to work, to life. But now I saw the truth. I wasn't her priority. I was her obligation. "Come on, let's check in," Olivia chirped, completely oblivious to my growing resentment. As the women walked ahead, I followed in silence, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Something wasn't right, and I was going to find out exactly what it was. The cool air inside the resort lobby was a welcome contrast to the humid sea breeze outside, but I barely noticed. My mind buzzed with unease, a growing itch at the back of my skull that refused to be ignored. The soft murmur of vacationers checking in, the faint scent of citrus and sandalwood drifting from the polished marble counter. All of it faded into the background as the receptionist slid a stack of key cards toward me. "Here are your 4 rooms, sir," she said with a polite smile. I blinked. 4? There had to be a mistake. I hadn't booked 4 rooms. Hell, I hadn't even been aware that we were sharing this trip with others until Olivia had so casually mentioned it in passing. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice carefully neutral. "I only authorized 1 room. Can you check that again?" The receptionist gave me a practiced nod, fingers gliding over the keyboard as she pulled up the reservation details. After a brief pause, she turned the screen slightly in my direction. "The reservation was made under your name," she confirmed. 4 rooms, all charged to your account." A slow, simmering anger curled in my chest. My jaw tightened. My name, my account. without my consent. I turned to Olivia, who had been standing a few feet away, chatting idly with Clara and the others. She must have sensed the shift in my demeanor because she glanced over, flashing me a breezy smile. "Everything okay?" she asked, completely unfazed. I gestured to the key cards. "4 rooms, Olivia?" My voice was level, but there was an edge to it. "All in my name?" She sighed, as if I was making a fuss over nothing. "David, it's fine. It was just easier this way. Besides, you're always saying how we should enjoy life more, right? This is me, enjoying life." Her tone was light, but there was something smug underneath it, a challenge disguised as nonchalance. "You didn't think to ask me first?" I pressed, my patience thinning. She rolled her eyes. "Come on, David. What's the big deal? You can afford it. It's not like it's going to break the bank." I stared at her, searching her face for any sign of remorse, of recognition that she had crossed a line. But all I saw was entitlement, a quiet arrogance in the way she dismissed my concern as trivial. I exhaled slowly. There was no point in making a scene. Not here. Not now. I took the key cards without another word, stuffing them into my pocket. Olivia, apparently satisfied with my silence, turned back to her friends, seamlessly picking up the conversation where she had left off. The ease with which she dismissed me was staggering. I watched her laugh at something Clara said, her posture relaxed, her expression glowing with excitement. And in that moment, it became painfully clear this wasn't our vacation. It never had been. This was Olivia's escape, her playground, and I was just the fool footing the bill. A slow, bitter realization settled in my chest. I wasn't angry about the money. Not really. I had more than enough to cover this trip 10 times over. But this wasn't about finances. It was about respect, about trust, about the fundamental understanding that marriage wasn't supposed to be a game of manipulation and deceit. And yet, Olivia had played her hand as if I were nothing more than a background character in her perfectly curated life. I had spent years building something solid with this woman, believing that our foundation was unshakable. But now, standing in this overpriced resort, watching her revel in a world I apparently had no part in, I felt something shift inside me. A door, once locked, creaked open. I wasn't just seeing Olivia, I was really seeing her. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I liked what I saw. The golden hues of the setting sun stretched lazily over the pristine ocean, casting a warm, deceptive glow over the resort. From the outside, everything looked perfect, the kind of paradise Olivia had always craved. But beneath the luxury, beneath the picturesque perfection, I felt something gnawing at the edges of my mind. A quiet, insidious thought that wouldn't leave me alone. I walked through the resort's lobby, my hands shoved into my pockets, trying to make sense of the situation. A vacation for two had turned into a social event for Olivia and her entourage. My presence felt more like an afterthought, a mere accessory to the grandeur she had so carefully constructed. But what disturbed me even more was the sense that this wasn't just a last-minute surprise. This had been planned. I approached the front desk, forcing my voice to remain calm. "Hi, I just wanted to confirm something about our reservation." The receptionist, a young woman with a polite smile, typed into the computer. "Of course, sir. What would you like to know?" "Our room," I said. "I just want to make sure everything's in order." She nodded, scanning the screen. "Yes, you have the Ocean View suite, and the other rooms are registered under your name as well." A slow, creeping chill worked its way up my spine. I frowned. "Other rooms?" The receptionist looked up, slightly hesitant now. "Yes, sir, for additional rooms. All booked under your account." For a moment, I said nothing. I simply stood there, staring at her, waiting for her to correct herself, waiting for her to tell me that she'd made a mistake. But she didn't. The numbers were right there, glaring at me in black and white. The total charges had already been authorized on my credit card. I clenched my jaw, inhaling deeply through my nose. Olivia had invited her friends, not just as guests, but as fully accommodated, all expenses paid guests. and I had unknowingly funded the entire thing. I forced a tight smile, nodding at the receptionist. Thanks for confirming. My voice came out even controlled. Years of negotiating high-stakes deals had trained me well. I knew how to keep my composure, even when I wanted to snap. As I turned away, my mind raced. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. This wasn't Olivia forgetting to mention a small detail. This was deliberate. I had to find her. The poolside gathering. The sound of clinking glasses and laughter drifted through the evening air, leading me toward the poolside bar. A group of women lounged under the soft glow of string lights, their voices rising and falling in an effortless symphony of privilege. And there she was, Olivia. She sat with her back to me, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder as she gestured animatedly, a cocktail in one hand. The women surrounding her, Clara, Fiona, and Melissa, laughed at something she had said. I watched her for a moment, studied her. She was completely at ease, not a trace of guilt or hesitation in her posture. She wasn't nervously checking her phone, wasn't scanning the crowd for me. No, Olivia was in her element, basking in the attention of her friends, indulging in the high life she had so carefully curated. And I was the fool who had paid for it. I stepped forward, my presence finally registering in Olivia's periphery. She turned, and for the briefest second, I saw it, a flicker of something in her eyes. Surprise? Annoyance? It was gone too quickly for me to tell. David, she said smoothly, tilting her head in faux curiosity. What's wrong? I glanced at the table, my gaze sweeping over the half-finished cocktails, the designer shopping bags tucked neatly beneath their chairs. I let the silence stretch just long enough to make her squirm before speaking. I had an interesting conversation with the receptionist just now. My voice was measured, calm. Olivia's expression didn't falter. Oh, they mentioned something about 4 additional rooms. I tilted my head, feigning confusion. All under my name. Clara shifted in her seat, suddenly interested in stirring her drink. Fiona glanced away, and Melissa let out a nervous laugh. They knew. Of course they knew. Olivia, however, merely sighed, as if I had just brought up something terribly tedious. David, don't be dramatic. She set down her drink, crossing her legs with deliberate ease. It was just easier to book everything under one name. I let out a slow breath through my nose, keeping my expression unreadable. Easier for who? For all of us. She gave me that practice smile, the one she used at fundraisers and dinner parties. I didn't think you'd mind. I studied her carefully, the dismissiveness in her tone, the way she had immediately downplayed the situation. It wasn't just arrogance. It was entitlement. Olivia truly believed I wouldn't care. Or worse, she believed I wouldn't do anything about it. I smiled then, a slow, deliberate expression. Interesting. Olivia's brows furrowed slightly. What? I shook my head, stepping back. Nothing, I said, voice smooth. I just needed to hear you say it. Then I turned and walked away. Not because I was done, but because the game had just begun. The night was warm, the air thick with the scent of sea salt and expensive perfume. Laughter spilled from the resort's lavish lounge, where Olivia and her friends sipped their overpriced cocktails, basking in the glow of wealth and indulgence. I sat at the edge of the bar, nursing a glass of whiskey, watching them. Olivia was in her element, carefree, radiant, oblivious to my presence. Or maybe she wasn't oblivious at all. Maybe she simply didn't care. It was a strange feeling, being invisible to the woman I had devoted my life to. As the hours stretched on, my patience wore thin. The conversation at the table had long since shifted away from anything of substance, just mindless chatter about designer brands, luxury vacations, and the social scene back home. I had tried, in the beginning, to engage, to remind Olivia that I was still here, still a part of this so-called getaway. But every time I opened my mouth, she waved me off with a distracted smile, a quick, "Oh, David, don't be so serious." I wasn't serious. I was suffocating. I stood, slipping away from the crowd unnoticed, making my way back to our suite. It was late, but I still held on to the foolish hope that Olivia would come back soon and we'd have a real conversation. Maybe I'd been overthinking. Maybe this was just her way of unwinding. Maybe. The sound of the door opening behind me shattered my thoughts. Olivia stepped inside, her heels clicking against the marble floor. She barely glanced at me as she walked toward the mirror, adjusting her diamond earrings. The air between us was thick, charged with something unspoken. I turned to face her. "Long night." She hummed in response, her fingers fixing an imaginary flaw in her perfectly styled hair. MMM. The girls wanted to stay longer, but I figure I should at least check in. Check in, like I was a guest at her world. I leaned against the dresser, arms crossed. "Olivia, can we talk?" She sighed, turning to me with an expression that was equal parts impatience and boredom. "David, please. Don't start." "Start what?" My voice was eerily calm, but inside, something dangerous was unraveling. "I just want to understand what's happening here. I thought this trip was for us." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on. Did you really think we were just going to sit here, staring into each other's eyes all day? God, David, we're not newlyweds. It's just a vacation." Something in me cracked. "A vacation that I paid for," I said, my voice a shade colder now. She scoffed, a condescending smile playing at her lips. "Oh, here we go. Is this about money? Because if it is, I really don't have the energy for this conversation right now." I let out a breath, forcing myself to stay composed. "It's not just about the money, Olivia. It's about the fact that you planned this entire trip without me. You brought your friends, booked extra rooms, and I had to find out from the front desk. Do you have any idea how that feels?" She had the audacity to laugh. "David, don't be dramatic." I stepped closer, my eyes locking onto hers. "Dramatic? You didn't even book our room together, Olivia. What the hell is that about?" She hesitated just for a second. A flicker of something crossed her face. Guilt? Maybe? Annoyance? It was gone before I could decipher it. "I'm staying with Clara tonight," she said breezily, as if she were informing me about a lunch date. "It's been forever since we've had girl time." I felt like the ground had been ripped out from under me. She wasn't even trying to make excuses anymore. "Are you serious?" My voice was quiet, deadly. "Oh, don't look at me like that," she said, finally meeting my gaze. "It's just one night. What difference does it make?" The difference was everything. But I didn't explode. I didn't demand an explanation or beg her to stay. Instead, I smiled. A slow, knowing smile that made her shift slightly, as if she'd suddenly realized she had miscalculated something. "You're right," I said smoothly. "One night doesn't make a difference." Her eyes narrowed slightly, suspicious. "Exactly." I stepped back, giving her space. "You should go then. Enjoy your time with Clara." She tilted her head, studying me, as if trying to decipher my sudden change in demeanor. But I gave her nothing. No anger, no pleading. Just an easy, almost amused expression. "Good night, Olivia." She hesitated, but only for a moment. Then, with a shrug, she grabbed her purse and walked out, leaving behind the faint scent of expensive perfume and something far more bitter, disdain. The moment the door clicked shut, my hands clenched into fists. This wasn't just a vacation gone wrong. This wasn't just neglect. This was something deeper, something colder. This was the beginning of the end. And Olivia had no idea just how much things were about to change. The morning sunlight seeped through the cracks of the resort's expensive curtains, casting golden streaks across the pristine white sheets of the bed I had slept in alone. Olivia had never come back last night. I hadn't expected her to. I lay there for a moment, staring at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sounds of waves crashing against the shore in the distance. The resort was awake now. Housekeepers knocking on doors, guests chattering as they made their way to breakfast, and the distant hum of laughter from the poolside bar. Life went on as if nothing had changed. But for me, everything had. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and sat there, feeling the weight of clarity settle over me. A strange sense of calm filled my chest. Not the numbness of denial, nor the burning rage of betrayal. Just cold, calculated understanding. Olivia had already left me. Not physically, not legally, but emotionally. And now it was my turn. The last straw. I reached for my phone and scrolled through the messages from the past few days. Olivia had sent me exactly one text late last night. Staying with Clara. Don't wait up. That was it. No explanation. No apology. No acknowledgement of how wrong this all was. I clenched my jaw, resisting the urge to throw the phone against the wall. But what was the point? I wasn't going to waste another ounce of energy being angry at a woman who had stopped considering me long ago. Instead, I got up, packed my suitcase, and dialed the front desk. "Good morning, Mr. Calloway." The receptionist greeted me. "How can I assist you?" "I'd like to check out," I said, my voice steady. A pause. "Oh, are you sure? Your stay was booked for the whole week." "I'm sure." I could almost hear the confusion in her voice as she processed my request, but I didn't care. Let Olivia wake up in her fantasy world, thinking everything was still under her control. Let her walk into the breakfast hall with her designer dress and practice smile, oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, I was slipping out of her life. "Will Mrs. Calloway be checking out as well?" The receptionist asked hesitantly. "No," I said, exhaling slowly. "Just me." The moment of realization. By the time I reached the lobby, my suitcase in hand, I saw Olivia at the other end of the resort's open-air terrace. She was sitting at a table with Clara, sipping her morning mimosa, laughing as if the world belonged to her. She didn't see me. Good. I watched her for a moment, memorizing this version of her, the version that believed she had one, the version that thought I would always be there, waiting in the background, funding her lavish getaways while she paraded around with her friends, acting as if she were untouchable. Then I turned away and walked to the front desk. The final step, as I handed over my key, I couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. Olivia thought she was the one in control. She thought she was the mastermind, the puppeteer pulling the strings. She had no idea that the game had already changed. Because this wasn't just me leaving a resort early. This was me leaving her. The drive home from the resort was eerily quiet. No music, no calls, no distractions, just the hum of the engine and the rhythmic beat of my own pulse in my ears. My grip on the steering wheel was firm but steady. I wasn't angry. Not anymore. I was cold, calculated. I had spent years living under the illusion of love, a mirage so perfectly crafted that even I had believed it. But illusions shatter, and when they do, they don't just break, they slice. And Olivia had cut me deep. But wounds heal, and I was going to make sure that when I healed, I'd be stronger than ever. She, on the other hand, was about to learn what it felt like to have everything stripped away, just like she had done to me. Step 1. Cutting off the flow. I pulled into my driveway, letting the engine idle for a few moments as I mentally mapped out my next moves. Olivia had built a lifestyle of luxury on my hard work, and she had never once stopped to think about the source of her endless indulgences. Well, that was about to change. I stepped inside my house, my house. That distinction had never felt more important. I poured myself a drink, the amber liquid swirling in the glass as I took a slow sip, savoring the quiet power in that moment. Then I got to work. The first call was to the credit card company. "Yes, I'd like to report a compromise card." The representative ran through the usual script, asking about fraudulent charges if I'd lost my wallet. I played along, nodding as I listened, though they couldn't see me. "No, I just need to cancel every card linked to this account. Effective immediately." The woman on the other end hesitated. "All of them, sir?" "Yes." A few keystrokes later, it was done. Olivia's lifeline cut. The next time she tried to swipe for a 5-star dinner, her card would decline. I could picture it now. The confused frown, the forced smile as she tried another, the quiet panic settling in as one by one, every avenue of access closed in on her. Good. Step 2. Locking the vault. Next, I logged into our joint bank accounts. A foolish move on my part to ever have shared one, But that was in the past. I initiated a freeze on the accounts, preventing any withdrawals without my approval. Then, I transferred my own assets into a separate account, one Olivia had no knowledge of, ensuring that my hard-earned money remained mine and mine alone. The numbers blinked back at me from the screen: years of work, discipline, and careful financial planning. And she had treated it like an infinite well, never stopping to think that one day the well might run dry. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. The next call would be the hardest, but also the most important. Step 3. Securing the future. My lawyer, Jonathan, had always been a no-nonsense type. A man who didn't just play the game, he knew the game. When I explained the situation, he didn't waste time with sympathy. "She won't see it coming," he said matter-of-factly. No, I agreed. She won't. We discussed the details of the divorce filing, ensuring that Olivia would be entitled to as little as legally possible. We had a prenup, one she had insisted on tweaking to her benefit before we married, but what she hadn't counted on was that I had protected myself in ways she never understood. I had always been careful, always one step ahead, even when I was blind to her betrayal. "File as soon as possible," I told him. "Understood." With that, the final piece was emotion. The inevitable reckoning. By the time I shut my laptop, a strange sense of peace settled over me. I wasn't sad. I wasn't bitter. I was simply done. Olivia had built her empire on my foundation, mistaking my patience for weakness. She had assumed I'd always be there, always be the provider, the safety net. She was about to learn what it meant to stand on her own. I poured myself another drink, swirling the liquid slowly before taking a measured sip. Somewhere at that very moment, Olivia was probably ordering champagne, laughing with her friends, basking in her own arrogance. And somewhere, very soon, she would reach for her card, confident as ever, only to realize the world she had built was crumbling beneath her feet. And I would be just fine. The house was silent, an unfamiliar kind of silence, the kind that settles deep into the bones, no longer strained by tension or false pretenses. I stood in the middle of my living room, feeling the emptiness press against my skin. The sun cast long streaks of gold across the hardwood floors, painting everything in a deceptive warmth. It had been 3 days since I'd left Olivia at the resort. 3 days since I'd quietly walked away, leaving her to bask in the fantasy she had so carefully curated. 3 days since I had reclaimed my life from a woman who had mistaken my patience for weakness. And still, she hadn't called. Not a single text. No voicemail filled with feigned concern, no half-hearted attempt to explain herself. It was almost laughable. A part of me had expected an immediate outburst. Rage, desperation, some kind of reckoning. But there was nothing. The only evidence of her existence came in the form of bank notifications. A declining charge at a high-end spa. A failed transaction at a designer boutique. Another attempt at a 5-star restaurant. One by one, Olivia's little luxuries were slipping through her fingers, and she had yet to realize the full scope of what was happening. I exhaled slowly, rolling my shoulders as I leaned back against the couch. The tension that had lived there for years had disappeared, as if my very muscles had been shackled by our marriage. Now, there was only stillness. I took a sip of my whiskey, neat, no ice the way I liked it. The burn in my throat was a welcome sensation, a contrast to the numbing detachment I had grown accustomed to. I had spent the last 72 hours securing my finances, ensuring Olivia's grasp on my wealth was permanently severed. The bank accounts were locked. The credit cards were canceled. The legal team was already working through the paperwork for the divorce, and my name was being disentangled from every financial thread she had woven herself into. She would soon find herself standing in the wreckage of the life she had so carelessly built, alone. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of my lips. She thought I was just a wallet. She forgot I was the architect. I had built this life, every brick and beam of it. She had merely decorated it with illusions, expensive dresses, glittering parties, and whispered betrayals. And now I was tearing it all down. A vibration against the coffee table broke the silence. My phone, its screen flashing with an incoming call. Not Olivia. Brian. The audacity nearly made me laugh. I let it ring, watching his name flicker like a dying ember. When the call ended, a voicemail notification appeared. Curious, I pressed play. David, man, listen. I know you're pissed, but you don't understand, all right? It's complicated. Olivia, she's not who you think she is. We need to talk. I scoffed, shaking my head as I deleted the message. Not who I think she is. I knew exactly who Olivia was. And soon, she would know exactly who I was, too. The quiet before the storm was ending. It was time to let it break. The morning passed in a quiet hum of productivity. I sat in my home office, the crisp scent of freshly brewed coffee curling through the air as I reviewed a set of investment reports. It was remarkable how quickly life had recalibrated itself once I had severed Olivia's influence from it. There was clarity now, an absence of the ever-present noise that had once filled the spaces between us. The silence wasn't lonely, it was liberating. Then, just as I was about to close my laptop, my phone vibrated against the wooden desk. Not a call, not a message, just a simple notification from my banking app. A transaction attempt. Declined. Olivia Marcus, $2,480. Luxury boutique, Miami Beach. I leaned back in my chair, a slow smile tugging at the corners of my lips. So, she had finally noticed. The image of Olivia at some high-end store played in my mind. Her manicured fingers draped in gold and diamonds, reaching for a designer handbag, her voice dripping with the sweet confidence of someone who had never once been told no. She probably hadn't even looked at the price tag. Why would she? Money had never been a concern for her. But today, for the first time, I could almost see it. The moment the cashier swiped the card, the polite yet robotic smile as she handed it back. I'm sorry, ma'am, but this card has been declined. Olivia's reaction would be instant. Mild confusion at first, then a dismissive laugh. That's impossible, she'd say, fishing through her designer bag for another card. Another swipe. Another decline. The first flicker of irritation would cross her face. By the third failed attempt, I imagined her lips would tighten into a thin line, her composure cracking just enough for the sales assistant to notice. For the first time in years, Olivia wasn't in control. I took another sip of coffee, enjoying the quiet victory. It didn't stop there. One after another, notifications flooded my screen. Declined. Olivia Marcus, $620. High-end spa, Miami Beach. Declined. Olivia Marcus, $150. Gourmet restaurant, Miami Beach. Declined. Olivia Marcus, $890. Designer shoes, Miami Beach. Each one painted a clearer picture. Olivia's blissful vacation, the one she had carefully orchestrated at my expense, was unraveling before her eyes. And I hadn't even lifted a finger. The buzzing of my phone broke through my thoughts again. But this time, it wasn't a transaction alert. It was Olivia. Her name flashed across the screen, a familiar sight once associated with warmth and companionship. Now, it was just a string of letters devoid of any real meaning. I let it ring. Seconds later, another call, then another. The persistence was almost amusing. I pictured her, pacing in her hotel suite, frustration mounting with every unanswered ring. I knew exactly what she wanted, to demand an explanation, to act as if this were some kind of clerical error. But there was no error. This was intentional. After the fourth missed call, a message appeared. Olivia, call me back. This is urgent. I exhaled slowly, debating whether to reply. But I wasn't in a rush. I wasn't the one desperate for answers. I simply locked my phone and set it down. Olivia could wait. She had made me wait for years. Wait for honesty, wait for loyalty, wait for the respect that I had freely given her, but had never been returned in kind. And now, she was the one waiting. The first notification came through at exactly 3:17 p.m. I was in my office, casually reviewing a business proposal when my phone buzzed beside me. A glance at the screen revealed a familiar message from my bank. Decline transaction, $482.75, Ocean View Resort and Spa. A slow smile curled at the corner of my lips. I could picture the scene unfolding in real time. Olivia, draped in one of her designer sundresses, strutting into the spa with the confidence of a queen. Her perfectly manicured fingers handing over the black credit card she had grown so accustomed to using without a second thought. And then denied. The receptionist, probably young and polite, would glance up, momentarily confused. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but your card has been declined." Olivia, ever the picture of poise, would blink once, twice, then let out a small, indulgent chuckle. "Oh, that's odd. Try it again." Another beep. Another decline. Perhaps a flicker of irritation would cross her face now, but she would cover it with a gracious smile. How embarrassing. She'd pull out her phone, open her banking app, and that's when it would hit her. The accounts were frozen. The money was gone. The lifeline she had always relied upon had been cut without warning. And I, miles away, leaned back in my chair and exhaled a quiet breath of satisfaction. I didn't stop working. I let my phone rest on the desk, waiting, because I knew this was only the beginning. 3:42 p.m. Decline transaction, $1,200. Boutique Levante. Shopping. So she wasn't panicking yet. She was still under the illusion that this was some sort of mistake. She had likely left the spa unfazed, strolled down the cobblestone streets of the resort village, and entered one of her favorite luxury boutiques. Perhaps she was trying to buy another handbag or some silk dress she didn't need. Whatever it was, the boutique clerk had just handed her the receipt to sign when another beep, another rejection. Her world was beginning to crack. 4:15 p.m. Decline transaction, $215.89. La Riviera Fine Dining. Dinner plans disrupted. Now she was scrambling. By now, her attempt to transfer funds from our joint accounts had failed. The bank had likely notified her of the restrictions. Every number she dialed, every attempt to access the money she had taken for granted, led to the same dead end. I imagined her sitting at the candlelit table, fidgeting with the stem of a wine glass, forcing a laugh as she told the waiter there must be some issue with the bank. Brian, if he was with her, would probably be trying to salvage the moment. He was always eager to impress, always desperate to prove he was enough for her. Maybe he was offering to cover the bill, pretending to be the hero, unaware that Olivia's entire financial foundation had just crumbled beneath her feet. 5:30 p.m. Incoming call, Olivia. I watched the phone ring. And ring. And ring. I didn't answer. She tried again at 5:33 p.m. Then 5:35. Then 5:41. I let every call go unanswered. By 6 p.m., she had resorted to text messages. Olivia, David, call me. There's something wrong with the bank. Olivia, David, seriously, everything is locked. I need you to fix this. Olivia, David, I know you're getting these. Answer me. And then the inevitable shift in tone. Olivia, you had no right to do this. You're being ridiculous. There it was. Not panic, not regret, but entitlement. She truly believed she could waltz through life, making her choices with no consequences. She thought she could treat me like an afterthought, a wallet, a fool, and that I would simply keep playing along. But tonight, she was learning the truth. Tonight, Olivia Marshall was experiencing what it felt like to have everything slip through her fingers. And for the first time in our marriage, I didn't feel like the one left in the dark. I felt like the one holding the power. The first call came at 9:07 a.m. I let it ring. It was Olivia, of course. The name flashed on my screen, bright and insistent, demanding my attention like she always had. I leaned back in my chair, letting the vibration hum through the room before it finally stopped. A few seconds later, a voicemail notification popped up, but I didn't bother listening. I already knew what she'd say. She had finally realized something was wrong. I had imagined this moment for days. Olivia standing at some high-end boutique counter, smiling at the cashier as she handed over one of my cards, expecting a smooth transaction, and then declined. At first, she would think it was a mistake. Maybe the cashier had entered the number wrong. Maybe there was a bank error. So she'd try again. Declined. Then the confusion would settle in, a tiny frown creasing her perfect forehead. She'd step aside, phone in hand, dialing me in that same patronizing tone she used whenever she thought I had messed up something. The tone that told me she still saw me as the predictable, controllable husband. But I wasn't that man anymore. At 9:15, she called again. This time I picked up. David. Her voice came sharp, urgent. Not the usual slow, syrupy sweetness she used when she wanted something. Something's wrong with my card. It got declined. I think there's a fraud alert. Can you check with the bank? I leaned back, savoring the moment. No fraud alert, I said evenly. A pause. The kind where you could hear someone's entire world tilting on its axis. What do you mean? She asked, her voice a touch sharper. I canceled the cards, I said simply. The ones in my name, at least. Silence. Then a brittle laugh. David, don't be ridiculous. Just call the bank and fix it. No, I said, enjoying the unfamiliar weight of that word. How many times had I bent to her whims? Adjusted my schedule, rearranged my finances, played the role of the accommodating husband while she played socialite? Not anymore. Her tone shifted, losing its sharp edges, smoothing over into something softer. Baby, she cooed, I know you're upset about the trip. I should have communicated better, but let's not overreact. I almost laughed. Overreact? She really thought I would fall for it. The way she had always managed to twist things, to make me feel unreasonable for questioning her selfishness. But the game was over. I've already spoken to my lawyer. I continued, my voice calm, controlled. The divorce papers will be filed soon. My accounts are locked. You'll have to use your own money from now on. A sharp intake of breath. Then, the real Olivia emerged. The one beneath the charm, the soft laughter, the carefully curated grace. You can't just cut me off, she hissed. I smiled, though she couldn't see it. I just did. For years, Olivia had lived in a world where she held all the power, a world built on my money, my stability, my unwavering support. But now, that world was crumbling, and she was standing in the ruins, stunned that I had dared to pull the rug out from under her. Her breathing turned uneven, and for a moment, I wondered if she was crying. Then I realized, no, Olivia wasn't the type to cry over love lost. She was crying over lost control, over the realization that she wasn't untouchable. Her next words came in a whisper, low and venomous. You'll regret this, David. I leaned forward, gripping the phone tighter, my voice steady. No, Olivia, I regret ever trusting you in the first place. And with that, I hung up. The moment the call ended, I felt it, relief. Not just a surface-level satisfaction, but something deeper. A weight I hadn't even realized I had been carrying for years had been lifted. Outside my office window, the city moved on, indifferent to the war that had just ended in my world. And for the first time in a long time, I was free. The cursor blinked on the screen, an unspoken challenge, as the divorce papers stared back at me. I read over every line, each word solidifying the reality I had finally accepted. Olivia and I were finished. Not in the heated, impulsive way some marriages ended, but in the slow, methodical destruction that left no room for redemption. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling as I ran a hand through my hair. The weight of the past few weeks had been relentless, yet something in me felt lighter, freer. Olivia's betrayal had stripped away the illusion I had built around our marriage, and in its place, clarity had settled like dust in an abandoned house. The office was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from the city lights beyond the glass window. The skyline stretched out before me, a living, breathing reminder of the empire I had built, one that Olivia had taken for granted. She had played her hand recklessly, assuming I would always be there, always be the fool willing to fund her lifestyle, to turn a blind eye to her deception. She had forgotten who I was. I picked up my glass of whiskey, the ice clinking softly as I took a slow sip, letting the warmth burn down my throat. The irony wasn't lost on me. Olivia had spent years perfecting the role of the devoted wife, wearing her love like an accessory, something she could flaunt when it suited her and discard when it didn't. But now, stripped of my resources, my influence, my protection, she was nothing more than a woman grasping at the remnants of a life she had thrown away. My phone vibrated on the desk, the screen flashing her name. Olivia. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. She had been calling incessantly for days, her texts shifting from casual inquiries to frantic messages filled with thinly veiled desperation. At first, it was subtle. Hey, David, can we talk? Call me when you get a second. Then, when I ignored her, what's going on? Why are my cards declining? Did you change the bank access? And finally, when she realized I had pulled the rug out from under her. David, you're being ridiculous. We need to sort this out. You can't just cut me off like this. We have a life together. Answer me. I smirked at the last one. She was unraveling. I had spent years watching Olivia control every aspect of our lives, meticulously curating her image, ensuring she was seen in the right places with the right people. But none of that mattered now. Without my name, without my resources, without the security I had provided, she was adrift. And she knew it. I turned back to the laptop, my fingers hovering over the trackpad before clicking send. The email shot off into the abyss, carrying with it the finality of my decision. The divorce was no longer just an idea. It was in motion, a force that even Olivia couldn't manipulate her way out of. The phone vibrated again, this time a voicemail. I let it play, her voice filling the silence of the office. David, please. You're overreacting. Let's just talk. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you believe, just give me a chance to explain. A pause, a shaky breath. I know you're mad, but you don't have to do this. We can fix this. Fix this? I chuckled under my breath. Olivia was many things, beautiful, charming, cunning, but self-aware was never one of them. She still thought this was about anger, about me throwing a tantrum. She didn't understand that this wasn't an emotional decision. It was a strategic one. She had made her choices. She had crossed lines that couldn't be uncrossed. And now, she would live with the consequences. I reached for my whiskey again, swirling the amber liquid as I looked out over the city. Somewhere out there, Olivia was panicking, realizing that for the first time in her life, she wasn't in control, that she had gambled and lost. The game was over. And I had won. 15 years, one betrayal, the untold story of love, lies, and a new beginning. The morning air was cool and crisp as the sun began its slow ascent over the horizon, promising a new day that, on the surface, appeared perfectly ordinary. I awoke to the familiar beeping of my alarm, the room still dim with the remnants of night. In those quiet moments before the day's demands would take over, I lingered in the soft haze of sleep, unaware that the hours ahead would unravel everything I thought I knew. Marissa and I had built our life on routines and shared dreams over 15 years. As I shuffled through my morning rituals, a steaming cup of coffee, the rustle of newspaper pages, I couldn't help but reflect on the countless mornings we had spent together, side by side, facing the day's challenges. Today, like so many others, began with the promise of stability and comfort. In our small, warmly lit kitchen, Marissa stood by the counter, preparing for her day. Her presence was as comforting as it was enigmatic. With a graceful efficiency that had always impressed me, she methodically organized her notes and meticulously planned out her schedule. There was a practiced ease in the way she moved, each gesture hinting at a confidence born of years in a demanding real estate career. Yet behind her polished exterior, I sometimes caught a glimmer of something hidden, a secret kept close in her eyes and in the brief, almost imperceptible smile that played on her lips. Our farewell was ritualistic, a bittersweet blend of love and routine. I pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, savoring that fleeting moment of intimacy before the day's responsibilities pulled us apart. "Have a good day," she said, her voice light and melodic, yet layered with a subtle undercurrent I couldn't quite decipher. In that instant, her smile held a quiet mystery, an unspoken promise or perhaps a concealed truth that left me with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Driving away from home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The hum of the engine and the rhythmic beat of the tires on the asphalt were accompanied by a persistent inner whisper that questioned the normalcy of the morning. I thought of the pile of reports waiting for me at the office and the endless routine that had once been the backdrop of my life. Yet, in that moment, the mundane seemed charged with an ominous energy, as if the universe were hinting at a disruption to my carefully ordered world. As I merged into the steady stream of traffic, the city began to stir. The familiar skyline, bathed in the soft glow of early light, held no clues to the storm that was silently gathering on the horizon. In the mirror of my rear view, I caught one last glimpse of our home, a sanctuary of shared memories, and felt a pang of longing for the simplicity of the past. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary Monday was poised to become the fulcrum upon which my entire life would pivot. The delicate balance of trust and routine was about to be shattered, setting me on a path of heartache, betrayal, and the painful discovery of truths hidden beneath the veneer of normalcy. In that quiet, unassuming morning, as the city awoke, fate had already begun to write the first lines of a story that would change everything. The morning's promise of routine quickly dissolved into a disconcerting haze of pain and confusion. I had barely settled into the hum of the office when a sharp, unanticipated sensation clawed at my insides. It was during my habitual coffee break, a small, sacred ritual that usually offered a brief respite from the endless cascade of reports, that the tranquility shattered. I had slipped into the men's room, the familiar clink of the coffee machine and the muted murmur of colleagues outside offering a fleeting comfort. As I sipped the first bitter drops of coffee, a searing pain radiated through my abdomen. It was as though fire had been ignited beneath my skin, a burning, relentless agony that forced my hand to clutch at my stomach. The shock of it overwhelmed me. For a moment, I lost track of everything: time, place, even the steady beat of my heart. In that split second, an even stranger detail registered: a peculiar, greenish discharge that defied every expectation of normalcy. The sight was surreal, a grotesque contradiction to the sterile white walls and the everyday mundanity of my office routine. I staggered, the shock of it all sending my mind into a spiraling vortex of dread and disbelief. The coffee cup, once a comforting companion, now felt like a mocking emblem of the chaos unfolding within me. Every sensation was amplified, the echo of my heartbeat in the silence of the tiled room, the taste of fear souring my mouth, and the cold drip of sweat along my spine. I pressed a trembling hand against my chest, trying desperately to quell the rising panic. It felt as if I were caught in a slow-motion nightmare, where each moment stretched out with agonizing clarity. As I stepped out, the corridor blurred around me. The polished floors and humdrum chatter of colleagues now merged into a cacophony of distant, almost mocking sounds. I moved with a disoriented urgency, each step measured yet heavy with the weight of uncertainty. The familiar environment had transformed into an alien space, a stark, clinical stage for the unfolding drama of my own failing body. In that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if life was orchestrating some grim twist of fate. What had once been a normal day now promised only pain and disarray. The signs were as unyielding as they were inexplicable, and as I hurried away from the confines of the office, every step carried me deeper into a realm where trust and normalcy had been irrevocably shattered. I was still reeling from the shock of that sudden, searing pain when everything around me began to blur into a haze of fluorescent lights and distant murmurs. I had barely managed to take a few sips of the lukewarm coffee from the break room when a burning agony shot through my body, a pain so fierce that it rendered me almost immobile. In that disorienting moment, I found myself doubled over, clutching at my side, desperately trying to make sense of the sudden betrayal of my own body. Before I could even register what was happening, a strong, steady hand rested on my shoulder. My boss, Alan Randall, appeared at my side, his eyes filled with genuine concern. He didn't hesitate. Dropping everything he was doing, he knelt beside me, his voice calm yet laced with urgency. "Greg, are you all right?" he asked, the simple query cutting through the chaos like a lifeline. I tried to speak, but the pain stole my words. Instead, I managed to convey the burning sensation and the unsettling, inexplicable greenish discharge that accompanied it. Alan's expression darkened with worry as he listened intently. In that instant, the sterile corridors of the office faded away, replaced by a bubble of empathy and responsibility that only he seemed capable of creating. "Listen," he said firmly. "Forget about those pending reports. Your health comes first. I'm going to handle everything here." His words were not just a dismissal of work. They were a promise that, in my time of crisis, I wasn't alone. He motioned for me to lean against a nearby desk, steadying me as if I were a fragile object that might shatter at any moment. The combination of his calm demeanor and decisive action offered a fleeting sense of relief in a situation that felt increasingly surreal. In that quiet corner of the bustling office, I could almost believe that everything would be all right. Yet, beneath Alan's composed exterior, I sensed the gravity of the situation. I could see the subtle furrowing of his brow as he wrestled with the reality of a crisis that was far more personal than any corporate emergency. There was no hesitation in his actions, just a determined urgency to get me the help I so desperately needed. He helped me gather my things. A briefcase that suddenly felt unbearably heavy, filled with the remnants of a routine life that now seemed like a distant memory. With one hand securely on my shoulder and the other guiding my arm, Alan escorted me out of the office. Every step away from that familiar environment felt like a reluctant farewell to the normalcy I once took for granted. At the reception desk, Alan explained the situation with a composed authority that left no room for argument. "Greg needs to leave immediately. Please ensure he's taken care of and that his schedule is cleared," he instructed, his tone gentle yet unwavering. I watched as the receptionist, caught off guard by the gravity in his voice, hurriedly made the necessary arrangements without a word of complaint. Even as I was ushered into the cool, antiseptic air of the hospital corridor, Alan's final words echoed in my ears. "I'll take care of your reports. Just focus on getting better." In that moment, a part of me, though still overwhelmed by pain and the rising tide of fear, felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. Here was a man who didn't just see an employee. He saw a human being in desperate need of care. The ride to the urgent care center was a quiet, reflective journey punctuated only by the steady hum of the car and the soft, encouraging words from Alan. His concern was palpable, every gesture and every word a reminder that I was not facing this ordeal alone. Yet even as I clung to that reassurance, a gnawing dread lingered in the pit of my stomach, a silent, foreboding premonition that this crisis was merely the opening act of a much darker drama unfolding in my life. By the time we reached the clinic, the raw intensity of the moment had given way to a kind of resigned acceptance. Alan's parting words, "Take care, Greg. And remember, I'm just a phone call away if you need anything," were a small beacon of hope amid the encroaching uncertainty. As I stepped through the doors of the clinic, I knew that the true battle had only just begun. The pain, both physical and emotional, was now a tangible weight I had to bear, but in that small moment of vulnerability, Alan's support shone like a beacon, offering a glimmer of light in the midst of the encroaching darkness. The moment I stepped out of the office, the world had transformed into a cold, indifferent stage, one where every second dripped with an unbearable mix of anxiety and resignation. The brisk air, which I once associated with the promise of a new day, now felt like a bitter reminder of the chaos swirling inside me. With my heart pounding in a relentless cadence, I clutched my briefcase like a lifeline and set off towards the only refuge I had left, the urgent care clinic. The building itself was a stark, almost clinical structure, its glass doors reflecting my troubled face as I approached. Inside, the lobby was dimly lit by harsh fluorescent lights that cast long, wavering shadows along the polished floors. A sparse reception area, complete with a few uncomfortable chairs, awaited me, a silent congregation of others who, like me, were there seeking solace from unforeseen calamities. The receptionist, with a rehearsed smile that did little to hide her own weariness, checked me in quickly. I barely registered her polite, clipped words as my mind raced with images of what might come next. In the sterile corridors that led to the examination area, every step echoed like a drumbeat, each one a reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead. The scent of antiseptic mingled with an undercurrent of clinical sterility, a stark reminder that I was entering a world that cared little for personal anguish. I paused for a moment in a narrow hallway outside a small room marked examination, my reflection in the glossy surface of the door seeming to whisper questions I wasn't sure I wanted to answer. The coldness of the corridor seeped into my bones, matching the chill that had already taken root in my soul. Inside the examination room, the environment was a study in minimalism. A metal table with crisp white sheets, a wall-mounted clock ticking steadily, and a faint hum of machines working in the background. A nurse, whose eyes held a mixture of professional detachment and quiet sympathy, greeted me. She did not offer words of comfort. Instead, she proceeded with the brisk efficiency of someone who had seen too many broken hearts masked behind clinical charts. I sat on the edge of the examination table, the cool fabric a stark contrast to the feverish heat building within me. As she methodically took my vitals, checking my blood pressure, my temperature, and noting every detail with a practiced indifference, I felt each beep of the monitor punctuating the silence like a countdown to a fate I wasn't ready to face. Time, in that cold room, seemed to stretch and contract simultaneously, a surreal distortion where minutes bled into one another. I sat there, numb and bewildered, my thoughts a tangled mix of regret, disbelief, and a desperate need for answers. Every so often, the door would creak open, admitting another fleeting moment of life into that sterile sanctuary, only to be shut again, as if guarding secrets too painful to share. The room's stark white walls, unadorned and unyielding, reflected back my own loneliness and isolation, intensifying the feeling that I was marooned in a place where only clinical detachment could exist. As I awaited the next phase of my examination, I couldn't help but notice the peculiar rhythm of the clinic, a place where suffering was compartmentalized and measured in test results and prescriptions. I found myself questioning not just my physical state, but the fragile nature of trust and the cruel unpredictability of fate. Here, in this cold and indifferent place, the moment stretched on as a painful prologue to the revelations that were to come. The hum of machines, the distant murmur of voices from the waiting area, and the echo of each measured breath all merged into a haunting symphony of uncertainty. In that moment, the clinic wasn't just a medical facility. It was a crucible where the raw, unfiltered truth of my life was about to be distilled, however bitterly. Every detail, from the sterile sheets beneath me to the clinical efficiency of a nurse, carved deeper into my understanding that the world had irrevocably changed. With the urgency of my condition pulsing through my veins, I clung to the hope that somewhere beyond the cold, indifferent walls of that clinic lay the answers I so desperately sought, even as the reality of my situation threatened to engulf me entirely. The fluorescent lights of the examination room buzzed overhead as I sat, numb and apprehensive, on the stiff paper-covered bed. Every second felt drawn out, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that surrounded me. I watched the slow drip of a wall clock, its measured ticking a cruel counterpoint to the chaos roiling inside my mind. Dr. Smith entered without fanfare, a man whose calm, methodical demeanor did nothing to ease the dread building within me. He shuffled through my folder with a detached precision, his eyes briefly meeting mine before settling on the printed results. There was no preamble, no softening of the blow. "Your tests show gonorrhea," he stated flatly, as though reciting a mundane fact rather than delivering a verdict that shattered my entire world. In that moment, time itself seemed to fracture. The words reverberated in my ears, their clinical detachment a stark contrast to the raging storm of emotions within me. I had lived my life with unwavering fidelity, sharing my deepest self with only Marissa. The notion that I could be harboring an infection, a marker of betrayal, felt both surreal and devastating. My mind raced as I tried to connect the dots. How could this be possible? Every memory of our shared intimacy, every whispered promise of love, now seemed tainted by a betrayal I had never imagined. Dr. Smith continued, his voice unyielding. "I'll prescribe an antibiotic treatment, and you should refrain from sexual activity until you've completed the course. If symptoms persist, please follow up with your primary care doctor." I stared at him, grappling with the implications of his words. His straightforward approach did little to mask the gravity of the situation. In his calm, almost dispassionate manner, he outlined the necessary precautions and the next steps, leaving me to process the overwhelming flood of hurt, confusion, and disbelief on my own. As I left the clinic, the world outside seemed unaltered, a cruel juxtaposition to the turmoil I now carried. Each step was heavy with the weight of betrayal, every breath a reminder of the intimacy I had lost and the trust that had been irrevocably broken. The diagnosis wasn't just a medical condition, it was the stark unveiling of a secret I had never seen coming, a turning point where the fabric of my life began to unravel. In that quiet, grim moment, the realization took root. Everything I had known about love and loyalty was in question, and the path forward was shrouded in the uncertainty of what Marissa's secrets might ultimately reveal. The ride home was a blur of headlights and rain-slicked streets, each passing moment intensifying the weight in my chest. The clinic's sterile walls and the doctor's cold, matter-of-fact words still echoed in my ears. Gonorrhea. The word felt foreign, a betrayal I never imagined I'd face. As my mind spun in a whirlwind of disbelief and sorrow, I knew I had to reach out to those who had always been my unwavering support. Sitting in the solitude of my parked car, I dialed my parents' number. Their voices had always been a beacon of honesty in my life, a reminder that no secret was too heavy to share. When my father answered with that familiar, comforting tone, a small part of me hoped that maybe, just maybe, I could still hide the truth. But there was no escaping it now. "Hey, son, are you at work?" my father asked, his words gentle yet laced with concern. "No, Dad," I replied, my voice unsteady. "I'm not at work. I'm dealing with something, a health issue." There was a pause, a pregnant silence that made the static on the line almost audible. Finally, his voice came again, measured and calm. "Sit down, son. Tell me what's happening." I took a deep breath, trying to steady the tremor in my voice. I recounted the events of the morning, the sharp pain, the frantic dash to the urgent care, the blunt diagnosis that left me numb. Every detail was a raw wound. The clinical efficiency of the nurse, the stark words of Dr. Smith, and the dissonant shock of realizing that something so alien could be happening to someone like me. "Dad, I've always been faithful," I insisted, though each word felt like a plea for validation. "Marissa is the only woman I've ever loved. I don't understand how this could even be possible." The line went quiet for a moment, and I could almost picture him sitting in his favorite armchair, his brow furrowed in quiet contemplation. Then, as if slicing through the fragile veil of my assurances, his calm, yet piercing question broke the silence. "Son, were you fooling around?" That single question hit me like a sledgehammer. It wasn't just the inquiry, it was the implication, the suggestion that I might have betrayed my own values. I could almost hear the disappointment in his tone, a mix of sorrow and disbelief. No, Dad, I whispered, my voice cracking under the strain. I've been true to Marissa my whole life. I, I swear it. Yet even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of my certainty. How could I prove my innocence when everything was so shattered? Soon, my mother's gentle voice joined in, laden with worry. Are you sure you're all right, dear? She asked softly, the tender concern in her words contrasting sharply with the harsh reality I was beginning to accept. I don't know what to do, I confessed, the despair in my voice unmistakable. Everything feels broken. I feel so lost, and I'm scared. For what felt like an eternity, we sat in that long-distance silence. Her voice and my father's measured tones a backdrop to my unraveling. Finally, my father spoke again, his voice both soothing and resolute. Son, we all make mistakes. The important thing is to face the truth, no matter how painful it may be. His words, intended to comfort, only deepened the ache within me. The truth I was facing wasn't a simple misstep. It was a fracture in the very foundation of the life I had known. I was forced to confront a betrayal so profound it threatened to redefine everything I held dear. The conversation slowly shifted from the specifics of my diagnosis to the future that now loomed uncertainly before me. We discussed the possibility of confronting Marissa, of understanding whether this was a momentary lapse or the unveiling of a long-hidden deception. My parents' voices, so familiar and steadfast, became a mirror reflecting the storm raging inside me, a mixture of raw pain, disbelief, and a desperate need for clarity. My father's steady cadence and my mother's tender interjections reassured me that no matter how dark this revelation might be, I wouldn't face it alone. Their unyielding support was a reminder of the values that had been instilled in me, a commitment to truth and integrity, even in the face of unspeakable betrayal. After what felt like hours, we agreed to meet face to face over coffee at their house, a haven where secrets were shared and healing could begin. As I ended the call, I was left with a profound mix of sorrow and a fragile glimmer of hope. In the stillness of that moment, I realized that while the truth was painful, it was the only path forward. I sat in the dim glow of my car's interior, the soft hum of distant traffic a stark contrast to the tumult inside me. My heart ached with the knowledge of betrayal, not just the physical betrayal of an STD, but the deeper, more cutting betrayal of trust and commitment. Yet, even as tears threatened to spill over, I resolved to face the pain head-on, to unravel the tangled web of lies and rebuild my life with the honesty and integrity I'd always known. With that quiet vow echoing in my mind, I started the car and drove toward home, a journey not just of physical distance, but of confronting the deep, enduring wounds of betrayal and ultimately finding a way to heal and move forward. I sat alone in the quiet sanctuary of my parents' living room, the soft murmur of an old clock filling the spaces between my racing thoughts. The worn leather armchair, familiar and steadfast, cradled me as memories of a bygone era surged forth. In that moment, the room transformed into a living scrapbook of my childhood, a time when every lesson was imbued with a sense of sacred duty and every promise felt like a covenant with the divine. I remembered the gentle cadence of my mother's voice reciting Bible verses in the early mornings, her words weaving a tapestry of hope, loyalty, and honor. My father, a man of unwavering principles, had always led by example. I could still hear his measured tone when he explained that trust was the foundation of every relationship, a lesson hammered home during long, contemplative evenings spent together at the dinner table. Even my sister Denise, with her mischievous grin, had learned early on that the bonds of family were not to be toyed with, but cherished and defended. As these images played out in my mind, I recalled a defining moment from my youth, a promise made under the blush of first love. I had vowed to wait until marriage, to give all that I was to the one person who would ultimately share my life. Marissa had once been that promise, a luminous beacon of hope and the embodiment of all I held dear. Our wedding day had been a harmonious convergence of faith, family, and pure devotion. I remembered the way she looked at me as we exchanged our vows, a silent assurance that our lives were forever interwoven in a tapestry of love and mutual respect. Yet now, that same promise felt as if it had been tarnished by betrayal. The sacred pact we'd once made had splintered under the weight of secrets and lies. In the stillness of that room, the stark contrast between my cherished past and my shattered present was almost unbearable. I found myself questioning how something so fundamental, a commitment I had nurtured with every fiber of my being, could crumble so silently, so invisibly, until it was too late to repair. Every cherished lesson from my upbringing battled with the bitter taste of betrayal. I clung to the memories of simpler times, when faith and fidelity were not abstract ideals, but living, breathing truths. Now, as I stared at the quiet corners of that living room, I grappled with the painful irony. The very values that had once provided comfort and guidance now only deepened the wound. The certainty of my youthful conviction had given way to a turbulent sea of doubt and sorrow. In that moment of reflection, I recognized that my past was not just a series of memories, but the very essence of who I was, a man molded by the timeless virtues of loyalty, honesty, and unyielding faith. Though the man I had become was now scarred by betrayal, I realized that those scars might one day serve as a testament to resilience. And so, in the dim light of that quiet afternoon, I resolved to cling even more tightly to the lessons of my past, even as I braced myself to confront the uncertain future ahead. That night, after the whirlwind of medical visits and heart-wrenching phone calls, I returned to the quiet loneliness of our home. The silence of the living room was both a refuge and a torment. As I sat at the kitchen table, my mind was a turbulent mix of betrayal and desperation. I couldn't shake the feeling that the physical pain was only the beginning of a deeper wound, one rooted in deception. The remnants of our shared life lay scattered around me. Old receipts, faded bank statements, and tax documents that once represented the transparent life we'd built together. I began sifting through the files, almost mechanically, as if each document might whisper a clue to the unraveling of Marissa's double life. At first, I hesitated. Every piece of paper was a relic of the past, a symbol of our once happy union. But now, in the dim light of our study, I searched for answers amid the paper clutter. My hands trembled as I unfolded a set of tax returns from years ago. Marissa had always insisted we file separately, a decision that, at the time, seemed pragmatic. Yet as I read through the documents with a growing sense of dread, I noticed something odd. The numbers didn't add up. The returns were meticulous, each line item recorded with precision, but hidden among them was a secret that spoke volumes. I found references to a bank I'd never heard of, a financial institution that had quietly become a repository for funds accumulating far beyond what either of us had ever discussed. With mounting trepidation, I pulled out a folder marked with a series of unfamiliar account statements. The paper was crisp and clinical, yet as I scanned the columns of figures and transaction details, my heart sank. There, in stark, unyielding ink, was the evidence. Over the past 8 years, Marissa had amassed nearly $1 million. The realization hit me like a tidal wave. What had started as a simple financial arrangement had transformed into a clandestine escape plan, a hidden fortune that was kept entirely separate from the life we shared. Each page was a confession. I traced the trail of deposits and transfers, trying to understand the rhythm of this secret account. Every entry seemed calculated, methodical, an accumulation that defied our modest means. The more I looked, the more I felt the profound betrayal. This wasn't merely about money. It was about trust, about a promise that had been silently shattered. As I sat there, the room heavy with the smell of old paper and the cold glow of the desk lamp, I felt a profound emptiness settle within me. The figures on those pages were not just numbers. They were the silent testimony of a hidden life, a life where my wife had planned an exit without my knowledge. I began to question every moment, every decision that had led us to this juncture. How many times had I overlooked the subtle signals, the missed glances, the hushed phone calls, the unexplained late nights? The answers were buried in the ledger of lies. In that moment, the separate tax filings and the covert account merged into a stark symbol of deceit. The financial records, once mundane details of our shared fiscal responsibilities, now glowed with a sinister light. I realized that every dollar she had hidden was not just money. It was proof of a life lived in parallel, a secret life that had been meticulously concealed from me. The discovery was a turning point. Grief gave way to a simmering anger, and in that anger, I found the resolve to seek the truth. The hidden finances were more than an accounting error. They were the final piece of a puzzle that would force me to confront the reality of our broken marriage. As the numbers danced before my eyes, I vowed that I would uncover every hidden transaction, every secret deposit. I would expose the truth, not just for myself, but for the future of my daughters and for the integrity of the life I thought I knew. That evening, after the relentless cascade of revelations and the crushing weight of betrayal, I found myself alone in our once shared living room, a space that now seemed like a mausoleum of shattered promises. The silence was profound, punctuated only by the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of old floorboards, as if the house itself mourned the collapse of our union. I sat at the edge of the threadbare sofa, the dim light of a solitary lamp throwing long, distorted shadows across the room. In my hands lay the tangible evidence of deceit: bank statements, tax returns, and a folder brimming with the financial secrets Marissa had guarded so jealously. Each page was a confession in its own right, a testament to a secret life meticulously hidden beneath layers of charm and practiced smiles. Memories of our early years played like a bittersweet montage in my mind. I recalled the laughter of our wedding day, the promise of forever whispered over candlelit dinners, and the gentle touch that once assured me of our shared destiny. Now, those recollections clashed violently with the stark, cold reality staring back at me. The numbers on those bank statements didn't just represent money. They symbolized a calculated exit plan, a meticulously engineered escape that left our family's future hanging in the balance. I ran my fingers over the pages, feeling the embossed figures and scribbled notations as if they were physical scars. The realization was undeniable. The love I had invested in Marissa was reciprocated with nothing but a facade. The discovery of her secret savings was like a knife twisting deeper into my heart. Each decimal point seemed to mock the years of shared trust and mutual sacrifice. The betrayal was not confined to physical infidelity. It was a systemic dismantling of the life we had built together. In that moment, the decision crystallized with painful clarity. Divorce, a word once unthinkable, now hovered in the air like an inevitable storm cloud. I knew that clinging to the remnants of our marriage would only trap me in a cycle of bitterness and regret, jeopardizing not just my own well-being, but the future of Lisa and Ginger as well. Their innocent faces, so full of hope and expectation, were at risk of being tarnished by the perpetual shadow of betrayal. As the night deepened, I wrestled with a torrent of conflicting emotions: anger, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of loss, but also a spark of resolve. I imagined a future where I could rebuild my life on the bedrock of truth, even if it meant dismantling the facade of a marriage that had once promised forever. The decision to end it was not born out of revenge or fleeting anger. It was a measured, heart-wrenching acknowledgement that sometimes love fails, and sometimes the only way to preserve what remains is to let go. I thought of the countless moments when I had put my faith in the sanctity of our vows, believing that no matter what storms we weathered, our love would always guide us home. Now, home had become a battleground of deception. In that quiet, sorrowful solitude, I resolved that for the sake of my daughters, for the sake of my own dignity, and for the future that still held a glimmer of hope, I had to break free from the chains of our shared past. With a heavy heart and trembling resolve, I rose from the sofa. I picked up the phone, my fingers hovering over the contact for a trusted attorney, and in that silent act of defiance against a crumbling legacy, I knew that my journey toward healing was about to begin. The decision to end it was not the end of love, but the painful first step toward reclaiming my truth and forging a path toward a future unburdened by betrayal. I arrived at Gina Hawkins's office just as the midday sun cast long, slanting rays through the city streets. My hands were still trembling from the tumultuous morning, and every step toward the building felt heavy, as if I were carrying the weight of a broken world. The entrance, framed by polished glass and dark wood accents, promised both professionalism and refuge, a stark contrast to the chaos of my thoughts. Inside, the reception area was a quiet haven. Soft instrumental music mingled with the gentle hum of conversation, and the air smelled faintly of freshly brewed coffee and aged leather. I was greeted by a friendly receptionist who offered a polite smile. "Good afternoon," she said, her tone calm and reassuring, a small oasis of normalcy in my storm of emotions. I confirmed my appointment for 12:30 and took a seat in the waiting area, my mind racing through the events that had shattered my world so irreparably. When the door to Gina's office opened, a confident yet compassionate figure emerged. Gina Hawkins herself stepped forward, her presence commanding yet undeniably warm. She wore a tailored suit that seemed to accentuate both her authority and her empathy. "Greg, it's good to see you," she said, extending her hand in greeting. As we shook hands, I couldn't help but notice the genuine concern in her eyes, a look that spoke of both professional resolve and personal care. I followed her into her office, a space that was as elegant as it was inviting. The room was lined with shelves brimming with legal tomes and certificates, each a silent testament to her expertise. Personal touches, a framed family photo, a small crucifix, and a few well-chosen pieces of art hinted at the person behind the professional. I sat down in one of the comfortable chairs across from her large mahogany desk, and for a moment, the weight of my betrayal pressed down on me so completely that I struggled to find my voice. Gina broke the silence with a gentle inquiry. "Tell me what's been happening, Greg." Her tone was both precise and kind, and I realized that here, in this room, I could finally allow my story to unfold. I took a slow, deep breath and began recounting the day's events, from the piercing pain during my routine coffee break to the stark diagnosis at the urgent care clinic. I told her about the bewildering moment when Dr. Smith's words confirmed what I had never thought possible: gonorrhea, an infection that could only have come from the one person I'd ever loved. As I spoke, I found my voice growing steadier with each detail. I recounted the terse conversation with my boss, Alan Randall, whose supportive words had done little to calm the internal storm. I described the grief-stricken coffee meeting with my parents, the subtle, painful glances that spoke of disappointment, and the quiet, desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, there was a misunderstanding. But then came the most devastating part: the discovery of Marissa's hidden bank statements, a secret trove of nearly $1 million meticulously saved away over 8 long years. Each detail was a wound, a piercing reminder of a life I thought we had built together. Gina listened intently, her eyes never leaving mine. I could sense that she was processing each word with a mixture of professional detachment and genuine empathy. When I paused, the silence between us was heavy with unspoken sorrow and anger. Finally, she leaned forward, her tone firm yet soothing. "Greg," she began softly, "what you're experiencing is profound betrayal, but also presents us with very clear evidence should you decide to move forward with legal action." Her words were measured, designed to provide clarity in a time of overwhelming emotion. I nodded, the dam of my emotions breaking as the reality of my situation mingled with the relief of finally having someone who understood. Gina continued, outlining the legal avenues available to me. She explained that while our state's no-fault divorce laws often made matters about financial settlements and custody, strong evidence of adultery could tip the scales in my favor. Her tone was clinical when she described the delicate dance of proving infidelity in court, a labyrinth of testimonies, records, and painstaking documentation. But it was also reassuring. She promised that with the evidence I'd gathered, coupled with a private investigator's findings, we could build a compelling case. Gina's eyes flashed with determination as she detailed the next steps. We'll need every piece of documentation, financial records from the past 2 years, any communications that might hint at her duplicity, and of course, the results from your medical tests. I understand this is not just about the betrayal. It's about reclaiming your dignity and protecting your future and that of your daughters. Her voice, though measured, carried an undercurrent of passion that stirred something resolute inside me. The conversation gradually turned to the personal. Gina inquired gently about my role as a father and the custody of my 2 daughters, Lisa and Ginger. She explained how the courts often favored the mother, but that the circumstances of my situation, my consistent presence at home, and my active role in their lives could work in my favor. I listened intently, realizing that the legal fight was not only about dissolving a broken marriage, but also about ensuring that my daughters would grow up in a stable, secure environment. We must be meticulous, she stressed. Every detail counts, especially when you're challenging the status quo. I could feel the lines between my personal anguish and the pragmatic steps forward beginning to blur. Gina's questions, though probing, never felt intrusive. They were designed to uncover every facet of my situation, from the subtle hints of infidelity to the overt financial discrepancies that now painted a portrait of deceit. In that office, amid the quiet hum of determination and the soft rustle of legal documents, I began to see a path emerging from the wreckage of my shattered trust. Before concluding our meeting, Gina handed me a checklist, a neatly typed document that outlined every piece of evidence and every necessary step for the legal process ahead. Take your time with this, she advised, her eyes locking onto mine in a way that conveyed both challenge and compassion. I want you to know that you're not alone in this. Every detail you bring to the table will strengthen your case. And if you ever need clarification or just someone to talk to, my door is always open. I left her office with the checklist clutched tightly in my hand and a heavy mixture of hope and sorrow in my heart. The encounter with Gina Hawkins was more than a mere legal consultation. It was the moment I began to reclaim my narrative from the abyss of betrayal. In the silent space between her words and my own unspoken fears, I found the first flicker of resolve, the determination to confront the painful truth, secure justice, and rebuild my life piece by piece. As I stepped back into the bustling corridor of the law firm, the weight of the future pressed upon me, yet within that burden lay the promise of a new beginning, a chance to turn the tide and redefine what it meant to be betrayed, but also to be resilient. In that quiet, meticulously arranged office, amid the interplay of light and shadow, I realized that while the road ahead was fraught with challenges, I was no longer alone in facing them. I sat alone in the dim light of my study, the weight of recent revelations pressing down on me as I stared at my phone screen. The Tracker app, one I had installed on Marissa's phone long ago, when its absence first rattled me, now pulsed with ominous precision. Its blinking red that was unmistakable. Her phone was at a location on the north side of town, a part of the city I'd rarely visited and barely knew. The discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline mixed with dread through my veins. My heart pounded as I traced the digital trail. Every pixel, every flicker on the screen carried with it the potential to unravel the tangled web of deceit that had come to define my shattered marriage. The app's interface, usually a benign tool for tracking a lost device, had transformed into a portal to a hidden reality, a secret rendezvous that confirmed what I had long feared. I dialed Gina Hawkins immediately. Her steady voice on the other end provided a sliver of reassurance amidst the chaos. "I've got something," I whispered, barely managing to keep my voice from shaking. I explained the details, how the tracker had pinpointed her phone at an address that wasn't associated with any of her known contacts. Every word felt like a step deeper into an unknown labyrinth of betrayal. Without hesitation, Gina assured me that this was precisely the breakthrough we needed. We need to build an airtight case, she stated firmly, as if reciting a line from a well-rehearsed script. This evidence is crucial. It's the thread that can unravel everything. Her words, measured and resolute, gave me a semblance of control in a situation that had spiraled far beyond my control. Gina then contacted her trusted investigator, a seasoned professional known for his discretion and meticulous attention to detail. I could hear the determination in her tone as she relayed my findings. I sat back in my chair, the silence of the room broken only by the distant hum of nighttime traffic outside my window. Every second stretched, laden with both hope and fear. What if this investigation would uncover even darker truths? What if the evidence confirmed not just Marissa's infidelity, but a whole network of secrets I had never imagined existed? As I waited, I couldn't help but replay memories of our early days, when trust and love were the cornerstones of our union. That trust now felt like a distant memory, eroded by deception and hidden double lives. The contrast between who I thought Marissa was and who she might truly be gnawed at my sanity. Yet, amid the despair, a fierce determination began to take root. I wasn't just gathering evidence against her. I was reclaiming my narrative piece by painful piece. The investigator's call came as a quiet, deliberate interruption. His voice was calm and precise, outlining the next steps. We're sending someone to surveil the location. You should prepare for more than just visual confirmation. We need every shred of data, every moment captured. His words resonated with the gravity of the situation, cementing that the investigation was no longer a mere possibility. It was an imperative. In that moment, as the investigator's instructions sank in and Gina's steady support echoed in my ears, I knew that this was the point of no return. The investigation had begun, and with it, the relentless pursuit of truth. No matter how painful the revelations might be, I was ready to confront them, determined to salvage what little integrity I had left and find a path forward in a life forever altered by betrayal. I arrived at Gina's office with a heavy heart and a mind swirling with anxious thoughts. The room was quietly lit, a soft glow from the afternoon sun filtering through the blinds, setting a scene that belied the gravity of our conversation. Gina sat behind her mahogany desk, her gaze steady and empathetic. Her presence exuded both calm, authority, and warmth, a rare combination that lent me a small measure of hope amidst the chaos. "Greg, let's talk about the future," she began, her tone measured and sincere. "I know you're feeling overwhelmed, but we need to approach this systematically. Your legal strategy isn't just about proving Marissa's infidelity. It's also about ensuring the well-being of Lisa and Ginger." Her words struck a chord deep within me. The thought of my daughters, caught in the crossfire of adult betrayal, made my heart ache. I shifted in my chair as Gina detailed the legal nuances of our situation. Gina explained that while our state's no-fault divorce laws simplified the process in some respects, they also complicated the matters of custody. Statistically, the courts tend to favor the mother, especially when it comes to custody, she admitted, her voice tinged with both realism and resolve. However, your situation is unique. You've been the primary caregiver, the one who's been there after school, at every recital, and through every bedtime story. She paused, letting her words sink in. I could almost see the evidence of every sacrifice, every sleepless night etched into her carefully crafted argument. As she spoke, I felt a mix of pride and sorrow. I remembered the countless afternoons spent shuttling the girls to soccer practice and music lessons, the shared laughter in our modest kitchen, and the way they'd cling to me in moments of uncertainty. These memories, once a source of warmth, now became the foundation of my plea for custody. Gina stressed the importance of documenting every detail, daily routines, emergency contacts, even the simplest acts of care that demonstrated my consistent presence in their lives. Gather every piece of evidence you can, she urged, sliding a neatly printed checklist across the desk. The list was exhaustive: financial records, tax returns, even notes on the times Marissa's work kept her away. These documents aren't just numbers or dates. They're the narrative of your family's life, a story of dedication and responsibility. Her words resonated with me. They transformed the sterile legal jargon into something deeply personal. We then turned our focus to the more contentious issues: the division of assets and the enigmatic financial trail Marissa had left behind. Gina's eyes narrowed slightly as she reviewed the bank statements I had uncovered. This isn't just about the betrayal. It's about safeguarding your future. If Marissa has been channeling funds into a secret reserve, it might have been meant to secure her exit. We need to trace every transaction to ensure nothing is hidden from the court. The meticulous nature of her inquiry reminded me of a detective's relentless pursuit of the truth, and for the first time in days, I felt a flicker of determination. Her calm professionalism was a stark contrast to the storm of emotions roiling within me. As we mapped out our strategy, she reassured me that every step would be taken with precision and care. "We're not just fighting for your rights, Greg," she said softly. "We're fighting for the future of your daughters. They deserve a stable, loving home, a home that you have nurtured every day." In that moment, the weight of the legal battle ahead seemed slightly less insurmountable. Gina's detailed explanations and the concrete steps laid out before me transformed a chaotic jumble of emotions into a clear, actionable plan. The intricate interplay of legal strategy and personal conviction was daunting, but I knew that with Gina's guidance, I could protect my daughters and reclaim the life that had once been full of promise. As I left her office, checklist in hand and heart steel for the coming fight, I realized that this was not just a legal struggle. It was a quest for truth, justice, and the future of the family I loved so dearly. That evening, the house felt suspended in a delicate balance between sorrow and the hope of renewal. As dusk crept through the kitchen window, I stood at the counter, mechanically preparing a cup of coffee, a ritual that had once marked the start of countless peaceful mornings. Tonight, however, each measured scoop of coffee grounds and every measured drop of water echoed the weight of the day's revelations. I settled at the old wooden table, its surface worn smooth by years of family gatherings and whispered secrets. The rhythmic ticking of the clock seemed unusually insistent, each second a reminder of time moving relentlessly forward despite the present turmoil. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug, letting the steam mingle with the cool, anxious air of the room, and for a moment, the bitterness of the brew mirrored the acrid taste of betrayal that still lingered on my tongue. In that quiet solitude, memories cascaded unbidden. I recalled the gentle hum of laughter on lazy Sunday mornings, the soft clatter of dishes after shared meals, and the tender glances exchanged between Marissa and me before shadows of doubt had begun to stretch across our lives. Now, those moments were juxtaposed against the stark reality of fractured trust, a trust that once seemed as enduring as the solid oak table beneath my trembling hands. Just as I was sinking deeper into my introspection, the sound of the front door creaked open, and a burst of youthful energy filled the space. Lisa and Ginger, their voices bubbling with the excitement of the school day, barged into the kitchen like rays of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Their arrival was both an interruption and a balm, a vivid reminder that amid the chaos, innocence still thrived. Lisa's eyes sparkled with unfiltered joy as she recounted her day's adventures, while Ginger tugged at my sleeve, seeking the comforting embrace only a father's arms could offer. In their presence, the sharp edges of my despair softened. The world, despite its fractures, was still capable of beauty. I found myself laughing, a sound I had not heard from within for too long, as they peppered me with questions about mundane things. A forgotten homework assignment, the mysterious workings of the old clock on the wall, and the promise of a new day tomorrow. As the evening deepened, the kitchen transformed into a sanctuary of tentative healing. The clamor of the day receded into the background, replaced by a gentle symphony of whispered confidences and shared smiles. Sitting there, with my daughters nestled beside me, I began to see the fragile outline of a new beginning emerging from the wreckage. Their resilience was an unspoken lesson in hope and determination, a living testament to the belief that even the most painful betrayals could be overcome if one clung to the bonds that truly mattered. In that sacred hour of heartfelt reflection, I resolved to protect this newfound light at all costs. I vowed to rebuild not just a shattered life, but a future where honesty and love would guide every step forward. The coffee, now lukewarm, no longer tasted bitter, but carried the quiet promise of fresh starts. A reminder that even in the aftermath of heartbreak, life had a way of offering solace and the courage to try again. The night had finally given way to a quiet pre-dawn stillness as I sat alone in the dim light of my study, staring at the scattered remnants of my old life. In the silence, every document, every scribbled note on the checklist, and every crumpled piece of evidence felt like a stepping stone leading me away from a past built on trust and shattered dreams. As I sifted through the legal papers and financial statements that now symbolized both betrayal and the promise of a fresh start, a strange calm settled over me. The agony of the past few weeks, the shocking diagnosis, the discovery of hidden bank accounts, and the gut-wrenching conversations with family had not erased the person I was, but rather stripped away the illusions that had once obscured my vision. I could see now, with clarity, the path ahead, illuminated by a determination to rebuild not just my life, but a future worthy of my daughter's smiles and my own battered heart. Outside my window, the horizon was beginning to blush with the tender hues of dawn. The world was stirring awake, much like I was, with the promise of a new day. The soft light seeped through the blinds, casting long, hopeful shadows across the room, a silent reminder that every ending is also the seed of a new beginning. I recalled the gentle advice from my father, echoing in my mind, "Don't do anything rash. Let wisdom guide you." His words, imbued with both love and hard-earned experience, resonated deeply as I resolved to take this moment as an opportunity to redefine who I was. I thought of Lisa and Ginger, my little beacons of hope, whose laughter and innocent chatter would soon fill the house with a warmth I feared had been lost forever. Their future, unburdened by the weight of past mistakes, was a fresh canvas on which I could paint a story of resilience, trust, and love. In that moment, I promised myself that I would become the anchor they needed, the steady presence in a turbulent sea, ensuring that the scars of yesterday would not eclipse the brilliance of tomorrow. The legal battle that lay ahead was formidable, but it was no longer just about retribution or the division of assets. It was about reclaiming my autonomy and establishing a new order, one defined by truth and fairness. I had already set the wheels in motion. Gina's measured counsel, the cold precision of the evidence, and the private investigator's discreet work were all threads in a tapestry that, once woven, would reveal a story of strength emerging from despair. I gathered the remaining files, my resolve hardening with each document I secured in the folder. The decision to confront the truth head-on was as liberating as it was painful. Each legal signature I was about to place, each conversation I would have, would be a step away from the betrayal that had once threatened to consume me. Now, they were milestones on the road to a future where I was no longer a victim of circumstances, but an active architect of my destiny. As the sun climbed higher, casting a brilliant glow that slowly banished the lingering shadows of the night, I stepped outside. The cool morning air was refreshing, a tangible reminder that life, despite its trials, carried on in cycles of renewal. With every breath, I could feel the weight of the past easing, replaced by a cautious optimism that perhaps, finally, justice and peace were within reach. In that quiet, transformative moment, I recognized that this was not the end, but rather the beginning of a profound rebirth. I would honor the pain, learn from it, and, most importantly, forge ahead with the knowledge that every hardship was simply the prelude to a stronger, wiser self. For my daughters, for my own spirit, I was ready to embrace the uncertain, yet promising, dawn of a new life.